Welcome everyone. Now this is the day for INPACE Symposium Day 2. So welcome everyone, and then I hope you have very good discussion yesterday and then have a good night also. So today we will have also a series of sessions to discuss about INPACE activities and the digital partnership with Korea and then Europe and so on. So from today, I would like to introduce several VIPs that visited us. So first, I would like to introduce Dr. Hong Woo-young, who is the Vice President of Sejong University. Next, Hyung-wook Kim, the Dean of International Affairs. And then Changwon An from IITP. He's a digital convergence PM from the government. And then also from INPACE side, I would like to introduce Smelatana, who is the organizer, project leader of INPACE. And then Sebastian. And then also from Frank, from EGM. And then myself is Jae-sung Song, who is a professor at Sejong University, and then also I'm responsible for the South Korea in INPACE. And then my role is, if I understand correctly, my role is to engage and then making some relationship with the government and then universities and then research organization in South Korea to INPACE. And then making the relationship with European companies and research organization and so on. Okay, so the next we would like to invite Smelatana, and then Smelatana will introduce what is INPACE and then why INPACE is so important.
Thank you very much. If you can, yeah, perfect. Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Really great to have you here. So my name is Svetlana Klesova. I'm INPACE project coordinator, and at the same time, I'm director of research innovation partnerships at GSC Group in France. So here, first of all, of course, because this is welcome words, I'm very happy to welcome you at this symposium. And you know, we thought about the format of the event because this is the first event of INPACE. And what we said is that we don't want to have big public event. We want to have event by invitation, to have really like more in-depth discussion, real networking. So we want quality, you know, like that's why somehow you needed to express your interest. You know, we discussed. Yeah, so we wanted to have rather a smaller team, but this symposium is recorded and streamed, okay? So I just want to make sure that everyone agrees with this, okay? So it's, yeah, okay. So, and that was very short welcome, and we're really all happy to be in South Korea. Well, I must say, it's amazing here, I must say. Okay, I was here 25 years ago. So I must say that, I mean, I cannot recognize anything, you know, like really, it's amazing. It's amazing and inspiring how the world of innovation, digital, you know, changed the world. So it's fantastic, yeah, you know, here, congratulations. I hope in INPACE there will be much more activity, of course, with Korea. Okay, and at the same time, I wanted to introduce you the INPACE Hub. Okay, because indeed we are here in the framework of INPACE activity, and thank you very much to Sejong University, our partner in INPACE, and Jae-sung particularly to you and to your team for making it happen. Okay, so but why we are here and what is INPACE? Because that's, I think, important to understand the whole framework. So first of all, as you know, we already discussed this yesterday, the European Union has digital partnerships with Republic of Korea, with Singapore, with Japan, and also Trade and Technology Council in India. So these are political frameworks, right? There are digital council at the level of Prime Minister, President of the European Commission. So you know how it happens, right? Yeah, I think it happens everywhere in the world, kind of in a similar way. And then, so in this political framework, we fill it with operational content. So you see, it's not only us, but INPACE is supporting digital partnerships. So that's our mission, to reinforce, well, here we are in Republic of Korea, reinforce EU-ROC digital partnership, okay? By filling it with concrete activity, concrete results, which are good, to make it simple, for both Republic of Korea and for Europe. Because in digital partnerships, the priorities were agreed by two countries. It's not only European, it's not only Korean, you know, like it's both countries. So we know what to do. We know that what are the priority topic, for example, AI, smart cities, okay. But now what to do, that is INPACE. You see? Here, again, it's with 4 countries, but here we are with Korea. So that's great, and that's why, yeah, so we want to support this digital partnership and to making it, you know, like operational around digital technologies and digital policy and at the intersection of digital technologies and digital policy. So in INPACE Hub, it's like collaboration framework, which is, and that's, each keyword here has a meaning, okay, bottom-up, interactive, multi-stakeholder, long-lasting, expert-driven platform. Platform here means people, means activities, means infrastructure like IT, you know, like where we have like information sharing and knowledge hub and so on. So why this is bottom-up? Because we have great experts in Europe and here in South Korea and other countries around different topics. I'll say about this in a few minutes, okay? And then they know the challenges, they know the bottleneck. And so this comes with the proposal bottom-up. For example, in the priority, which is top-down smart cities or AI, okay, that's top-down because this is in the digital partnership. And so the ideas are coming bottom-up. So what can be done which are impactful, which involve stakeholders, and which will have, you know, long-lasting life. That is INPACE, okay? Expert-driven, multi-stakeholder, because it's everyone is welcome. I will again explain this right now. So it's from researchers to industry, and we want very much to have industrial partners, and we have them, of course, right? And also, this is like a reference channel, okay? So we have INPACE, we started recently, so we'll have INPACE information, share it, you know, like a different announcement, different events, knowledge sharing. So we organize a platform for this. For those who are interested in European Indo-Pacific digital collaboration, technologies and policies, okay? And why it is long-lasting? Because it's not limited to the project. So actually it will continue. It's done specifically, hosted by an association, okay? So that's why it will also continue after the end of the project. So why it's expert-driven and what does it mean? We have thematic working group in INPACE. So that's an approach. We have 16 thematic groups with experts from different industries, different countries, governmental organizations, NGO, okay? So we have 6 people per group. These are like drivers, okay? So it doesn't mean that they do the work, okay? These are like drivers, develop an idea, and that is their role, to connect with local institutions, with local organizations. We cannot invite everyone to a small meeting of the group, but the role of the experts is to be a driver, okay? And yeah. So, and this is here, I think this is the main maybe message here. What are the topics, okay, what are the topics in INPACE? So you see that it is organized in 5 clusters around digital technologies and digital policies. And in each of these clusters, we have these thematic groups. So we have 16 altogether, like standardization, like digital education and skills, advanced computing, 6G, digitalization of industry, smart cities, and so on. right? And so in each of these group, so you see they in clusters, for example, the cluster innovation entrepreneurship for sustainable well-being, trustworthy decision support, and so on. So you will find yourself in each of these group or at the intersection also, because we have different activity jointly organized by the group. So all this is supported by the community platform, which is part, again, in PACE Hub, it's people, okay? But it is supported by the platform. It's already, so we just started. We have already 105 specialists who are there. It's our mean to involve people in the dialogue, to invite them to the events, you know, like, so basically share information, and so on and so forth, right? So, and that is, yeah, I will say about this a little bit later, yeah. And so if we imagine the hub, because indeed we're talking about hub, platform, you know, like this is, yeah, complicated, right? So first of all, we have people. So remember, policy cluster, like technological cluster, and the intersection is important. So we have people, then we have moderation by each thematic group, by each specialist, like in smart city, it's smart cities thematic group, okay? And then we have content, so it's everything which is generated in the project, but also outside project. And this is very important, okay? Outside project which is relevant. And then we have IT tool community platform which helps just in the organization of this. So in reality, we work with 3 groups of people. So here, consortium partners and experts are in the core community, you know, like, and this is what I said, members of thematic group, these are those who drives, you know, like, for example, policy session we had there, we had experts, but also invited speakers, that's totally fine, right? And each leader of the group, they are free to do what they wish because they know what is the best in this area. Then we have community of practice. So those who are, you know, you are, for example, here, de facto, are already a member of this community of practice because you take part in the event, you are interested, we discuss, you know, like, so it's not just, oh, I heard about INPACE. So you are here. And then we have community of interest for all those who are just interested and don't want to be involved, but just want to follow this, right? Okay. And just to finish, okay, but, so we have people, we have content, we have moderation, we have platforms, so all together is in PACE Hub, which supports the digital partnerships. What for? So what we're doing. So it's about information. It's about knowledge sharing, not only information, we know plenty of data, we don't want any more information, we want knowledge sharing, right? We want to have networking. We discussed yesterday about Horizon Europe. South Korea is now associated to Horizon Europe. There is funding, okay, for, I'm speaking about South Korea because we are here, okay, but of course all other countries are welcome, right. And so I've got plenty of questions in the coffee break. Can we do something? Can for example, how do we know that the calls are published? So we will put all this, you know, here. So those who are on the platform will have, who are part of the INPACE Hub will get information about this, okay? Also about, we will have AI-generated newsletter around the topics. Thematic leader can answer some questions and so on. We have webinars. I think each group has 3 webinars per year on hot topics. And webinar, for example, or any others offering, we will plan to have virtual expo and so on. So you see, that is the link to register. What is important here is that INPACE is empowering your own activities. You know, it means that if you do, I mean, you do already activity, you do already, like Jason, I know, like you do already projects. We discussed yesterday quantum, so specialists, so everyone does projects, right? So INPACE can empower, let's say, promote your project if this is relevant to the group. We can please contact the relevant person, and here is Jae-sung, for example, if you want to have, if you want to propose, okay, a very interesting event with your European counterpart, we can offer a platform for this, you know, like, so organize webinar, we can do different activity, like we can do joint events. I can easily imagine, okay, this was the first event, right? But we can easily imagine if there is event in the thematic groups, we can do this jointly with national networks or international networks, jointly. This is great, right, for both of them. Okay, and what is, so I think this message about INPACE not only doing activities, but also supporting all others who are involved. This is, I think, the main message from INPACE. Okay, so with this, what I also want to say is that we are very grateful to Sejong University, of course, because this is really, we have partners so in Korea, we have partners in Japan, National University of Tokyo, we have National University of Singapore. I don't see Sam, yeah, but okay. Okay, he's, I mean, here, I think, yeah. I saw some yesterday. Okay, then National University of Singapore, and in India, IIT Guwahati and CDAC, so Santil is here. So we have Indo-Pacific partner, we have plenty of European partners who are great and leaders in the topics, okay? But the European partners are funded by Europe, and because South Korea is not yet member of associated partner of Horizon Europe. So we really hope that South Korean government will support Sejong University, you know, like in a team. Yeah, but then it's up to you, of course. But because we can also do, I mean, activities together, which are very beneficial. So we really count on this support. And this is what happens in other countries. So we just know that it happens like this. So we are sure that there will be some mechanism locally to involve much more Korean specialists in the project and especially drive these activities. With this, my welcome is finished. I hope, okay, if you want more information on the INPACE Hub, bottom-up, you know, like approach on different activity on policy and technologies connection, feel free to ask questions in the coffee break. But with this, welcome to the second day of the symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana. It's really great welcome speech and then great introduction to INPACE. I think most of us already now knows, and then also the one who joined our second symposium from the other side of the world using a YouTube channel, they will now know about INPACE. And then next, I would like to bring our Vice President, Hong Woo-young, Professor, Vice President. Please come and then deliver your nice welcome speech from Sejong University.
Dear distinguished participants of the INPACE Seoul Symposium, I am Woo-young Hong, the Vice President of Sejong University. It is a great honor and pleasure that I warmly welcome all of you to Sejong University for this prestigious INPACE Seoul Symposium. We are truly delighted to host such an impressive assembly of scholars, experts, industry leaders, and policymakers. Sejong University is deeply committed to academic excellence and innovative research, particularly in the field of engineering, digital technologies, and sustainability, and we are always eager to foster global collaboration like the one we are embarking upon here today. It is also my great pleasure to share that Sejong University has been ranked the 7th in South Korea and placed in the 200 to 251 range globally in the Times Higher Education 2025 World University Ranking. This recognition reflects our continuous effort to be at the forefront of education and research, not only nationally, but on the global stage. It is within this context that hosting an international gathering such as the INPACE Symposium perfectly aligns with our vision to contribute to solving global challenges through knowledge exchange and innovation. As we gather at Sejong University, located in the dynamic and culturally rich city of Seoul, I believe this symposium will provide a vital platform for participants from Indo-Pacific and Europe to engage in meaningful discussions. The focus on digital technologies and their role in addressing key global issues aligns closely with our university's mission to leverage education and research to drive sustainable solutions. I'm confident that the insights shared here will lead to new breakthrough, collaboration, and long-term partnership, all of which will contribute to shaping the future of digital innovations. It is my sincere hope that each of you find this symposium both intellectually stimulating and professionally enriching. On behalf of Sejong University, I wish you all a successful and productive symposium. We hope that your experience at Sejong University and in Seoul will be both rewarding and memorable. Thank you, and once again, welcome to Sejong University.
Thank you very much, Vice President. To be honest with you, when we prepare this INPACE Symposium, Vice President and then Dean of International Affairs and his team helped us really well. And then that's the reason why we can use this nice podium and then also AI hall yesterday, right? So I'm really thank you for your support. And then next, we will have a welcome speech from Dr. Changwon An, who is IITP program manager, especially he's leading digital convergence R&D programs in South Korea government agency. Okay, please.
Honorable guests and esteemed colleagues from Europe and the Indo-Pacific. So good morning, I'm Chang Won-am from IITP. So it is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this important two-day symposium on digital technologies and policies, supporting Indo-Pacific European digital partnership here in Seoul. As a representative from IITP, is Institute of ICT Planning and Evaluations. I am particularly proud to be part of this event that fosters global collaboration and innovation in digital technologies. The INPACE project and this symposium represent a pivotal opportunity to strengthen partnerships between Europe and the key countries in the Indo-Pacific region, including South Korea, Japan, and Singapore, and India. At the intersection of technology and policy, this collaboration will help us for the future of our digital societies and ensuring that we remain at the forefront of innovation and trustworthy development. In Korea, we take our role as a global leader in ICT research and development seriously. Our strategic focus, particularly in the areas of like AI and the semiconductors for the intelligence, aligns closely with the topics we will discuss today. Let me briefly highlight some key aspects of our Korea's ICT R&D strategy that contribute to this field. First, in the realm of the AI, Korea is committed to advancing technologies that prioritize ethics and trustworthiness. As AI becomes an integral part of our daily lives, we are focused not only on the capabilities of the AI systems, but also on their reliability and the ethical implications. Korea has launched ambitious AI R&D projects aimed at enhancing AI transparency and fairness and data security. It's key elements that reflect the broader goals of today's discussion on trusted AI. Next, the semiconductors industry is a cornerstone of our Korea's digital economy. We are leading the charge in semiconductor R&D from cutting-edge chips to power next-generation AI applications to innovations in nanotechnology and quantum computing. The Korea's strategy emphasizes supply chain resilience and the sustainable production, ensuring that we not only meet the technological demands of the future, but also do so in a way that secures global supply and protects our environment. These advancements align with our shared goals of exploring the chips of the future. In addition to these areas, Korea is actively investing in the development of the 6C and the future networks. As one of the first countries to deploy 5G, we are continually innovating to ensure faster and more secure and more resilient connectivities that supports the growing demands on smart cities, autonomous vehicles, and Internet of Things. This investment highlights the Korea's commitment to being at the forefront of the future networks, which is a key theme of this symposium. Finally, I want to touch on the cybersecurity. As our digital systems become more advanced, so too do the threats they face. Korea's ICT strategy places a strong emphasis on developing cutting-edge cybersecurity technologies that can safeguard critical infrastructures and data privacy and digital ecosystems. We are working tirelessly to create a secure digital environment that supports both innovation and trust. This symposium is an exceptional opportunity for all of us to come together to share knowledge, explore collaborations, and align our strategies. By engaging in these discussions, we can strengthen the digital partnership between Europe and Indo-Pacific, driving forward joint research initiatives and shaping global policy that supports technological advancement with responsibility. As we embark on this journey together, I would like to encourage you all to engage openly and actively. The true strength of this event lies in the exchange of the knowledge and ideas, in the partnerships that are formed, and in the collective vision we can build for a digital empowered future. Together, we have the chance to define the future of digital innovation and build a more secure, inclusive, and technologically advanced world. Thank you once again for joining us, and I look forward to the inspiring discussions that await. Let us seize this opportunity to shape a brighter and more inclusive digital future Europe, the Indo-Pacific, and beyond. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. An, for your great welcome speech and then introduction to how Korean government R&D is going and where it is going. So as you can see and then as you can hear from his speech, now the core topic or core areas that South Korean government is driving is exactly in line with what INPACE is trying to do in thematic working groups and so on, like a 6G, and then AI, cybersecurity, and chips, semiconductors. Those are all, common interest between South Korean government and then also INPACE and then Europe. So I think this INPACE is really become the hub for collaboration between researchers between South Korea and then Europe. Also, other member countries in INPACE. I really thank you for your nice introduction and then welcome speech. So that's all for the opening session. So now I think we can close opening session, and then we are going to prepare for the first session, which is EU's digital partnership in the Indo-Pacific challenges and opportunities. So while we are preparing like a next session, like a slide and then speakers, and then you can have just a small, short breaks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much because this is we are very impressed. We are very impressed with the
It was really difficult to book those rooms, but he just called school and then
Thank you so
everything.
much. Yeah, this is very big highlight, and I also because this is I even saw that the Seoul University didn't have this project in Horizon, right?
I was, but maybe.
No, because
Okay.
start our session, I just want to say that we have 61 participants online in streaming, okay? I would like, on behalf of the consortium, on behalf of the chairs of the symposium, I'm very welcome, you are very welcome. So we know that it's a bit of online, yes, but still welcome to everyone who is connected or who will be connected, okay? It's very early also in Europe, right? So it's maybe mostly from Indo-Pacific countries, and then we hope... Exactly, yeah, exactly. So we look forward to additional European participants when the time switch will be more reasonable. Okay, and with this, I pass the mic to Eva, please.
Well, thank you very much, Svetlana, and a very good morning or very late at night to those who are tuning in from Europe. Thanks very much to Sejong University for their warm welcome and hosting, and of course to the GAC team for organizing this conference. My name is Eva Pešová. I do research on Indo-Pacific security matters and Europe-Asia relations in more general terms, and I also happen to be leading the so-called policy cluster of the INPACE project, and it is in this capacity that I will be introducing and moderating this first public session that really is about why we are here. What is the political impetus? Why did Europe started thinking about engaging the Indo-Pacific partners in the digital domain? Why are we focusing on the 4 countries that are the targets of the INPACE project? And why are the challenges, what are the challenges that we're facing in implementing those partnerships? So, because we are the policy clusters, we're really the political scientists in this project, so do not expect any PowerPoints from us. We like to talk. But for this session, we thought it really is about the introduction about the whole Indo-Pacific framework. And I thought of bringing the representatives, which happen to be our key experts from each of the 4 countries, minus Singapore, but we have a double-hatted representative here. So it's my great pleasure to introduce, I'll start with my right, Professor Dr. Michael Reiterer, who is a distinguished professor at the Brussels School of Governance, but also a career diplomat, and his last posting was the EU ambassadorship in Korea. So he's back home in his home turf, but Michael's doing also a lot of research on digital technologies and cybersecurity in the EU-Korea relationship. Then further to my right, Dr. Koichiro Komiyama, who is a senior researcher at the Keio Research Institute, Keio University, but also the director of the Global Coordination Division at GP CERT. Kartik Nachiappan from the National University of Singapore, the Institute of South Asian Studies, is our India contact point, again on the policy side. And that's my double hat because unfortunately our Singaporean colleague could not join, but Kartik happens to be based in Singapore, so we can perhaps cover a little bit of the Singaporean perspective as well. And certainly last but not least, Dr. Kim Sejong, a research fellow at the Institute for National Security Strategy, who has been working also on the EU-Korea cybersecurity cooperation strand, if I understood correctly. So who will be also our contact point for Korea. So I thought it would be best to start perhaps with the European perspective, and then we can zoom to the region. So I'll ask Mikael to kick us off with why the EU is now so much engaged in the digital domain, and why with these 4 countries.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning. It's my pleasure to be back in Korea. Don't miss an opportunity to do that. I got started on cybersecurity while I had my ambassadorship here, because I was invited to universities to talk about digital diplomacy, about cybersecurity, cyber diplomacy, and so that developed a love affair beyond my stay in Seoul, and we are still continuing. Dr. Kim we have co-authored a paper on the cyber diplomacy of Korea, and there is a book coming out about cyber diplomacy with Palgrave. So a little commercial, keep your eyes open for January, February probably of next year. Well, unfortunately, Eva was not very kind to me. She told me I should talk about 10 minutes. And I was looking at the Indo-Pacific, and the Indo-Pacific has 40 countries. So if I talk 1 minute per country, it's already 40 minutes. So in order to avoid this problem, I was thinking, how is the EU approaching this Indo-Pacific, basically? And in order to get a handle on it, I think I can divide that basically into 3 groups, which makes it a little bit easier. Because I will not talk about the country specifically, this my co-panelists can do. We have one category of countries which lead in technology. And they excel in technology and are in many areas better than European countries. Then a second category are countries which are catching up and which are very close already. And then there's a third category, which are those who are clearly behind. And to be fair to the rest of the world, basically, there's a fourth category. There are about 2.9 billion people on this planet who never ever have worked with the internet. I think this is something we tend to forget, but this is also something which we should factor in our enthusiasm for everything digital and cyber. Now, with these three groups or four groups, you have to develop a diplomacy. And I think because a diplomacy cannot be one diplomacy for everybody, but one size does not fit all. And therefore, I will try to say a few words about each and every of these groupings which I have identified. So the first group, those who are very good or excelling, basically, these are the countries with which the European Union would do digital or connectivity partnerships, setting up technology councils, India, regular cyber consultations or cyber dialogues, and get into the depths of cooperation. In setting up a network of bilateral agreements, you can enter the region much better. Network diplomacy is especially important in the era of digital or cyber, because nobody has shown me yet the nationality of cyber or told me exactly where cyber starts and ends. And the challenge, of course, is to regulate an area where you don't know exactly where it is. And I think this is a challenge for not only for politicians, but also for lawyers. With the first group, they are also providing an opportunity for joint research through specific programs in form of platforms and mutual participation in research programs. We are talking about emerging technology. Emerging technologies already is a term which is not static. It's forward-moving, and their research is essential. And therefore, we have to make sure that we have this common basis and knowledge. And if we talk in this area about research, we talk a lot about data. And therefore, we need data protection in order to have this free flow of information and data. And therefore, we have the GDPR, and we are trying to extend this network. Entering into agreement for research with countries is important, and the association agreement, which we have finally concluded with South Korea, and which will enter into force by the end of this year, beginning of next year, is important. And this is also an area where Korea has a slight edge over Japan, because there the negotiations are still ongoing. For the whole area of cyber on which digital is building, security is extremely important. And therefore, we also have to have in mind that the sophistication of the various intrusive measures or cyber attacks of all kinds are increasing, and it is more and more difficult to attribute who is actually the bad guy. And if you cannot identify the bad guy, I have said that yesterday already, then you cannot react, you cannot counter-react, you don't know whom to sanction if you don't know who is your adversary. Therefore, it is extremely important to cooperate and to exchange information. Whoever is better should identify and help identify this. And this is the area of multilateral cooperation, especially if you take sanctions, and the European Union has created a sanction regime for cyber attacks, and gives other countries which don't want to stick out alone. South Korea is not very keen to be the only one facing the big elephant in the room or the big dragon in the room. So therefore, if there are 27 Europeans, then you can say, oh, I am also partner of it. This is much nicer. And I think this is an area where cooperation is not only of interest with Korea, but also other countries. We also push these countries in group number 1 that they recognize the applicability of international law to cyberspace. Well, for many of the lawyers, this sounds like common ground. However, it isn't, and it needs effective work, and also make sure that the ideological or political problems are overcome. These problems we see in the United Nations where there is the big battle still going on, how to regulate the cyberspace, how to regulate the internet. Should it be controlled by the state and therefore an international treaty under the auspices of the United Nations? Well, this is favored by those countries who have authoritarian tendencies, because they don't want just the safety of the internet, they also want to control the internet. And therefore, the other position is that the stakeholders should continue to regulate it and make sure that it remains open. Now, so therefore, this number 1 group is an important group for cooperation. The second group, those countries which are catching up, basically, they also have to be convinced that this open, free, stable, and secure cyberspace is essential and also in their interest. And this is one of the main challenges for diplomacy, that you convince your partner that it is also in their interest, and you have to prove it, you have to support them, and the element of capacity building plays a role in the second group, and it is even more important in the third group, those who are behind. We had yesterday a little bit of discussion if it makes sense to cooperate with partners which are somehow inferior. Yes, it's even a must, because, and I repeat the image, it is like a chain, and the weakest link in the chain determines the strength of the chain. So therefore, it is we all have a collective interest, and the 4 countries which are part of the program are strong. So to work with other countries in order to make the chain stronger. And I think there I would see a special responsibility with Singapore as the ASEAN country. And the diversity of ASEAN is certainly a fact, and therefore bringing them all up to speed is a major challenge where we could need this cooperation. So the borders between these groups are, of course, a little bit unclear, because it's moving up and hopefully not moving down. But nevertheless, there are some elements which are common tasks. Fighting misinformation, fighting fake news is of interest to all 3 groups. So there we need cooperation. Fighting cyber criminality, fighting to make sure that the cyber attacks are not used to destabilize political systems. So these are just 3 of the main tasks, and I will finish with that one. I think it is important to, especially in the cyber and digital world, not to fall into the trap to only want to work with like-minded countries. Because whether the chain is strong or weak has nothing to do with ideology. You have to make sure that you can strengthen it, and therefore we should not say we only cooperate with like-minded countries. The like-minded countries should be stronger and work with those who still need either capacity building or where it is necessary to work on the conviction part. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. I fully agree. And I think the 5 or 27 plus 4 countries that are part of the INPACE project are probably part of the first group. Although to perhaps various degree of development in different domains. But I think that what you said about the multilateral cooperation is extremely important and is also one of the reasons behind formulating the INPACE project as a hub as well. Because here we are in Korea talking mostly not only about the bilateral aspects of the EU-Korea leg, but it is also about engaging and kind of a future more minilateral and ideally multilateral trend that we're going towards too. Which brings me nicely to Dr. Kim, if that's okay, being in Korea, what has been, and kind of bringing it back to the bilateral level in this case, what has been the receptiveness on the Korean side to the EU's engagement in that domain? What are core priorities, and what are the main benefits actually also for Korea, not just on the political level, but especially for the business communities and the research communities?
Hi, thank you for the questions. And then, first of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks for having me here and giving me a great opportunity to share my ideas on. I'm Soo-jung Kim, and I'm working at the think tank in Seoul, the Institute for National Security Strategies. But before that, I worked at the government R&D institutions for more than 18 years in cybersecurity fields. So I'm the kind of person really in between the policy sections and the technology sections. That's why maybe I can have some kind of things to share with you. So regarding the Michael's talk and then the questions from Deva, I think the EU's experiences and dialogues with the Koreans are having great opportunity to alarming us actually how the policy sections can interact with the technology sections and how we can coordinate those kind of understandings. So for example, the EUISS actually approached us in 2017, I guess, the 17 and 18, they wanted to know what can be the next agendas for the cyber diplomacy perspective first, and what can be the great practical agendas to work with together. So in those processes, they wanted to know about the Korea very well, and then they wanted to know draw the conclusions for the next steps. So in that way, the diplomacy sections, not only the diplomacy sections and the policy sections and the technology sections should talk each other. So that was the first kind of alarming moment for us. But unfortunately, for the Korean side, if we speak a little bit more than after that conversation, I'm not positive on that part. But still, this right now in this government, we are really, really focusing on having those kind of conversations between the sections and communities and having more powers to understand to each other. And then, we can make some kind of a concrete conclusions or suggestions for that one. So, for example, the Korean government personally published our national cybersecurity strategy in 2019. And that one, for the first time, mentioned about the international cooperations in cybersecurity fields. So that was the beginning of that one. And then we revised that national cybersecurity strategies in 2024, and it actually enlarged the cooperation fields, not only the technology issues, but also the norm building and capacity building way. So how we can make a contributions to the community, especially in the Pacific areas. So it also reflected at our national Indo-Pacific strategy in 22. So those kind of gives a good implications for Korean governments and the community members. So that can be my first responses on that issues.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. The priorities, and I've been reading through the different priorities with the 4 different countries, right? And there's a lot of topics that overlap, obviously. And that's pretty much the core topics of INPACE: semiconductors, 5G, 6G, quantum, AI, etc. I happen to be focusing a lot on another country in the region, and so I'm looking already at Dr. Komiyama on Japan, and I've been actually trying to compare the content of the two DPAs between Japan and Korea. And I thought it was quite interesting because, frankly, these are the two partners with which we work most or would like to work even more. And the content is extremely similar, and perhaps just one or two exceptions. So let me just now turn to Dr. Komiyama from the Japanese perspective. Has there been any progress on the Japanese side when engaging with the Europeans? And frankly, I mean, a country that is so technologically advanced and that has also other very stable relationships across the region, what is the benefits of linking up to the Europeans?
Thank you, Eva, and good morning, everyone. My name is Koichiro Komiyama from Keio University and Japan Computer Emergency Response Team. So I'm a cybersecurity incident response practitioner / scholar in international relations and communication policy. Very good to see you. And let me begin with pretty much like Korea has agreement with EU. We do have EU-Japan digital partnership, which fostering the collaboration in various fields, including supply chain, semiconductor supply chain security, subsea cable in Arctic, digital economy or digital governance, platform regulation, and others. And today, I'd like to share with you two concrete projects which we are working with the EU, and like to share with you Japan's expectation and few minor issues we have right now. So two areas where Japan, EU, and of course India, Singapore, Korea, and other like-minded states should work for the strength and cooperation. First, we need to work for accreditation for IoT devices. I think several Korean IoT experts are sitting in this room. So beginning from what has been happening at the EU, EU has been leading the regulation of global cyberspace. Regulation or law act discussed in Brussels eventually become the world standard. GDPR is one good example. And we see, for example, recently the Digital Service Act, which imposed various regulation on large online platformers like Microsoft, Amazon, TikTok, has also influenced Japan's communication policy a lot. And another very interesting challenge, and what I'm personally interested in, is the accreditation and labeling system for IoT devices under the Cyber Resilience Act. Since IoT devices are connected to the internet 24/7, weak password or vulnerable IoT devices can have significant impact to your own cyber security. And as Michael already pointed out, attribution is difficult. It gets even more complicated and even more difficult if state-sponsored group is taking advantage of vulnerable IoT devices. Some of you may have heard the Boat Typhoon campaign, which is probably conducted by a group affiliated with Chinese government. But Boat Typhoon, unlike previous APT actors, they are taking advantage of vulnerable IoT devices. If they like to compromise for example, Japanese bank, they first compromise the Japanese IoT devices, home routers, IPTV set box, and others. Then they carried out the second phase of attack from those IoT devices to network of bank, network of, defense contractor, ministry, and others. And same things happening in other region as well. So IoT device security is very important for everyone. And we still see number of IoT devices that lacks basic security measures. Weak password, unpatched for many years. Some vendors fail to state by when they can support the security of IoT devices. So that's what EU's Cyber Resilience Act need to step in, need to improve. And I think that type of regulation of IoT devices need to be expanded. We need to have a global harmonization of IoT regulation worldwide. In Japan, Information Technology Promotion Agency will be responsible for assessment and accreditation program since March next year. So all the Japanese IoT vendors, or if vendors from EU like to sell their product in Japanese market, they can get the accreditation from IPA, one of our agency. And in the United States, the FCC will oversee a system called the Cyber Trust Mark. In the United Kingdom, the Product Security and Telecommunication Infrastructure Bill has been enacted to assess IoT devices. So there are many, few countries who aim to provide the similar regulatory framework for IoT devices, and which I'm not sure the progress in India, Singapore, Korea, but that's something we should have. All the INPACE member states can discuss further collaboration together. That's IoT device accreditation. The second thing is software bills of material. The software you are using right now, from Acrobat Reader to Microsoft Excel to Google Calendar, your application is correction of code. Developer can write program from scratch, but some of them, most of us, relying on code, which was written by smart people out there and already published. We call them library or common program or as such. And 2021, researchers at Alibaba, Chinese technology company, researchers at Alibaba found a new vulnerability in software called Log4j. And until the vulnerability was discovered, hardly anyone knew about what is Log4j. I didn't even know the name of the product. Log4j was a common platform for any software to be able to log the activity, save the track record, and others. So it is a common library for many software, including Cloudflare, Apple iCloud, Minecraft, Tencent, QQ messengers, and others. So many of us, including Twitter and X, take advantage of this code, uses those inside their program. A single vulnerability for Log4j affect from Apple Cloud to Tencent QQ Messenger. The impact of one single vulnerability is huge. We were thrown into a panic back in 2021. And from the post-mortem meeting of this event, security researchers think we need to have a better mechanism, because that time we didn't know which program, which software, which operating system are using Log4j, the very vulnerable component, because it's a secret recipe for many proprietary software vendors. And that's the time where the idea of SBOM, software bills of material, get in. Just as food packages, potato chips, chocolate shake, food package has ingredient labels, and you can understand. So labels to show what is inside, and we need that type of system for software as well. This system uses Log4j. This software is using Log4j. This is not. So that type of software transparency is really necessary. And in the United States, presidential order mandate in a very few circumstances, vendor need to submit the software bills of material. If you like to sell the product to U.S. government, you need to disclose. This is the component. This is the library we use to make this final product. Japan is discussing the similar regulation. EU, of course, have been leading this discussion. But the point is, if anyone goes to, too strict for this type of regulation, there's of course a chilling effect for private sector. If major market allow loose control, that will probably draw a significant unfair competition among vendors. So that's where we all need to think up. I'd like to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Koichiro. This is what I like about INPACE, that I keep learning new stuff. And this is two very concrete proposals: accreditation of IoT devices and software transparency, if you will, and a great way to cooperate, actually way beyond the bilateral ties. And I'm sure our colleagues in Brussels would be delighted to hear that we are needed on regulation, because that's something that we like to do very much. And one of the few things that the EU does also very well. So thank you so much for that. I'm sure we'll continue the discussion. And we'll finally turn to Kartik Nachiappan for the case of India, which is getting us a little bit further away from the Eastern Asia high-tech giants to another giant. So what would be the India's perspective on this? Because it's a slightly different one. It's the Trade and Technology Council track.
Well, first, thank you, Eva, and thank you to INPACE for the opportunity to be here. I was listening to all my colleagues, and Europe's experiences with Japan and Korea pales in comparison to its experience with India so far. And so I'll talk a little bit about that, and maybe also speak a little bit about what the EU and India can do as well. So firstly, I think the TTC between the European Union and India, it's a departure. It's a surprise, right? Remember, these two parties don't really have a deep history of strategic cooperation with one another, and especially on technology-related issues. So the fact that this did come about was an important development. It could be potentially a critical and transformative development over time, but that depends on a lot of other issues as well. Remember, these two parties, it's been hard for them to cooperate strategically because they don't really have bound shared views on world order when it comes to sovereignty, when it comes to free markets, industrial policy, and especially on technologies. Their views differ, and I think those views and interests also constrain and have constrained the TTC so far. It's important because the EU has this kind of a mechanism only with the US, the TTC. And the US is a deep and important ally with whom it shares values and interests. And so India being in that club is important, right? So why did that happen? And why did maybe Europe go in for a TTC with India and not, say, a digital partnership, right? And I think for that, you have to go back to when it was created in 2022. Both partners were in a difficult geopolitical context, and that still remains today. A context marked by intense and rising US-China competition. India has had and is having a lot of problems with China across the border, and especially with its economic and trade relationship with China, and Europe the same with Russia. And so both these partners were looking for some breathing space. They were looking to increasingly coordinate and cooperate to increase their diplomatic space in this international order, particularly on trade, economic, and security issues. And both were also dealing with the pressures and constraints coming out of the pandemic, right? Increasingly, a lot of the supply chain issues, issues relating to market access, industrial policies from the US and China. So that strategic context, it was that strategic imperative which essentially drove the EU-India TTC. It wasn't a bottom-up, ground-up development. It was a top-down, strategically driven imperative for both these partners to cooperate in a world that is and increasingly being marked by intense security competition and the need for partners to have greater economic security. And so that was the kind of impetus for this, for the TTC. And so if you look at the areas in which the EU-India TTC focuses on, it was to give both partners space in all those areas. So whether it's the three working groups, whether it's data, AI, quantum, clean energy technologies, batteries and supply chains, market access, it was to begin a set of conversations between these two partners which could eventually lead to some sort of concrete outcomes and objectives, right? And so that's where we are. There's been a lot of talks, there's been a lot of conversations, but very little in terms of concrete outcomes and actionable outcomes. If I would sum up the EU-India TTC in a word, it's high on promise, but short on delivery. And so both partners have to kind of think through what that delivery means and how it can manifest over time. And that's because both these partners have strategic convergence to cooperate further in this environment, but there's very little normative and institutional alignment, especially on technology-related issues. Let me give you just two quick examples. On data, the EU emphasizes user rights on data. It emphasizes privacy, whereas for India, it's state control. The Indian government prefers a technology and digital ecosystem with the state as the anchor. And so that has been an issue of difference between both partners, and I suspect will be over time. Cybersecurity, the EU, as Michael mentioned, is pretty open on attribution. India is not. India is not comfortable yet to openly discussing the kinds of attacks it's been receiving online and how it would proceed thereafter. There's a lot of issues with respect to market access and tariffs still. CBAM is a huge problem in India, and I suspect that's not going to change anytime soon. So there's a clear normative and institutional divergence on issues relating to trade, technology, and security. And I think that also constrains and weighs on what the TTC can do now and over time. But what that means is that there has to be much more focused discussions on what are some of the critical priority areas. 5G, 6G is one. India is now thinking about how it's going to develop its next generation telecom networks. It's working closely with the US on that. And I suspect there's some space, given what's happening in Europe, for that kind of cooperation. Semiconductors, there's an ongoing effort to create a new ecosystem, a supply chain. And India is trying to plug itself as one cog in that supply chain. And I think Europe is keen on that as well. So can Europe, I think certainly the Dutch can perform some high-end functions in that ecosystem, and other partners can do other functions. And I think if we can think through where India fits in and where Europe fits in this broader reimagination of a semiconductor supply chain in Asia, that's important. There are other issues that I think both countries can work on together. But the one critical aspect is we have to move it from beyond just the EU and the Indian government here. we have to get the private sector involved. One big difference in the technology conversations that India is having with the United States right now, and has been for the last couple of years, is that they're moving beyond governments. They want to create synergies between ecosystems. So firms, scientific establishments, think tanks, and other actors who are part of this entire tech digital ecosystem are now talking to one another, are now thinking about what they can do to one another, and investing in one another. So how can we move the EU-India technology discussion beyond just the EU and the Indian government? And that's, I think, a big question for the future. On Singapore, I don't know if you want me to talk about it now, but maybe I'll stop here and I can come back to the Southeast Asian part maybe later. Okay.
Thanks a lot. I mean, what you're saying about the whole ecosystem approach and involvement of business and research community is really key, because always the stumbling block is at the governmental level. And so this is, I believe, also what INPACE is about. Before I open the floor, just start thinking about your questions already. But I know that Dr. Kim wanted to step in with a quick remark, right?
Thank you. When I was first responses, I all talked about the diplomacy and strategic perspectives of the Korean side, but I slightly touch upon some opportunities and challenges a little bit, so it will be okay. Yeah. So the challenges in Korea and many other areas are still the talking each other, so understanding each other. It is still a problem. So since more than 20 years, they are the technology specialists and then policy specialists are still talking, but they cannot understand. They are sat in the same table, but they don't understand each other. So we still need the translations. What can be the problem on this side can be translated in this way and that way in the other sections. So those kind of things can be a good starting point to EU and Korea or the other partners to keep thinking. And the other way, the Korean governments are trying to understand the cybersecurity issues in a more broadened economic security issues. So it gives more alarming call also for the economic security specialists, but still, if we give more community and foundations to understand cybersecurity, the implications or the importance. But still, if we only think about the economic security, the cybersecurity as one part of the economic security spectrums, then it's really easy to think the cybersecurity as a burden or a cost. So that's my dilemmas. And then finally, about some kind of opportunities, maybe the Michael said yesterday, maybe we can collaborate with the attributions, like my Indian colleague said that, and also some kind of sanctions and how we can make our guidelines or regulations and criteria to act together. So in those kind of things in EU, do you have the diplomacy toolkits, and then those kind of toolkits can be developed or shared with some like-minded countries to react together. So the Korean government, so with EU or the German or the US and UK, we publicly naming and shaming and make joint publications on the advisory things. But what can be the guidelines? What can be the criteria? When can we do that? So those kind of conversations can one step down to earth to work together in the policy sections, but it still deals with the cybersecurity diplomacy issues at the same time. So those kind of things can be a good example to work together, and also the SBOM and enlarging the SBOM issues into a general ICT supply chain issues. Those can be another options to think in the futures. And finally, maybe the capacity building. Yeah, we need the capacity building, and just not the need to help each other, but what can be the capacity building? What can be the purpose of the capacity building? So through the capacity building, what we're gonna to get from each other. So it is not just about the technological capacity building, but also the politically or the legally, or making some kind of procedures or guidelines, regulations. We can help each other. So those kind of enlarging cyber capacity building can be a good options for us. Thank you.
Okay. I know that you are already trying to or wanting to react to each other, which is great. But I would like to also include the audience. So if you have any questions or comments to anything that has been said, I think we have we'll speak now because according to the agenda, we only have 10 minutes. I'd like to get back to the panel. There's lots that hasn't been said. Okay, so I know Svetlana has a question. I have a couple of questions too. Raluca, so let's do Svetlana, Raluca. I'll dare to squeeze in mine. While we can...
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is really great discussion. I have a comment about India, okay? Because you said that India and Europe agreed on the political framework, but it doesn't move much, right? So yeah. I actually have to say that in my experience, what is missing, and I know this from another working group, for India, TTC, not for digital, but for other, is that the operational framework is missing. So because in Europe we have a mechanism for this, to support. Of course, it's not the policy makers of high level who will do the operational work, right? So on the European side, we have projects, well, here it's INPACE to support digital partnership, there are other projects, so there are operational people to support. But who in India is supporting, and that is, for me, a comment here, of course, it's not a policy makers, right? But if we want to go, INPACE wants to go to India and do concrete things, who is the operational counterpart? Of course, we have great INPACE partners, right? But they're not yet empowered by the Indian government. When it will be, that will move much easier for INPACE and similar to other projects. So we need counterparts, operational people need counterparts. And that is, I see this, it's this layer is missing, but hopefully it will come soon, okay? And then it will move because we need operational people.
Thank you very much for this very interesting panel. I really enjoyed the conversation. I have more of a general question and also a question zooming in on India as well with the Trade and Technology Council. Well, the general question is, and I think all of you showcase this. The digital partnerships and the Trade and Technology Council sometimes tend to read as a laundry list of this and that. Where do you see kind of the priorities or kind of the short-term priorities, the emphasis being laid in the digital partnerships that would be of interest to both the partners and the EU? A question regarding Japan, just to exemplify, you mentioned semiconductors, undersea cables, so that can be an interesting entry point to discussing kind of the priority areas of interest. And then related to the TTC, really enjoyed kind of the analysis of the current status quo. One of the takeaways, constructive criticisms related to the US-EU TTC was also involving the stakeholders, private sector earlier in the conversations to make it more organic. So I really appreciate that. But then the question would be in the trade and technology, which should be amplified first, the technology or the trade, to get things moving faster? Thank you.
Yeah, so specific to India, I think he has pinpointed very clearly where we are lagging. But I believe we just started in 2023 June, I mean, 3 meetings are already held, and there are strategic roadmaps are laid down in 3 core groups. There are core groups are set up. It takes time to establish certain things in a systematic manner, but we believe that by 2025 we will have a very good progress, particularly, TTC. For example, there are good number of, technologies are foreseen for both sides to be established and, to be maintained supply chain, particularly semiconductor. I mean, of course, India is working very closely with US for semiconductor, but as a supply chain, Europe is looking very closely with India to meet their supply chain. So, I mean, 3 infrastructures are getting laid down in India. One in Ahmedabad, another one is in Guwahati, another one is in Kolkata. So I hope these infrastructures are mainly through this TTC and maintain the supply chain. So things are evolving, but it takes time. We do agree.
The last one.
Thank you, sir. Francis Balestra from National Center for Scientific Research in France, also European Scientific Institute. Just to mention for India, we organized 2 weeks ago in Brussels a joint meeting with some representatives from the Indian Semiconductor Mission. So there was some policy presentation by European Commission, the Indian Semiconductor Mission, and so with something like 30 experts, half from India, from Europe. So we discussed joint topics for possible cooperation in the field of semiconductors, and so that involving industrial representative, also academic representative from India and from Europe. That was a very interesting discussion to strengthen technology cooperation in the field of semiconductors. So the beginning of this month in Brussels.
I think India is generating a lot of interest, and if I can just chip in, over 10 years ago, also on the EU-India track, the idea was to do a sort of a marketplace, a common marketplace for ideas, and it was precisely because it was stuck at the governmental level, and the idea was precisely seeing this potential in SMEs and startups on both sides, just to kind of bring them together into a common marketplace and let it be. And I think that there's a lot of things that have been done, it's just that we don't know about them. And that's perhaps one of the, kind of very separation of the highest level political track and the very kind of organic practical ones, because there are things going on the kind of lowest level that the political ones are not simply aware of as well. But there was a question on priorities, which I think is a great one, and it also my tiny one on this networking opportunity of there's few things that you said, talking about the attribution, for instance, of joining forces on what I would call the cyber domain awareness, bringing on this maritime domain awareness, networking opportunities. Also mapping what are the connections between, let's say, India and Japan, Japan and Korea, to see what and how we can actually plug in. So that was not necessarily, maybe your thoughts on what would be the lowest common denominator that would be somehow feasible in practical terms. And we can just, combine it with any of your final thoughts that you have. And shall we go in the original order? Because then Michael wanted to say a few words anyway. So I'll start with you. And then we just go with.
Thank you. Well, one question on your presentation when you made this proposal for the IoT accreditation, I think which is a good and interesting one. But you mentioned, and I wonder on purpose or not, harmonization. Mm-hmm. If I harmonization, all alarm clocks start ringing. Because within the European Union, it took us, I think, 21 years to harmonize the regulations for architects. So if you want to do IoT harmonization, I would say we should go for the other way, the equivalency which we used, because that leaves much more room for national frameworks, and harmonization is a very tedious and maybe impossible way to go. So I would put a question mark there. The other comment which I just like to make is top down or bottom up. Well, I think especially in Asia, it's not either or, it's and. I mean, we have seen that again with Japan when the digital partnership was signed. Prime Minister Abe was flying to Brussels to sign that document together with the President of the European Commission at the time, Juncker. That was a symbol, because this kind, content-wise, this was a document which normally ambassadors are empowered to sign because it's not regarded to be that important. But the idea was high visibility. And I think if you're also wondering how to get in India to find a partner, well, one possibility is just to get it on the agenda of a ministerial council, and the ministers basically say, oh, what the hell is this? Please, next time report to us. Then you have the, from the top, and the down has to work. So I mean, this is relatively easy but you have to get it on the agenda and then get the machineries working. I think the new ecosystems. I think new ecosystems. I hear that very often, and I hear it from every country. So that might be a chance to get something done. But on the other side, if I hear it from every country, there's a danger to fall into the nationalistic or limited approach. So therefore, I think that should be an area where cooperation should be number one, in order to avoid that ecosystems are set up that at the end of the day are not really open and compatible what is going on. So I think that could also be an area where interconnectivity and networking would be essential, and I think this is something which could be done within that framework here, because the framework, I think, is big enough in order to create momentum. And once the train is moving, others want to jump on the train. But I think it has not left the station yet.
Regarding the priorities, if I enlarge the whole economic security issues with the cybersecurity, I have no idea actually yet, but still, and regarding the advancing questions too, with the EU, Japan, Singapore, and Korea together, maybe what can we do? So personally, I'm not sure about the government's positions yet, but personally, I'm talking with some kind of issues like a cyber capacity building in depth, how we can implement it like a step 2, and how we can make a training and exercise as a useful way, and not just as I said before, not just technically, but also politically and legally, and those kind of. And the third one is a little bit, for Koreans, it is a little bit new one. So responding the foreign malign information interferences. So countering on that issues, the misinformation issues, the bilaterally or the trilaterally, I'm talking with those kind of issues with some experts in those countries. So maybe those kind of things can be another options for work together. And finally, maybe digital trade as the cybersecurity issues. So the cybersecurity components are really, really reflected in the digital trade issues. So those kind of things can be another options. So thank you.
You can invite your colleagues perhaps to join the INPACE project and eventually, get at least the software, the platform.
All right. So my turn. I think I may use the word harmonization, without any without care, and it may sound very naive to you. However, I think if harmonization of global policy is so easy. There's no tax haven on Earth, no Cayman Island, no Panama, and it didn't take 100 years for all of us to sign UN UNCLOS. How we govern the ocean. So I know the process may take time, but by saying we need the harmonization of IoT device regulation is because in Japan we see many cheap, very good IoT devices manufactured in China. Very cheap, and I would say it's a great product without any care for security. And since there's no cost or no investment for cybersecurity, those products are, stay competitive in the market, and there's no barrier for. Well, it's really the choice of our consumer: buy secure product or buy cheap, but still insecure product. And I think for anyone, like including Japanese government, can step into this issue and set the minimum bar for any devices, and that's where we need to start with, and then there's a minor differences. So the regulation in United States, Japan, EU differ a little bit, but the nature of cyberspace, nature of technology, I would say it's not impossible for us to have a common global IoT device regulatory framework. Thank you.
Thank you. We're running a little bit behind the schedule, but I'm leaving the best for all the questions on India for Karthik, so you have the final word.
Maybe I'll just try to answer it collectively if I can. So the way I see it, if the broader goal for US allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific, and I would include Europe, Japan, India, and Korea in that list, if the broader goal is economic security, then I think India plays a critically important role in advancing that, right? As a provider of different kinds of manufacturing goods, as a provider of services, as a leader in some high-end, cutting-edge technologies. I think India has a specific and important role to play. The challenge is, how do we redirect investments? Because clearly there is enough political and strategic will to enable this to happen. So how do we operationalize this? And I completely agree, which is where I think the gaps are, is how do we bring these different actors, the firms, the universities, the other scientific establishments, how do we collectively bring them together in a way to advance this collective goal that we have of economic security? And which, so I think, and I think it's, I take your point that it will take time. Of course it'll take time, but there's a lot that we can do that we should be doing now, right? And the case in point here is the US-India relationship, right? The technology and defense partnerships over the last few years have come a long way. And they've come a long way because both parties are keen to address the systemic challenges and problems that have always prevented close cooperation, right? And I think that can happen with Europe as well. And we probably will have to move away from the normative aspect, the rule-making aspects at some level, which is what the US has done as well. I mean, the US is not keen to create or contribute to any kinds of global technology rules, right? It's looking at how it can protect and expand and advance its own economic security, and India becomes a key partner there. And so the question for me is Europe willing to move a little bit further down that path, right? And that's something that I don't really have the answer to. And finally, on the question on what can we do more right away, whether it's trade or technology. I mean, let's stay away from the trade side is probably an easy answer to that. But can we focus on data, right? If there's a way in which we can free up data sharing, data flows between the EU and India, which would mean some kind of a bilateral agreement, given India's new law, I think that would help also in unlocking different kinds of opportunities in the DPI space, in AI and other kinds of digital economic activity. So data is something that I think is an important part of all these tech questions. And space, I think there's a lot of interest, openness, given how far India has come with respect to opening up its own space sector. And I know that Europe has a very open and vibrant and deep space tech ecosystem. Can we do more there? And finally, the maritime domain awareness, which is, I think, the Quad's signature achievement over the last few years, is maritime domain awareness. How can we use different kinds of digital and tech capabilities to help countries figuring out what's happening on their coastline? So the Quad has done a lot on that. Is there a space for the EU to collaborate with the Quad? Maybe, perhaps. Again, that's another question we should talk about. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. And I hope you'll forgive me that we went almost 10 minutes over time into our coffee break, but I think it just says a lot about the quality of discussions. So mental note, next time we will foresee an hour and a half. So apologies for that, but thank you so much, and please join me in thanking all the speakers.
Okay, so then now I will give floor to our moderators. Frank, now the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Jae-sung. Thank you all for being here for that second session where we will discuss about smart and sustainable cities, and looking especially on the need for trustworthy and human-centric digital ecosystems. So the séance is quite packed today because we have a row of 5 speakers and we will be 2 moderators on seat. So I will be together with Mr. Deon Cho, also from the Ministry of Land and Infrastructures. How do we get the slides being on the screen? I don't know. I don't have the slides. Ah, it's coming. Thank you. Just a quick word about me, so you know about my mindset. Maybe it will help understand where I go. I'm Frank from EGM, a French company. We are involved in developing open source and standardized software, mostly dealing with smart cities and territories. We have one software which is a part of Stelio, Twin Peaks, and so on, which are in the ecosystem, which will be presented later on. I'm also chair of a standardization committee in ETSI, which is a European Telecom for Standard Institute. And finally, I'm also part of INPACE project, where I'm in charge of more. Okay, I have the flag of innovation and entrepreneurship lead in the project, and also I'm leader of the second cluster, which is looking at innovation and entrepreneurship for sustainable well-being. Maybe if you would like to say a few words about you.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Deon Cho from KAIA. KAIA is a Korea agency for infrastructure and technology advancement, and which is sponsored by MORIT, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transportation. So basically I'm working at it's a strategic part for smart cities and many advanced technology. Especially I'm a former program director of National Smart City Strategic Program in Korea from 2018 to 2021. So this session, I think we are thinking about the future of a smart city beyond the smart cities. Basically, traditionally smart city focused on the ICT-driven smart cities, but we're thinking about the digital transformation and social inclusion, and how can we combine the advanced technology, for example, AI and digital twin and IoT technology also. So I hope this session will be good lessons and good, the guiding light for future smart city. Thank you.
Thank you. So to also set a bit the scene, I will just put a few slides on where we stand from the European perspective. So you probably heard that there are a number of acts which have been pushed by the Commission, which helps or which set even sometimes the regulation in Europe. So there is, for example, the Data Act, which is about encouraging secure, fair, and trusted exchange of data. We can mention the Digital Service Act, which is about or which is addressing all issues with illegal content, which is advocating transparent advertising and misinformation. There is also the Interoperable Europe Act, which is about setting setting a legal framework for cross-border exchange over Europe. And there is, quite recently, the EU Artificial Act, which is, let's say, one of the first common legal comprehensive framework for AI, which is putting a number of things on the paper and which raise a number of questions on how to make it in practice. So that's also our job as technologists to look at these acts and provide technological answers to how enable them, because that's not written in the text. Also, where we come from, we have been working quite a lot in the past on semantic interoperability, data exchange, how to exchange data in an interoperable way. That's where we have been working on standardization in ETSI. And quite happy that also these specifications are in use in India, in South Korea, in Japan. In Singapore, not yet, I think, but I think they're starting looking at it as well. So it's a baseline also for future collaboration. But now we need to think forward, and the European Commission is going one step further, and they're pushing now what they call the local digital twins, the Cityverse. So they have been launching big programs. They call it EDIC, which is a grouping of different states in Europe which are going together. And one of them is looking at local digital twin and Cityverse, which is kind of metaverse for the city. So I expect that in the session we invited a number of speakers. So it's going to be quite difficult probably, because I will ask my speakers to more be in a pitch like approach, because we have only 1 hour ahead of us. So being short, so hopefully we'll have time for questions afterward. So we'll start with Mr. Shalangonda, who is CEO of the Fireware Foundation, who will present us about interoperable and cross-sectorial data spaces. Then with Mr. Indergopal from India, who will present how they are dealing with data to go for city transformation in India. Then Mr. Park, who will present ideas to have means to evaluate carbon neutrality level of cities, because it's good to say we are smart cities, but then if we want to be carbon neutral at some point, maybe we need some KPIs for that. Ms. Dr. Iwunli, then we will present the program, the approach on the Koran level side for smart cities. And last but not least, we'll finish with Mr. Professor Jeo Kim, who will present his call for the digital twin campus. We had MOU signature yesterday where we agreed that we will collaborate in these aspects. So I think this will be a nice presentation. Let's start then with the next presentation of Mr. Shalagoda. Either sit or up, as you prefer.
I can complete my steps. Yeah, hello everybody. Thanks, Frank. So myself, I'm just 2 weeks old into the CEO role of Fireware Foundation, but I have been in the Fireware Foundation ecosystem or Fireware ecosystem for more than 10 years. So as a contributor, as a person who built the company based on Fireware architecture, plus being a board member, then I joined as an architect on the technical side. So I've evolved into many roles. Finally, right now I'm made as a CEO, selected as a CEO by the board. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the importance of the interoperable and the cross-sectorial interoperable data exchanges and the data spaces. And most of you, how many of you are aware here about data spaces, which we are talking a lot in Europe? Because I know whenever I cross the continents, it's the same term, but it's the same meaning, but it's the term changes. How many of you know about data spaces? Ah, that's good. I think non-Europeans also know about it. That's very good. So I spoke to USA and they say that it's called a data exchange framework in USA, and in also some parts in Asia they also call it as a data exchange framework. So I would like to actually start some presentation about interoperable and cross-sectorial. So why we need it and how we can achieve it. I'm not going to give you I would like to step into my architecture cap as a habit and go into details of it, but I don't want to go there. But at least I will put a framework that how we can achieve that one. It's important also that not only in the context of INPACE, but in a general, the global data exchange is enabled and happens seamless, because there are many reasons for that actually. So I just say that what is the data space as such. So there are sovereign platforms all over the world. They want to also keep their data, agree, and also have the legal framework followed, which is dictated by the place where they are. And then they would like to share only data which is needed for the business purpose or for travel or tourism purpose with the rest of the platforms. So all these platforms can join a data space, which is a virtual cloud, which is not, there is no centralized server which is kept somewhere in the middle of the ocean where everyone is sitting and attaching their platform. So it's basically a virtual cloud, enabling the data exchange, ensuring that people get only, or the other platforms get data only which is needed, not more than, not less. And still they should be able to control their own data. That is the idea. Moving forward, why do we need actually this one? So we have created a lot of great digital platforms. We actually started with opening the silos, let the data flow and all this. But we still ended up creating more silos. So maybe we integrated the local different infrastructures, different platforms. Say, for example, in the city, we were able to successfully integrate the utilities, the weather, transportation, for example. But it is still inside the city. But why can't I actually use the same city card or the travel card when I cross the border? Because in Europe, it's a single digital market. The data should flow as such. So why it not? So that's where actually the thinking has started. Then how do we ensure that the data is acquired and the solutions are provided? So here again, data space, please don't keep the data space only for the data. It's also for the services. So a service which I developed on my platform here can be useful somewhere else. It might be solving the same problem somewhere else. But without actually I go there and deploy my service on that platform, how can I still enable an access to my service so that the people from other geographies can access it? So that is also another. And this is very important for private sector for scalability and market growth. Then we still have a lack of transparency and traceability. So we don't know exactly, we provide an API access, but we don't know exactly why and where that data is going and who is using it. Once it is out, it's out. So particularly the AI adoption actually has driven a lot of these things because these AI models are hungry for data. So they are grabbing every data which is available out there and training their models and offering the solutions. And I'd like to introduce a term called provenance to data, which means that the data is validated. Data has all the approvals of the data owner and the data originator. And there is a trace of that data, where it came from, who has updated and when it was tampered or not, is it a real data? So this is what we need right now. So we don't need all the data because now we need a provenance data where we basically can assure that this is the right data and not tampered. What does it mean? Easy acquisition for the data and the services. The target market expansion for a private sector, because the private sector is, unless we have a private sector motivated and excited about these things, it will still stay as a regulation, still stay as a government initiative. Then we need to get trust and traceability across the borders. Why we need this cross-sectorial interoperability? So why are we talking about this now? So we have been living for quite a many thousands of years happily. So now why we need it? We have a growing AI adoption. So we were talking to some of the areas in the world, developing countries. They were actually saying that the current AI solutions are not addressing their concerns because the data, it's not being trained on that data. So for example, some of the LLMs are not accurate not even 50% accurate for African region. For Europe and in USA, they are almost 90%. Then digital product passports. I think this is the main, one of the main initiatives which is coming up, is every product which is imported now should have digital product passports. It's not only the governments asking for it, it's consumers are also asking for it. They just want to scan a QR code and they need to get where the raw material has originated, how much carbons have been emitted transferring this one, how much carbons have been emitted producing this, and how much I am getting. So what is my carbon footprint? This is only one example. It's only a sustainability aspect of it. Privacy and personal data exchange both goes in time to time. So for example, if I'm living in one country in Europe, and if I cross the border, and if I I don't wish for it, but if I meet an accident or something and an ambulance needs to access my data, so they need to really have an access of critical information, what I need, what are the allergies I have, and all these things. So this needs to be ensured, and privacy policies should not hinder this, because this is a matter of life and death. Then the energy, agriculture, these are all cross-sectorial, getting more. Finance is important, manufacturing, mobility, and tourism, because we are all sharing our data with booking.coms and all these things right away without knowing what we're doing. But we have to ensure that this is also done properly. Well, how we achieve this one? I'm not going to go very deep into it. A data interface agreement, because if a platform joins a data space, it's not enough. It needs to ensure that whatever the data it is sending or whatever the service they are providing, it needs to be interpretable, understandable by others. So if you're talking about a data space where there will be thousands of platforms participating in it, you can't actually have 1,000 different interfaces, 1,000 different data models there. So it's important to have a single streamlined data model. I know it's impossible to agree on this, because some people want to have, say, MQTT is the best, and some people want to use APIs, REST APIs. So we are still arguing about that. But it is important to have a good governance model in the place, so that which ensures this happens. Trace and provenance, this is one of the most important thing, that we need to understand how much data, what type of data, who tampered with it, is it really an authenticated data, is it directly coming from the data originator, or is it being curated? Trust and verification, so a data owner, when they share the data, they need to understand where it is going and how it is used. That is all about the sovereignty. Then I can't emphasize more that data space is not a technical solution. It's a combination. Technical part is only 30 to 40%, my point of view. It's the governance model of the data space, especially across the borders, across the sectors. So that's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Chandra. So I suggest that we move to the next speaker, who will collect the questions at the end, even if... so we'll go for the second. Yes. For the data space topic, I don't know if it's a topic in South Korea. We have not seen much on data space today in South Korea, so maybe at some point we could discuss at the end on what are the positions. And then the next speaker will be Dr. Gopal on what's happening on India, the side of smart cities. Yes, it will arrive. It takes a few seconds to arrive. Yes.
Oh, okay. Hi. Good morning. Actually, it's probably good afternoon. Sorry. So I'm a professor at the Indian Institute of Science, which actually is one of the oldest institutions, research institutions in India. And I also run something called the Center of Data for Public Good, which is kind of affiliated with the university. And in the Center of Data for Public Good, we have built a whole bunch of different data spaces, to use the in vogue term. I'm going to tell you a little bit about it, very briefly. And our focus really is technology, right? We're basically a bunch of software developers, software engineers, creating open source code. But what we have found is, in this kind of an area, it's very difficult to just write code. I mean, what you've really got to do is implement a real system and actually solve real problems. Otherwise, you don't know whether what you're doing is actually adding any value to anyone. So we have actually built a whole bunch of real systems that are in production in cities, in 52 different cities in India, and in the agricultural sector, in the health sector, in geospatial. So there's a whole variety of different things that we have done in India. And I'll just very briefly allude to it, and I'm happy to talk more during the course of the day. So let me kind of start by talking a little bit about technology and, maybe boring you guys a little bit, and then we'll talk a little bit about how we're using the technology. So this is, to add to my friend Chandra's view, this is kind of what, at least our view of a data space is, very much focused around something at the core of it, which is a data exchange, but then you have data at the bottom, you have ecosystem, you have a governance mechanism, policy, economic issues, and so forth. So a data space is actually a very complicated thing, but at the core is some technology. So let's just kind of drill in a little bit and talk about that technology, and then I'll talk a little bit about a piece of that in slightly more detail. So the technology is essentially a middleware platform that sits in the cloud. At the bottom is a bunch of data that kind of feeds into that middleware platform. And this data can be from public or private sources. It can be personal or non-personal data, right? So a lot of the data increasingly is personal data. It has PII information either explicitly or implicitly. And on the top, you see a bunch of applications that are being developed. These may be in the space of mobility, in the space of safety, public safety, you have use cases, and then increasingly you have training of AI models, right? So data is being used, being sourced from this, going through the middleware, and then being used to train models, right? And this could be done by governments, startups, industry, and so forth. So the middleware is, in our case, all open source, entirely 100% open source, and consists of two broad components. One is what we call the control functions, which basically allow you to find data, right? Where is the data that you need to solve a particular problem? So there's metadata, there's descriptors of data, there's searchable ways in which, programmatically searchable ways in which you can get data, and then you can also get authorization and consent for the data, right? So this is all controlling the flow of the data. And then there's a data plane which actually moves the data, right? So initially what it does is it transfers the data to a standard API. So we are using the same set of APIs that are prevalent in Europe, NGSI LD, which are standardized by ETSI. And that's done in runtime, right? As the data, so the data is actually stored not in the exchange is just a transit. The data is actually stored externally. At the time that someone wants the data, it's pulled out, translated into the appropriate format, presented through the standardized API, right? Standardized format and standardized API. And then on top of that, there are two things which are kind of unique to what we are doing, right? Which I'll talk about a little bit more. One is something that I call a privacy framework, which as the data is being moved through, it essentially it cleans the data, right? It gets rid of all the personal identifying information associated with the data. And then there's an analytics framework which creates a set of AI/ML frameworks and so forth, which allows data to be used by the application in a very easy fashion. The privacy framework is actually something I want to talk a little bit more about and delve into slightly more detail. I think there was a question, actually I attended one of these AI sessions yesterday, and somebody asked a question, well, if I'm training an AI model and the data is from India, how do I know that data conforms to GDPR, right? And how can I trust that data, right? I think I forget who asked that question, but somebody, oh, you did, okay, you did ask that question. So the answer is you cannot, right? You cannot trust the data, right? There's absolutely no way that you can, but what you can do is you can use technological solutions to perhaps clean the data in some fashion, right? To remove personal identifying information and put it through a privacy filter, right? And that's essentially what we try to do, right? So I'm not going to spend time here, but just to give you a sense, there's a hierarchy of data that we have. There's open data, which everyone can get hold of. There's high-value data, which is not necessarily sensitive or personal data, but it has some value, so you want to protect who gets access to it. So you want things like authorization, access control, and so forth. And then there's on the top of it, the top of the hierarchy is personal and sensitive data. So this might be things like health data, financial data, various perhaps national security data. And here, what you want to do is you want to be very, very careful in the way you release data, right? And there's a set of privacy-enhancing technologies that have been developed in the community, right? Which are in various degrees of maturity. Right? So things like differential privacy, for example, secure multi-party compute, homomorphic encryption, right? The federated learning. These are all kind of the technical terms. In different cases, they do different things, and they allow you to move data in such a way that it essentially makes the data secure and allows you. Got it. I think he's kind of going to give me the yank very soon. I want to just show this slide, and I'm not going to talk to it. But basically, there will be three. What I have here is a way in which different technologies, right, are used in different ways. So, for example, on the left-hand side, there's something called a secure compute environment, where you have data from different sources. The data might be sensitive. You want to train a model, a shared AI model, but without divulging the data in any way, right? So you want to create a secure computing platform for that. And there are things like SMPC, secure multi-party compute. There's a whole variety of cryptographic techniques, right, that have been used there, right? In the middle, what you're trying to do is you're trying to bring in sensitive data. You want to expose only data that does not have private information to the model itself. And there you use things like differential privacy or k-anonymity. There are various techniques like that. The picture on the right is where you rather than having a single model, right, which you train and bring data in and have exposure, security and privacy exposure, what you do is you push the learning out to the edges of the network, right, the edges of the system. You do distributed learning, and then you aggregate the model, and that's called federated learning, right? So again, just to give you a sense of what these buzzwords mean. But what we've done is we've brought it all together, right? We've brought it all together. We've taken all these different techniques, brought it all together, and created this layer of a privacy framework. And this is something that I think actually could be very interesting in terms of a collaboration opportunity, because it's done as open source. We are funded by the Ministry of Electronics and IT in India, and we're building this platform, this suite of technologies as a layer of privacy-enhancing technologies that actually I think could be valuable not just for India, but potentially for collaborators on a global basis. Anyway, let me end with this slide. This is, I promise, my last slide. What we have done is, as I mentioned before, worked in a whole bunch of different areas, right? And I can tell you more details. IUDX, maybe some of you may have heard it. It's deployed in 52 Indian cities. It employs a lot of the technologies that I talked about. Agricultural data exchange is a particular large state in southern part of India, state of Telangana. And that deploys a lot of the personal identifying protection technologies that we talked about. There's something we're doing in the state of Chhattisgarh that relates to private benefits. And then we're also working on healthcare data, actually, which has a lot of personal information and something that I think we're very excited about the opportunity to play in that space. So let me stop here and turn it over back to Frank.
Thanks a lot, Inder, for the presentation. Yes, next time we think about Symposium, we'll have to think about bigger sessions. I don't know, because we... I'm going to welcome the next speaker, Mr. Park, who will present us his idea or his work even on KPIs framework for carbon neutral cities. And I think that could be an interesting also presentation. And I know there are some interaction or some activities going in Europe on this aspect as well. So, Dr. Park, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm thrilled to be here today to introduce our key project of carbon neutral city. Actually, as some of you know, I was supposed to attend the INPACE workshop in Jeju Island, but due to a minor accident, I couldn't make it. I'm a Dr. Jung Park, not professor, and from K-Water, not Seoul National University. Okay. Globally, there are a lot of talk about solving the urban issues, including carbon neutral and inclusive growth. Yet, we often don't know the current status of our cities or how much we are contributing to the global climate crisis. I believe this lack of understanding is one of the key problems. The purpose of my presentation is focus on the answers about two questions regarding KPI for carbon neutral cities. Okay, then let's dive into the first question. I introduced this slogan last Friday, yeah. And I believe everyone here is familiar with this slogan. When you talk about sustainable growth and development, as well as inclusive growth, the first step is accurately understand the current state of our cities. But unfortunately, due to the unique characteristic of cities in each country, it is difficult to apply one-size-fits-all standards to evaluate them. That's why I believe we're at a point where we need a solution to address this challenge. As you can see the picture on the slide, even within a single city, there's a diverse infrastructure and lifestyle. This is the second question. Within just one city, we can see stark differences in infrastructures and lifestyle. By closely analyzing these differences, we can identify which areas are more vulnerable. It's not just about blindly adopting technology and advanced system. Before adopting this system or technique, we need to identify vulnerable areas and create solutions specifically tailored to them. This should be part of a process when planning and building carbon neutral cities. Okay, I'm looking to answer two questions through KPI for carbon neutral cities. Okay, as you well know, the UN SDG have established 17 goals to achieve sustainable development and pursuing for them by 2030. Specifically, as you can see, the UN SDG include two goals directly related to the cities. The international standard organizations are striving to reduce confusion among various stakeholders and enhance interoperability by establishing and managing numerous standards to achieve the UN SDGs. However, when we actually try to apply these international standards to cities, we face challenges. This is due to the regional differences, as well as the varying lifestyle and infrastructures to each city. Cities inevitably produce carbon emission as population concentrate. Indeed, many papers and research reports suggest that by 2050, 70% of the world's population will live in cities, and over 75% of the world's carbon emission will come from these urbanized areas. The climate change that accompany urbanization threatens us with a vicious cycle structure where it deteriorates quality of life. Therefore, ironically, the inconvenience that we must endure to reduce carbon emission in cities ultimately improve the quality of life. For this reason, many countries and cities around the world have started to join group and discuss common standards and responses, such as Race to Zero campaign and the Coalition of 21 and the Climate Leadership Group per city. One of the common themes discussed in the campaign and solidarity is the need for accurate evaluation method and indicators. Okay, carbon neutrality is a highly challenging issue to gauge as it is invisible and difficult to estimate. Moreover, assessing carbon neutrality through sample survey can be even more difficult and risky. Hence, I believe the first step toward achieving carbon neutrality is to develop evaluation indicators. Okay, this slide shows that our project for ISO standards. So I'm gonna skip this. As we can see, there are gaps associated with the ISO's standard for carbon neutrality. IWA 42 does not consider regional variation, and environmental domain is not distinguished. And ISO 37120 evaluate urban services and quality of life with standardized indicators, and particularly environmental indicators are evaluated with statistical variables. This gap implies that we need to develop more comprehensive and effective measures to tackle carbon neutrality at the city level. From this gap, I suggest develop a key performance indicator for the achieve and evaluation of carbon neutral cities. The title of new standards is Indicators for Carbon Neutral Cities. This slide compares the structure of our proposal with other standards. We plan to create a method that take into account both emission and reduction to achieve actual natural emission, while also being specialized for carbon neutrality by applying it in mutually supportive way with the evaluation system related to smart city, resilient city, and ESG. Okay, I only have 1 minute. This slide shows the KPI for TC268 of ISO. Okay, due to the time limitation, I'm gonna skip this. Okay, our KPI are going to consist of 2 parts, as you can see. After KPI for carbon neutral cities are developed, we are planning to apply them as a pilot project in the Busan Eco-Delta Smart City, which K-Water is currently developing. As I already mentioned before, the black line is Busan Eco-Delta Workfront City, and red dashed line shows the Busan Eco-Delta Smart City. Okay, that's everything I've prepared. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thanks a lot. No, it was a nice presentation. I was wondering if maybe we could discuss, if we have time afterward, because I think there are some complementary or similar activities on the ITU side and ETSI side, and maybe the guys from Martel knows about what is happening there. So maybe side discussions will be interesting afterward. I suggest now we move to the next speaker, who is Dr. Lee, who will present us the global program on Kaya side related to smart cities.
Hello, my name is Hyewon Lee. I'm from Kaya. Through this opportunity, I want to introduce our organizations and then what we are doing in terms of smart cities internationally, in terms of international collaboration, and also what we are trying to do in the future. First of all, The KAIA is a Korean agency for infrastructure technology advancement, which is national R&D funding and management agency under the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. We call it shortly MOLIT. Our annual R&D budget is about 306 million euros, which is quite not a big portion compared to the whole Korea's national R&D funding, which is about 17 billion euros. But it actually is more like dedicated to the infrastructure and mobility and practical R&D sectors. This is a quite main achievements we have done throughout our R&D in the sector of infrastructure. We have done like a super long span bridge and skyscraper buildings and LNG plants, etc. And in urban housing sectors, we have done some R&D in the zero energy housings and modular building and smart city security services. And also quite big scale smart city R&D program has been implemented for the past 5 years by us as well. And in the transport sectors, the high-speed electric multiple unit or urban transit, the maglev train. There are some quite diverse projects that has been implemented in the transport sector as well. There are quite diverse partners we have in the regions internationally, like Belgium, China, Netherlands, and Finland, etc. In this chapter, I want to introduce about what Korea Smart City Project has, how the Korea Smart City Project has been implemented. We have a Smart City Creation and Industry Promotion Act. And in the Act, the Smart City has been defined as a sustainable city wherein various city services are provided based upon the city infrastructure constructed by converging, integrating construction technologies, information and communication technology, etc., to enhance its competitiveness and livability. Korea Smart City Project has been sort of initiated around 2004 in a format of building a new town, constructing a new town. We call it UCT. This concept has been built up and developed around 2014 to provide representative public services through one integrated platform, which has been also developed in the third phase that smart city concept has been brought up, and the smart city R&D program has been started from 2018. This is the smart city R&D program that we have done, which has been initiated from 2018 and lasted for 5 years. Total funding has been provided about $120 million and it's been co-funded by MOLI, which is our Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, and Ministry of Science and ICT. The concept of a Smart City R&D program is to develop open data hub, urban data hub system. The architecture and system has been developed in the project 1, and that open data hub has been applied to provide, the services which has been demonstrated in the quite large scale city named Daegu, which has about 2.5 million people in population. So in the second project, we call it in project 2. In that project, based upon the open data hub, we demonstrated services like mobility services, disaster management services being demonstrated in the Daegu city. And then third project is to bring the open data hub demonstrated in the smaller size city. We picked up city named Siheung, which is about 500,000 people in population. And in the city, we demonstrated removing dust services, environment services, and also energy efficiency services for people, the residents living in an apartment, and our social healthcare services has been demonstrated in the city. This is another project that we call the National Pilot Smart City Projects. One is the Sejong 5-1 district project, and the other one is Busan Eco Delta project, which has been introduced by Dr. Park previously. This pilot smart city project is to designating empty lands, slot of lands in certain areas, and bringing all the advanced technologies to demonstrate the services in the area, which has been started from about 2019, but is still ongoing. Other smart city projects being implemented by MOLI is encompassing the regulatory sandbox, and innovative technology, local government level smart city projects, and also we're providing some education services, providing funding 6 universities to foster human resources, and also Convergence Alliances, Smart City Convergence Alliances is to bring all the smart city related technology companies, which is about 800 institutions or companies to brought up together to bring the synergy. Smart City Global Network, MOLI is operating KCT network projects, which is supporting the Korean technology companies who want to bring their technology outside of Korea. So the government's providing funds to let them get into the international market, so they can actually bring their technologies to let their technology being demonstrated in the cities outside of Korea, and let them have an opportunity to get their technology expanded globally. Also, MOLI actually holding World Smart City Expo on an annual basis since 2018. KC Network, all right, wow. So let me skip some of that. The Kaya, it's like MOLI actually have a 10-year R&D framework based upon several strategies. The main strategy is a digital transformation and climate change and net zero, the quality of life. And also, we actually started like a bilateral R&D, multilateral R&D, and then bottom level R&D. The diverse type of R&D and global R&D research work that's been started from 2024 this year. We newly started bilateral joint R&D with Innovate UK. So South Korea and the UK actually have a joint research program started from this year that will last until 2027. Multilateral joint R&D, we all know the Korea actually joined the Horizon Europe, so as an associate member, so the Korea will be becoming officially the associate member from 2025. So Korean researcher will be freely make a consortium to participate in the joint call. On top of that, there is a European partnership program with a special themes. MOLI actually joined the Europe Partnership Program named DUT, Driving Urban Transition, and SET, Clean Energy Transition. That's a separate funds being allocated to make a joint call. There's a separate funds, separate secretariat offices being operated. So now we allocated some funds to provide support for this European Partnership Program. This is the concept I actually want to introduce today. This is innovation cluster concept we are currently planning on as a format of international collaboration program for Korea. Because rather than having a one-to-one partnership, one-to-one relationship research, we want to bring sort of a cluster type, like that actually encompassing various players like research institutes, companies, startups, or governments, legal authorities. So that Korean cluster can actually have the counterpart cluster overseas. So cluster-to-cluster collaboration can take place in this sense. So in the mechanism, what we're trying to, I'm going to skip that because that's the UK-SK. UK actually recently developed that kind of a city-to-city program between the cities in the UK and the cities in South Korea. The Sejong and Belfast in Northern Ireland actually make them some, sort of a pilot research because they have a similar size, similar population, similar backgrounds. So they brought up the priority roadmap together, the common goal and common roadmap, which includes the smart city cluster mission, or that includes cyber cities, security, 5G, etc. So what we're trying to propose is it's just like an example that, because for example, Busan actually has an Eco Delta city where there are smart villages over there. And in Helsinki, for example, in Finland, have Kalasatama, also they have a living lab is in operation. So if we can have the smart Busan Eco Delta and Kalasatama programs joined together to have some technology cross demonstration take place, or to bring up the synergy throughout that kind of collaboration, that would be a quite good concept out of this. So we are currently working on developing that concept of international collaboration, the city-to-city program. So if you have any, because we are the funding and managing agency, so we have a bunch of researchers over here. So if you have any good ideas, we are quite open to have a discussion. So that plan can be reflected to our proposal next year to discuss with our government for funding for this one. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot for this presentation. So probably a lot of ideas and directions for forthcoming projects, which is something we are looking for in INPACE. What are going to be the next pilots for the project? What could be helped by the project? The project will not deploy pilot itself, but aim at supporting pilots that may happen in other places. So this is exactly the kind of interactions we are looking for. Last but not least, Mr. Jeo Kim, who will present us what is happening, or ideas for the digital twin campus that was nicely introduced yesterday evening through the signature of a MOU with the INPACE project. Jeo, floor is yours.
Hello, I'm Jae-ho Kim from Sejong University. Welcome to Sejong University. And I'm reading the IoT course, the small university. It's an open university. And I'm also leading the research center for the auto twin technology. Today I want to introduce our digital twin campus named Meta Sejong. Yeah. Okay. Imagine 2045. So what is real? Yeah. In the future, I think our world is the converged world between the physical world and the virtual world. So we are now living in the second phase, like this, partially. Partially merged the physical world and the virtual world. And we are now heading to the page 3. So the figure on the right is our concept of the future, the world. In this world, the physical world and the virtual world are connected by the new technologies such as IoT and AI. and cloud and XR technology. So as testbed for the future city, we built digital twin campus named Meta Sejong. This is Meta Sejong. So this is the snapshot of the Meta Sejong. You can see we are in here, this building, and we have some other buildings in the center of Seoul. Okay, to provide the test bed, we have the many computing infrastructure and software platform. So in this IoT platform is based on the ONM2M standard, and this data hub is based on the Smart City Data Hub, based on the NGSLD interface. So, okay. And we used the ISAC SIM from the NVIDIA. And we have two data sets for our test bed. The first one is point cloud data set. This data set is scanned using this the high resolution, the scanner. Okay, the second one is it's modeled in using the Unreal engine, Unreal environment, based on the BIM and the image. Okay, this is we can see the robot movement in this test bed. And this is the modeled digital twin, and this is the indoor test bed. Okay. Okay. And we have the one more key feature. It is synchronization function between the physical world and the virtual world. To support this, we have three hardware platforms. The first one is device platform. The device platform has a camera and MPU, the smaller MPU, and the computing and communication board. And the other one is the edge platform. Also has the accelerator board for AI function. And other one is the last one is the server platform with many GPU servers. This is our concept. This is our reference system architecture to synchronize the physical world and the virtual world. Based on this reference model, we provide the synchronization of the virtual space and the real space, and things also, and human. It's a small demo. This is real. This is student, and this is the digital twin space. Okay. So today, I want to propose the federated testbed and challenges. So I'm referring to the embodied AI challenges in the CVPR embodied AI workshop. So embodied means the integrated AI integrate AI into the physical entity like the robots. So the previous AI is just AI in the internet side, and the embodied AI is with some entity, physical entity. In this, the challenge, the embodied AI challenge has the 6 of the challenges. like this. Each sub-challenges has the different data set and different task to solve. This slide for more information. You can see the more information using this reference, the site. Okay. So this is the sub-challenge. Okay, so I want to propose the federated testbed and challenges. So to connect our testbed using this challenge program. So now we are using the Isaac Sim and drone and robots and the Meta Sejong testbed for these challenges. So next we will start this challenge in the Sejong University. So we provide the IoT course. Yesterday we got the MOU. The IoT course provided some fund for this challenge. Okay, this is the candidate missions in the Meta Sejong. And the other one, this take a picture and find the location in the virtual world, and the drones can support some situation. Okay, the next one is the simulated world. We can, yeah. Okay, I'll stop. Okay. Here. You can count in the virtual world how many fruits in the smartphone. This is drone. Drone is autonomous to find and take the picture and the count the fruits. Okay. This scenario is a warehouse management, and this is some other cases. Okay. Okay, that's all. I stop here. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. So again, some ideas for potential collaborations and a call for these testbed federations. So we have now to investigate in Europe how to put that into practice. I will leave the floor maybe to my colleague, Dr. Shaw, so we'll try to do a summary of the session because we are a bit short of time, so unfortunately no real time for questions, or Antonis will kill me. But I assume that there are many topics where you will be encouraged to discuss after the session. So,
okay, thank you, Frank. It's in a short time, maybe 1 hour. So we experienced so many concepts and ideas, and it's a demonstration for smart cities. So thinking about this, smart sustainable city means what? Basically, we're thinking about the word smartness needs some technology and intelligence and advanced civilization. But thinking about the sustainability, we would like to preserve the nature and old fashions. So how can we combine these smart and sustainable for cities? It's very difficult. So this style of smart city depends on the city culture and city framework and city, the history and the DNA. We call it DNA. So maybe there are so many definitions for smart cities in the world. So everyone thinks smart city differently, I think. So this time we focus on the concept of smart city and the value of a smart city. We cover so many terminology, data space and platform and living lab, AI. So my question is like this. How can we persuade our concept, our theory, our scientific way to public? They believe in the future, in short time, this kind of smart city will come true, just in 5 years or 10 years. Thinking about my experience, I started the smart cities 2004. I designed the ubiquitous city in Korea, and I proposed a platform, combined platform for smart cities, connectivity, the criminal protections, and monitoring the transportation. How can improve the quality of life by smart city, ubiquitous city? So thinking about the future, when we are adopting the AI, how can we improve our quality of life, and how can we make some more happy well-being conditions? So my question is like this. How can we improve, or how can we implement these kinds of concepts to the real world? That is one question for our presenters. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. One short statement for each of the presenters, maybe to answer that question, and then we'll have to close the session, unfortunately, otherwise we'll never manage to make it. But I feel I have to leave the floor still for all speakers, and I will come here to put some pressure on them. So maybe to have one short statement. Who want to start? Or to put this into practice, all these questions which were raised. And
So I think the concern here is that building the smart and sustainability it's much more challenging, and how would we achieve this? And if we actually look into one of the cases where I'll just put an example here. So the construction sector right now is responsible for 48% of the global carbon emissions. And there is a massive activity going on in that sector to collect the data. And if I actually go a little bit into a direction of what Europe is doing, so Europe imports almost 80% of the steel, which is happening. And steel is one of the highest, steel and concrete are one of the highest blamers for all these things. But still, we need to understand exactly on this. And the cities needs the construction, because cities are growing, people are moving into cities. But then again, how do we basically combine this sustainability data is that we need to collect all this data and reliably and provide this to different platforms. Only then we can actually combine the smart and sustainability together. So this is my take on it. And this needs to happen cross-sectorial. Transportation, just an example is that transportation, factory, producer, and all this. So unless we achieve this cross-sectorial interoperability and the data sharing, we will really not be able to achieve this one. Did I answer your question? Or?
Thank you, Chandra. One more?
Was there a particular question, or you just want me to elaborate on something, or ask? Oh, okay. Well, I think if I remember this morning, right, there was a lot of concern about sort of policy engagement not really making much progress. The TTC, for example, I think somebody said, there's no level of engagement, and there's a lot of discussion about India, and I think frankly, it's going to take a while if we think of it really from a policy framework point of view. I think a lot of these things happen much faster organically, bottom up, than driven from the top. And what I would very much advocate is really, let's start working together, on a bilateral or, trilateral, whatever basis, and doing something together, right? I mean, and I have specifically, I think the thing that I was trying to suggest is working on a privacy framework, right? A privacy, because I think, both, well, obviously there's GDPR in the EU that's been there for many, many years. India has just issued something called the Data Privacy Bill, DPDP Act, which will be kind of put into regulation very soon. And that kind of mandates the way in which data is going to be used, and particularly personal data. And to the extent that we can bring technical solutions, right? I mean, I understand technology is not the solution to everything, but there are technology solutions that have kind of matured at this point, cryptographic solutions, which can be employed to really make sure that the data that's either going in or coming out of AI models conforms to these various privacy regulations. So let's, I think, collaborate to try to figure out how we can build an open source platform that we can all kind of understand and completely transparent. And we start asking that platform be part of any AI type solution that involves data sharing and data across sovereign boundaries.
Okay, thank you. And I think one of the interests of open source also is to sometimes ease finding of vulnerabilities. No, not allowed. Sorry.
I just wanted to add also that open source with an open standards is very important. And I think both of them go line in line, so it's hand in hand. So,
yeah, thank you. Dr. Park, you want to add something?
Okay, actually, I don't know. Probably the best way to achieve this smart city to improve quality of life. Your question is very philosophical and profound question. So, but I think since cities aren't built overnight, I believe our generation should do its best to incorporate philosophy and technology to the extent we can, and leave the rest for the future generation to continue. However, to do our best in the present, I think it is important to have clear understanding of the current status. As I mentioned in my presentation, cities can often said to be built by both the public and private sectors, but I believe cities also built together by current and future generations. That's
okay, thanks a lot. Anything else you would like to add on your side? Or you are well synchronized, I can assume so. I wanted to close the meeting, but I got the request for one, and then a second question, and even a third one. And as it comes from the project coordinator, I can't refuse.
Okay, I would like to answer to your question, because I think you somehow did not. I think there are two essential points. Point one is the smart city must offer benefits which people recognize as benefits. And point B, it must be economically viable. Okay, somebody must pay for it. You can do demonstration projects, but at the end of the day, you have to see who will be willing to invest, who will be willing to pay for the services.
Thank you. I wanted to add the perspective of INPACE, okay? So we have a broad political framework. Priority is smart city, right? It's very broad. Then this is top-down. Then we have plenty of initiatives and plenty of projects which are great, right? So, and then of course, INPACE can empower this project without too much input, let's say, okay, making some visibility, showcasing for you and your partners, European partners, so on. Now, the question is how to select what we can really facilitate and invest a bit from INPACE. You see, this is extra. And in my opinion, I just realized this, because we cannot, support all different initiatives which are great. I think the criteria, and this is a bit what you just said, I'll say from INPACE perspective. Maybe this is, so first, it should be relevant to digital partnership because we're supporting this. Second, it should be a priority for, in this case, Korea and Europe. And third, it should be impactful, right? So it means as a result of this activity, which we will support together, which will facilitate, there should be benefits for citizens, for industry, for whoever. So I think this impactful criteria, this should be taken into account, right? Because we can do plenty of things, but at the end, so the outcome, what is the real outcome on industry, how it will help, or on citizens, or population, on different levels, right? And this is maybe what we should take into account. Again, INPACE can empower quite easily through the community later, but in terms of facilitation, maybe we should take into account this impactful criteria, together, right? And to discuss about this, just a sharing thought.
Okay.
I'm done.
Thank you, Zvitlana. I'm here because I always wanted to maybe raise a question, so which will be the closing one, otherwise we will never finish. And then we'll have then the other session afterwards.
It's a very short question. I actually appreciate everything that you presented. And as engineer, I loved it. Unfortunately, I have been working with some governments. And there is something that the governments have, which is budget. Now, if I'm a mayor, I have to choose. I have to choose between roads. I have to choose between hospitals and health centers. I have to choose with police funding or building a new garden. So on your examples, if I am the mayor, why should I pay you? Instead of spending money on other things which are also useful for my city.
Thank you. You can just answer in there while I go down and then we will stop.
Zara, you want me to answer the question, or at least from my perspective? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure others have. I mean, it's like any other investment. You look at it from a cost-benefit point of view, right? So I mean, for example, we give you an example. We are working in the city of Varanasi, right, in India, and we are using one of our partners is actually taking data that's coming through our platform from all the garbage, smart garbage receptacles that are distributed across the city, from the garbage pickup vehicles, and they are creating an optimized pickup route every day, right? So rather than the garbage being picked up in a particular pattern, it's picked up in an optimized way, taking into account things like where was the festival held recently, so maybe there's more garbage there, right? So you kind of go there. You're looking at cameras to determine crowd density, right? And going there, right? So you can basically pick up the garbage in an optimized way. By doing that, they have shown they reduce the cost, right, by 30%, right? So that's a direct ROI. Right? You don't need to kind of figure out, hey, look, how am I going to justify this? By the end of the year, whatever investment you've made is paid for itself, right? So there are lots of low-hanging fruit like that, where you can look at technical solutions to solve very specific problems and have an ROI that closes in a relatively short period of time.
Thanks a lot. And IT costs almost nothing compared to infrastructure. So.
Yeah, and I think I can give you 3 or 4 examples later. But.
Yes, because there are many examples. So I suggest that we close here, because otherwise the next 2 moderators, Chesong and Antonis, will really kill me. At least in the meantime, I think all files got prepared, so it should be okay. I thank you again, all presenters, for your presentation and interesting. to ask just because I asked who the agenda. So
because we only have now half an hour, 30 minutes.
Dr. La Luca.
You can sit here. La Luca is first, second is you, third is you, fourth is Richard, and fifth is Rome. Θα δούμε.
So we sit here?
We sit here, yeah.
And we present there?
Okay.
Because La Luca have
Oh, yeah. Yours. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Okay, hello everybody.
It's very interesting.
We can start the session. In the meantime, the lady will set up the presentations. The session is about human-centric AI for the citizen. And we thought of the session to discuss the gap that has been created between the ambitions and the ambitions of the research and the innovator communities, and the gap between them and the acceptance by the society, the citizens, the industry, the market. So we can say that the researchers and innovators are very excited with the promise of AI, which is really, I'll give some examples. AI promises to free humanity from tedious labor. AI, for example, promises to ease the effort of making decisions in a very complex world, in ever-increasing complexity. Another promise is that AI ensures rational thinking. But at the same time, citizens and society have concerns. Okay, and there are concerns about the Big Brother issue. There are concerns about having AI making fatal decisions, or even we have concerns, citizens have concerns about humans losing the pleasure of making mistakes. Even that is an issue, because making mistakes and learning from them is a human issue. Okay, so how do we bridge this gap? The word and the concept is trust. The two have to, we have to create trust between the two. And what that means that the society, human citizens, have to trust what innovators and researchers do. And this is where the concept of human centricity came along in Europe. And let me see. And there are some questions that arise from this effort to bridge the gap, which, I mean, I've just put here some. What steps can be taken to balance innovation with ethical considerations? I mean, this is where human centricity comes into. I mean, it's about ethics, really. How can we design AI systems that align with human goals and ethical preferences? And then we move into policies and I mean, you will hear with the panel, the speakers, how do policies and regulations in the EU and the Indo-Pacific differ or they can be aligned? Or how do psychological and social factors influence the effectiveness of human-AI collaboration in different cultures? These are questions that we should deal with if we want to establish trust. Now, for giving answers or elaborating on the context of these questions, we have a distinguished panel here. I'll just make a brief introduction. And before they start, first of all is Professor Raluca Cernatoni from the Center for Security, Diplomacy and Strategy of Brussels Schools of Governance. Professor Cernatoni will talk about the where are my glasses? Oh, yeah, sorry. We will talk about the EU's role in promoting human-centric AI in the context of geopolitical competition. Then we have Jan de Bruyn from KU Leuven, who is head of unit of the Center of IT and IP Law. And he will give us the legal and regulatory framework of EU and really will focus, as I understand, on how much trustworthy and human-centric is this framework. Then we have Professor Nineta Polemi, a professor in cybersecurity from University of Piraeus, and an expert in ENISA, and served as a policy officer in the EC. And I understand Nineta will talk about the AI Act requirements for implementing the AI Act, and what are the challenges, the implementation challenges. Then Richard Stevens from IDC will talk about responsible AI and capability design, and how really we can do responsible AI by design in organizations. And finally, we have Rob van der Granenberg, who's we expect to give a provocative talk on how the new forms of governance and how citizens and human-centric approaches can be applied in the new environment, digital environment. So with that, I would like to invite, actually the session will be split in two because we have lunch in between, we're running late. So we have, I suppose, 2 or 3 speakers in the first session, and then we have the rest after lunch. So bear with us. So with that, I would invite Raluca to give her talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I will be really, really fast. As Antonis already kind of pitched my 2 cents on the topic, I'll look first at the geopolitics and global governance of AI, then the escalating great power competition driving both civil and military innovation when it comes to AI advancements, the current arms race, or what I call the current arms race among technological giants to innovate in AI with the latest model focusing on large language models, generative AI, and finally how the European Union can navigate this fraught geopolitical international landscape, but also this innovation arms race by indeed fostering a more human-centric AI approach. So the first slide, indeed, this is the first slide. When it comes to the geopolitical and global governance of artificial intelligence, AI has emerged as a strategic enabler. And this is, again, looking at a technological domain that offers countless opportunities and innovations and benefits. However, it has been seen by states, both by states and also corporate players, as a very important critical technology and a strategic asset to influence global power dynamics. Nations recognize that leadership in AI actually confers significant economic, military, and political advantages. Also looking at this topic from an economic security perspective, artificial intelligence as an enabler has emerged as a key domain to drive innovation services from banking to healthcare, and of course to a topic that is very close to my heart, security and defense, or military advancements. Here is more the geopolitical lens on this technological domain. However, what I also argue is that global governance of AI remains highly fragmented. There is no comprehensive international framework governing AI development and deployment, and this absence of a unified governance posture poses risks, including ethical disparities, uneven regulatory standards, and also potential conflicts arising from AI misuses and high-risk AI applications. So from this point of view, here there is really an opportunity for multilateral, minilateral, bilateral, and also national collaborations when it comes to artificial intelligence. And also when it comes to the global governance of this technological domain. Efforts like the Global Partnership on AI, GPAI, discussions within the United Nations, Council of Europe more recently, UNESCO, the OECD, G7, the Hiroshima AI process, all of these initiatives showcase how there is an intention, or at least a concerted effort, to really fill in the governance gaps when it comes to artificial intelligence. Yet achieving, I would say, multilateral consensus in this challenging domain is quite difficult, and this is also due to differing national interests and, of course, different ideologies and values. And here this notion of human-centric AI also plays a big role in how the discussion is being framed when it comes to the governance and the regulation of artificial intelligence, and also positioning the human as the center of discussions and regulatory initiatives, so that when it comes to benefiting from the AI revolution or AI innovations, citizens have their rights, values protected. Second, when it comes to great power competition in AI, the race for AI supremacy is predominantly led by the United States and China, and this is already very well known, while the EU sometimes is positioned as the third way when it comes to this race, especially when it comes to the approach of risk-based, human-centric, and trustworthy innovation, emphasizing ethical consideration, privacy, and fundamental rights when it comes to the innovation and governance of artificial intelligence. I would not go into details about the US and China, but of course there are different worldviews and approaches, both when it comes to the governance, but especially when it comes to the research and innovation and the economic dimensions of artificial intelligence. While China has more of a top-down government funding support and AI integration across various sectors, including civil and military capabilities, the United States boasts actually a technological prowess that leads with AI companies. And this brings me to my third point, the arms race among technological giants, because beyond the national competition, there is an intense arms race among global tech giants like Google, Microsoft, Meta, and also Alibaba or Baidu, to name a few. And this leads to innovation acceleration, market dominance, but also raises ethical concerns, because rapid innovation often outpaces regulatory and governance frameworks, raising concerns about, again, more human-centric discussions and reflections, such as data privacy, algorithmic bias, and, of course, societal impacts. So all of these innovation races, or what I call arms races, and again, this is more a bias of my security hat looking at the world, is, of course, introducing what I also call a sort of a corporate hegemony when it comes to setting agendas in the innovation, research, development, and deployment of artificial intelligence, and also raises questions about what role technological giants play in world politics, but also more broadly when it comes to society. To just give you an example, before 2014, when Google acquired DeepMind, most notable machine learning models were released by academia. However, a noteworthy shift took place actually from 2014, with the industry assuming a dominant role. So this also introduces interesting questions about public-private innovation, research, scientific and technological trajectories, and also this transformation underscores the evolving dynamics of this field, in which corporate entities have become actually the primary drivers of influential innovation, while states, governments, or democratic states and governments have their citizens at the core of their policies and the best interest. When it comes to corporate players, the question is also related to profit making and not necessarily the best interest or the public good of certain societies. Now, when it comes to the human-centric AI approach, there are important opportunities and challenges, and in this competitive landscape, the unique selling proposition of human-centric AI becomes actually vital. And here is where the EU comes into in the storyboard, because against this backdrop, what the EU has been doing has been promoting this human-centric approach through several initiatives. I will not go into more details related to the EU's AI Act, as my colleague will be covering this, but this is the first ever horizontal and hard regulation that aims to create a comprehensive regulatory framework, and it adopts a risk-based approach, categorizing AI applications and imposing requirements actually accordingly. I would also argue that the EU governs actually AI in multifaceted ways, and it tries to navigate both the geopolitical, economic, and regulatory concerns related to AI. It's not only about regulation, it's also about innovation, but innovation, again, with a human-centric approach, where responsibility, trustworthiness, and safety are prioritized. One example of the innovation activities more recently put forward by the European Commission are the AI factories that aim to leverage the supercomputing capacity of the Euro-HPC joint undertaking to develop trustworthy, cutting-edge generative AI models. When it comes to more broadly the priorities and what the normative agenda on the international stage is being promoted, the EU has been advocating for strong ethical guidelines to really shape the discussion related to trustworthiness principles, like, for instance, respecting autonomy, preventing of harm, fairness, and explicability. These I would categorize, again, as human-centric, or under the umbrella of the unique selling proposition of human-centric. Another area where I think this is a very important conversation is, of course, shaping the international governance landscape. And the governance landscape, this can start from hard regulation, regulation discussion, treaties to soft regulation, voluntary principles, norms, and so on. So from this perspective, international collaboration is highly, highly important with international partners, including in the Indo-Pacific. So maybe I stop here. Thank you again, and looking forward to the lunch and the Q&A.
Great. Thank you very much, Luca. Keeping the time. Okay, then we go to the next one. Jan de Bruin from KU11.
Okay.
You can take the floor here. Or
is it okay if I stand? Because
yeah, but use in order to move the slides, there's this thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm more used to walk a bit, and also we've been sitting all morning, so a bit of movement. I know I've got a daunting task because I'm standing between you and the lunch probably, so I'll do it. We're all hungry, probably still a bit jet-lagged, so I'll do it very quickly. I am happy to share my slides afterwards. So first of all, thank you for inviting me. I think it's wonderful being here and emphasizing the need for collaboration between different regions in the world. I think it's fantastic. Now, I will set the scene. So I'm a professor at the Center for IT and IP Law. I'm the head of unit of CITIP, where we focus on all legal and ethical aspects related to technologies. First things first is a question, setting the scene. We talk about regulating AI, but of course, regulation is more than just only the law. We also have the technology itself, ethical codes of practice. So when we talk about regulating AI, be aware that it's more than the law. Even though I'm a lawyer, I'm the first one to say that the law is not perhaps the best instrument here. I'll come to that in a minute, but just to be sure that we get the scene right. Do we need regulation of AI? Yes, I do think we need regulation. I think you can all see the examples why. AI leads to sometimes discriminatory outputs. There's a lack of controllability. There's a lack of objectivity. There's a lack of robustness. You can easily trick a stopping sign. We humans will know we have to stop, but an AI system will just crash the board. AI is not sufficiently transparent yet. So I will not go into details of all the example because we don't have a lot of time, but I'm quite sure that we need regulation. And then when we look at the European Commission, European Union, this is what we get. So when I talk about bringing clarity in the chaos, well, I think we can all agree that this is a spaghetti bowl where we need to bring in clarity. Does that mean we only need lawyers? No, not at all. We need lawyers, ethicists, technologists, sociologists to really bring clarity in all these different frameworks, because the AI Act is only one framework. We got the Data Governance Act, the Digital Services Act, the Data Act, and now we've been heard that the commissioner responsible for innovation is tasked to set up a Digital Fairness Act, yet another one. So I think it brings a lot of chaos and we need clarity. Now this is not for today. Today I'll take the last 8 minutes of my talk to focus on trustworthiness and human-centric in the AI Act. AI Act, risk-based approach, where we try to regulate certain high-risk AI systems, prohibiting other AI systems. It also contains provisions on enforcement, and then finally, more importantly, on innovation, namely these regulatory sandboxes. Now, the talk of today is on trustworthiness and human centricity. Problem there, to improve the function of the internal market, promote the uptake of human-centric and trustworthy AI. Human centricity and trustworthy AI are key concepts in this AI. It's even Article 1 of the AI Act. What is the problem? Trustworthiness in the AI Act, it is not defined. So we are lawyers. How do we deal with trustworthiness when we don't even have a definition in the AI Act, a legal definition? We do indeed refer to the activities of the high-level expert group on AI, where it is mentioned that trustworthy AI is lawful, respects ethical norms and principles, whatever that may mean, because this is all subjective, of course, and is robust. Yet, the high-level expert group is not binding. So this actually means that trustworthiness in the AI Act does not have a legal definition. So can we really talk about trustworthy AI where we don't know what it actually means? No, I don't think so. And I think one call for action is to get clarity on certain specific notions. We do not need horizontal frameworks. We've got the UNESCO recommendation. We've got already so many. We need clarity on concepts. Collaboration on what do we mean with fairness? What do we mean with bias? All of these elements are given different content in cultures, in different sectors. And I think to make sure that we've got a horizontal, harmonized approach, clarity, keep it simple. One notion with a huge impact. So that is the first thing. Trustworthiness, it is mentioned at moments where it said that, well, to mitigate risk from high-risk AI systems and to ensure a high-level trustworthiness, mandatory requirements do apply for high-risk AI systems. So mandatory requirements for high-risk AI systems to increase trustworthiness of artificial intelligence. Problem again, is the AI Act really risk-based? No, it's not. And will not go in detail, but it's not really risk-based, because in a risk-based analysis, we also take into account the benefits of a certain technology. The AI Act only focuses on the negatives without taking the positives into account. Moreover, this categorization of risk-based categories is not based on empirical evidence, so I don't think we really have, I'm not the only one, that we have a risk-based approach. Compliance costs for companies are huge, I would say, because of the lack of clarity. So what is happening here is that in order to create trustworthiness of AI, we have these mandatory requirements, but of course, if the problem is not risk-based, if there's unclarity, I don't know how this can contribute to trustworthiness. I'll skip this slide to come to potential solutions. And I think I'm happy to share the slides. I think we need to make sure that we keep things simple. We need to make sure that, for example, one call for action is to set up a repository with national measures case law to really share experiences, share knowledge, to have a centralized hub where we can make it. As I mentioned, we also need to find other ways, and the law is one thing, but we also need to focus on ethics and non-binding elements, for example, codes of practice and so forth. I would be against the Brussels effect, but I will not go into detail there. What is more important is that we need new ways of enforcement. We need to introduce automated compliance in the process, because human centricity may be challenging. Enforcement is such a huge problem, and I think that the humans alone will not be sufficient. So I think automated compliance will contribute to human centricity. We'll make sure that the humans are indeed protected. We'll make sure that humans are in the central story of the AI Act. How can that be achieved? Involve policy stakeholders, involve policy making. We do this at our work. We have policy prototyping exercises where we actually get bottom-up input from different actors, midfield societies, companies to get to clarify certain terms. I also think that regulatory sandboxes is a perfect way for the INPACE environment to discuss this, because we may not be necessarily looking at specific technologies, but we may determine what are the conditions of a sandbox, who should enter, what sector should be involved, who are the competent authorities of different countries. So I think there it's also an important thing. I was going to focus on the human oversight in the AI Act, because we've got trustworthiness, which is actually challenged because we don't have a common definition, we don't have these mandatory requirements are problematic. Human centricity, the same. The main problem of the AI Act is a lack of clarity on certain notions, and human oversight is one of them. What I will conclude here, because I want to make sure that others have the time as well, I think to make sure that we have a human-centric and trustworthy AI Act, we need to make sure that we have digital inclusion, we have to make sure that we have digital skills. I think one of the most important provisions, in my opinion, and of course I'm a lawyer, so I'm not a social scientist, one of the most important provisions in the AI Act is AI literacy. And I think this form is an excellent example of how we can share knowledge on AI, how we can share knowledge on how it works, how it not works, get understanding of the different societal, ethical, and technical challenges. Finally, a last point is, so on the recommendations, on some ways forward, the need for automated compliance, regulatory sandboxes, keep things simple, establish this repository. I would also think that we can find a lot of solutions to problems on AI in the past, ladies and gentlemen. It's a new problem, but solutions are there. When we talk about human oversight, what is the role of humans? What should not be the role of humans? Well, we've got a whole bunch of liability law where specifically the role of human is assessed already for a long time. Human autonomy in the self-driving vehicle, for example. There is case law. We can use this as an inspiration to get an inspiration on the role of humans. So my call here is really to make sure that AI law, data law, is nothing without connections to the other fields. Tort law, liability law, IP, and so forth, so a holistic approach. Concluding remark, and I still have 30 seconds, I think. Yeah? I even have 1 minute. Okay. Oh, I've never had that actually. That they want that they. Okay, So, well, the idea is here that when we talk about the role of humans, I think the case of self-driving car and tort liability can provide a source of inspiration. In a vehicle, the question is also when is a human at fault? When interacting with a vehicle, when is it not at fault? So I think there's a lot of case law. Similarly, liability for owners of animals. Well, there as well, the human oversight can be a source of inspiration. So I think the point is here that the AI Act as such, a risk-based approach containing obligations on, for high-risk AI system, prohibiting certain AI system, measures of innovation. I think we should get inspiration, not only from other fields, social sciences, technology, ethics, but also from other legal disciplines, because there's a bunch of case law that can be used to concretize the element of human centricity. Now, one concluding remark. I still have 10 seconds because I lost some time. I think the most important thing, and it's a call for action, is getting clarity and understanding on minimal notions. Bias, trustworthiness. I think by having an understanding of these notions, we'll be way more effective than yet another horizontal regime that would apply, that would consist of buzzwords that mean nothing. So my call for action is let us go together and define what is safety. And you may say, and to give you a very concrete example, product safety liability in the EU, there's been decades of discussion on the question whether software is a product. Decades of discussion. Well, now the law, the revision of the product liability, mentions software is a product. And by this clarification, this has a huge impact on the sector and it provides clarity. We need legal certainty. We need to communicate, interact with each other, build bridges, but I would say that the most important thing is getting an understanding of specific notions. I'm happy to discuss later during lunch, or if you don't agree or agree, happy to share your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jan, for this inspiring talk. I would go even more deeper and say that we have to reinvent social sciences because there's a paradigm change if we want to redefine what is fairness, what is all that. But by this, I think we are forced to stop this session and go for lunch, and then the rest will be after lunch. Because
you can leave your laptop here.
You can leave your stuff here.
And the lunch is on level 3 in the Collab Lab. So you can grab your lunch and then you can come here or you can stay there. But our afternoon session will start as planned, 2:45, okay? 2:45.
2:45 here.
Now, please have a seat. Now we will start the continuation of our previous session soon. Please have a seat.
So we close the door. Okay. I hope we enjoyed the lunch. So we're going to continue the previous session on human-centric AI for the citizens. So far we have two speeches, two presentations. The first one from Raluca, who set the EU approach to human-centric AI. And then we had a very interesting talk from Jan on the AI Act and how this AI Act relates or resolves the issue of trustworthiness and human centricity. Well, apparently there were some gaps identified there, which we need to take over and take care of. And that gives a nice bridge to Ninetta Polemi, who is going to talk about some practical issues and practical ways of implementing the principles that the AI Act sets. Ninetta.
So I guess everybody talked about the AI Act and we had the experts in the legal field. And my concern is all the problems we are having for implementing this act from a technical point of view. So as we always we have agreed based on ISO 1289 and ETSI, we have some standards for providing definitions. For us, the technical people, it's good enough because I guess ISO is something that all manufacturers or developers are using. So we do adopt these definitions. We do have, we agree on these dimensions and based on these definitions like security, transparency, accountability, technical robustness, safety, privacy, societal, environmental well-being. These are the dimensions that we want to implement. According to AI Act, Article 9, that talks about risk management. But you have to be careful here because this risk management actually, it has to be a continuous process. That's something we didn't have in the past, of the whole AI life cycle. And also it talks about risk management, but trustworthiness risk management, not only for the cybersecurity dimension, but for all dimensions. So we need to identify all threats that, I'm going back or for, yeah, but I'm trying to go, this one? All right, sorry, I'm here. Okay, so now this Article 9 that is on trustworthiness risk management, of course we have the NIS that talked about cybersecurity risk management for critical infrastructures, and we know how to deal with that. We have standards, we have methodologies, we have tools to do that. And then we have NIS2, and for us, the big difference here is 2 points in NIS2. Talks about supply chain security, supply chain security, of course, for cybersecurity threats, and we know how to do that too because we have the ISO 2800 series, and we also have methodologies and tools to deal with supply chain risk management. Also, NIS2, another point for us that is interesting from a technical point of view is the supply chain security, and also the fact that they propose fines for incidents. This is the first time in any European legislation that they will impose fines in case you don't report incidents. So reporting incidents for supply chain incidents, this is a challenge. We don't know how to do that because it needs collaboration. Of course, it's a research issue. GDPR is something that, of course, complements Article 9, because GDPR for us, it's privacy assessment. We know what the privacy threats are. We have tools, we have methodologies for privacy assessment methodology. So privacy and cybersecurity is okay, but we can manage. But the other dimensions is something to work on. And, of course, we need social scientists and cyber psychologists in order to assess bias, to assess ethical incidents, to assess non-discriminatory attitudes. So the assessment, the risk assessment for the other dimensions are not only technical. We need social scientists and cyber psychologists. The next, AI trustworthiness, Articles 10 to 15, in our view, define trustworthiness. Actually, it talks about various dimensions, like Article 10 talks about data and data governance, that we must use high-quality data sets for training, validation, and testing. For implementing and realizing this, it is something that we knew from the past of how to do data governance. Technical documentation, that means that we should always, at any time of the life cycle, to present risk reports, threat reports, treatments. So all the reports we have for this trustworthiness management, it's imposed here with the technical documentation. Article 12, record keeping, allow automatic recording of events. That means we need to keep logs. We need to keep lifetime events for the whole life cycle. So this is technically, this is how we plan to implement this. Another dimension that is mentioned in Article 13 is transparency. That in such a way to ensure that the operation is sufficiently transparent. This is a challenge. We do have some standards, but how we ensure transparency for all stages of the life cycle is a research challenge. Human oversight, this is another dimension of trustworthiness that is described in Article 14, and it says that we need to include with appropriate human-machine interface tools, so we know we need to have human-centric architectures when we design systems. This is one obligation that is that comes from Article 14, and we need to prevent or minimize the risks to health, safety, or fundamental rights. So these are actually points for human-related threats, human-related incidents, incidents that come from, even cognitive vulnerabilities is something we consider here. Also, in Article 14 talks about transparent and explainable. Of course, we know explainability is a big issue. Explainable to whom? So you will need technical reporting for the technical people to explain. But then, of course, we will need other type of reporting depending on the use and the sector that this AI system operates. And then Article 15 talks about 3 more dimensions: accuracy, robustness, cybersecurity, in such a way that we need to achieve this. So from a technical point of view, so certification is another issue that Article 43 talks about. Certification, trustworthiness certification. So that means develop the protection profiles, not the cybersecurity protection profiles, but the trustworthiness protection profile of all the dimensions. The last challenge is trustworthiness skills. Many previous speakers talked about skills, and this is an important issue. Actually, skills, the way Europe will approach this big challenge, we will, as we all know, all the departments of informatics in the academic institutions, in order to shape our program, we use ECF, the e-competence framework, is a European standards for informatics education. So using this, ENISA has created a framework. It's called the European Cybersecurity Skills Framework. It's a framework that actually it's like NICE of NIST, that connects professional roles with educational skills and capabilities needed. Europe cannot implement NICE. NICE is for big companies like Google and so on. Europe's major entrepreneurs are SMEs, micro enterprises. So we needed something smaller, and this is the reason we created the ECSF. This is ECSF, which is has 12 professional cybersecurity roles, and every role actually is being described using ECSF, the standard. That's why you say that ECSF, our framework, the European framework, is standardized. And actually it links well employment with education, but employment in Europe, how we see SMEs and micro enterprises. And for every description, we see the left-hand side is like, what does it do for this person? What do you want him to do in the organization? Mission, deliverable skills. And the other half is, what does it need to know to be able to do this role? For example, to become an administrator, an incident handling manager, and so on. It's a simple framework that suits European needs. Here is a template, but please go to the ENISA. So we will use this in Europe. This ECSF, we will extend it in order to develop the needed AI trustworthiness skills. We will extend ECSF, and actually, Senelec actually proposed as a first attempt the standard, the European standard, the ECF that we use for informatics, to be the base for a skills framework for trustworthiness. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ninetta. So I understand that you made a connection between the experience from cybersecurity and you propose that taking that into the AI trustworthiness is the way forward to have some practical implementation of the AI Act. Thank you for that. So the next speaker will be Richard Stevens from IDC, and Flores goes. Can we have the presentation?
Stevens. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, I'm Richard Stevens. I'm from IDC. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we call responsibility by design, or responsibility capability. Yeah, okay. And we define that as developing and deploying AI in a way that ensures fairness, reliability, safety, privacy, security, inclusiveness, transparency, and accountability. So IDC, you might know, we're a global market research and media company. We have offices here in Korea, also in Tokyo, also in Indonesia and India. So we are also partnering with large industries in all of your countries. I think that you've all heard about blaming the AI for a lot of different things. And so, for example, you've heard people say that the model hallucinated and provided bad results, or that it discriminated against some particular group, that it was misleading, or, for example, it had security holes, or was doing some unfair commercial practice. And people are saying that it's the AI that's doing that. And it's not. It's actually the companies or the deployers of the AI systems that are that are doing that. And just to give you some real quick examples, the first one here is kind of funny, well, more or less funny. It's a company, it's a supermarket chain in New Zealand called Pack and Save, and their Savvy Meal Bot actually suggested to a user that he could make an aromatic water mix using things bought in the supermarket, and it actually suggested to make chlorine gas, right? And this hit Twitter or X, and then became a phenomenon. People were using the Savvy bot to make all kinds of weird stuff. Of course, the supermarket chain pulled it offline, but they realized they were responsible when their sales dropped and people stopped believing them as a trusted actor. Another example that you've probably heard about is the one of the Amazon recruiting system, where they essentially used 10 years of recruiting data and CVs to train their AI system for hiring. Of course, the system discriminated, as you probably already know, against women because women were not in the group of successful candidates over the previous 10 years. And so it automatically defined some words like the names of women's colleges, or the use of some of typically male vocabulary as giving more points to the curriculum. Amazon also pulled their AI system down and abandoned this practice. Another good example is Air Canada's chatbot that gave advice to travelers that was actually very costly for the travelers. And one in particular, one gentleman sued Air Canada, and the Air Canada was saying, no, the AI did this process. Instead, the court found that Air Canada was responsible and had to pay back the liability to the affected users. But things can also go much worse. You probably remember recently the episode of Clearview AI. They had scraped billions of social media profiles to do automatic facial recognition of people, and they were selling this data to governments and to consumer type agents. And when their AI model was found to have a flawed backdoor, it was realized that they had leaked this information to the internet, and they were responsible. And you'll know the end that Clear AI did as well. So what we're basically saying is that you need to design systems from the beginning to be responsible, because you will be responsible if you deploy an AI system. We cannot wait for some legal challenge or something to define who's responsible. Companies need to do it today. This is Smokey the Bear from when I was a kid, and I'm sure none of you remember Smokey the Bear unless you're Americans, but his thing was basically matches don't cause forest fires, people do. And that's exactly the situation here. AI is not responsible for itself. The organizations that deploy it are. So what we say is that you need to design responsibility into AI systems. And that's actually, in IDC's definition, that's designing, then developing and deploying the AI systems in a manner that guarantees fairness, reliability, safety, 0? 3. Okay, well, I'll just go forward really quickly then. And essentially, we've divided this up into four areas that organizations need to deal with, and they all center around the use of data. I'll provide these slides to you, and in the next slides, there are also my notes, the detailed notes to what all of these mean to the organization. So essentially, they're technologies, so that's the systems and the platforms, and that are needed to carry out things like bias, mitigation, security, privacy, and risk. We have a governance platform that you need to. Sorry, that 3 minutes just totally threw me off. And we have in this. Okay, and we talk about governance in terms of algorithmic design, so that you're actually able to balance things like accuracy or explainability of the models. We talk about the processes, so we have data-centric models and model-centric methods, and we talk about talent in the deployment. That's probably the most important area, and so I'm going to just skip through these, but I will give you these slides, and there is good detail in these. But in the talent area, it's really important before we even start working on an AI system that we put the right people around the table and design the system. So normally what happens is we'll get the ML engineers and the AI people, and they will deploy something and say, look, this is exactly what we need. And then on the back step, management will sign off on the new. That is the wrong approach. We need to start with the AI people who know exactly what they're doing, but they need to be sitting at the same table with the ethics manager, with the product design people, but also with the legal people, or if you have a compliance department, they need to be there at the very beginning, and they need to talk about things like the risk avertancy of the company, how much they want the model to be explainable, because there are some trade-offs to be considered. So if you want a model to be very explainable, it might open the door to security issues. And so they need to decide that on a top level before they go forward. And of course, data is at the heart of it. And but what I did want to just show you, this is, we developed in IDC a large AI system, or several actually, and these are all of the people that are involved in that. So board of directors, CIO, we actually have a CEO, which is a chief ethics officer. There are the people from the business lines where these are coming from, the tools are coming from. The chief financial officer, he's looking at the risk trade-offs and the cost. Of legal advisors, the CIO, the CTO, the CDO. Here we have the HR people in there, data stewards. Of course, then we get to the data scientists, the machine learning engineers, the designers, and the product managers. And finally, here the line of business process owner and the infrastructure people that are putting the machines there. So it's not just the machines, the hardware, and the software, and the ML engineers. There's a big list of people involved in that. And that's what's really important, is that they sit down before they have a document and share it, and they look at all of the aspects, and that is what they then begin to develop and deploy. I just wanted to close saying that this idea of capacity building at the beginning for developing AI systems actually opens the door for a number of research themes that you might want to think about in your group, and you might want to think about for the future. So these governance frameworks, you'll know there are already a lot of governance frameworks out there from Google or IBM Watson, things like this. But there's also the transparency and explainability. So there are already some explainability and things like local inference, model agnostic systems or shapely systems. They're all really interesting, but they need a lot of work. Of course, the skills area is something that you all can work on. I heard this before, the sandbox and testing. That needs to happen a lot more with the deployment of AI systems, and really need to be able to let developers try to mix data sets and see what happens to things like bias when you change some of the parameters. Auditing is a big part of an AI system, because with things like blend or when you get some different changes in the AI system, you'll need to be checking to make sure what you put in yesterday is still valid today. And then privacy and data protection, as we were all mentioning. So the last two pieces, certification, you might want to work on joint certification processes across the different geographical areas. And finally, things like this, things like INPACE with the global forums and partnerships is a really good idea, because until we start talking about it, then we won't even realize it's a problem.
Great. Thank you, Richard. You touched upon a subject which is very liability and how we deal with liability. Okay, thank you very much. So the next speaker is Rob van der Granenberg, and we're looking forward to his talk.
Yes, but there's a hospital on the 3rd floor. So if anything happens... First floor, okay, first floor. So yes, I'll be brief, being the last, but the things I'm going to talk about briefly are, I'm very happy and honored also to say, in a book that's coming out soon, Springer Brief, Political Science, it's called Statecraft and Policymaking in the Age of Digital Twins. And that's what I've been working on for the past 25 years. Now, what we've seen for the past 50, 75 years with TCP/IP coming up, the internet with the protocol saying pass on a packet, no security, went like wildfire through the world, created this notion of IoT, big data, AI, and it hit the systems in a different way. So we know that it hit in China, and that the Chinese engineers basically built some deep packet inspection, created a bubble, and have some really good control over all the layers in the system, from the infrastructure to the hardware to applications and services. And this was also not something that happened overnight. In 2010, when Wen Jiabo designated the city of Wuxi as IoT city and called Internet of Things wisdom of the world. So in 2010, of the 12 top politicians, 9 were engineers. So it was really very logical for them to understand that this new hybrid world was a new ontology and needed different notions of governance. Now, what we know that of the system in China is that it's going to be quite stable in the middle and short run, but in the long run, it's cybernetically, theoretically speaking, is going to be unstable, because there's going to be too much stasis in the system because of the notion of control that's so deeply ingrained in it. So it's basically an unstable system. In the US, it hit, as we know, with, let's say, GAFAM, which is worth now $7 trillion. But it's in the hands of Jeff and Mark and Elon and Sergey. So it's in the hands of these individuals. We know that there's lots of problems in the States also with infrastructure. We know there's a deep political divide. So as we can say now, this system is unstable. You cannot move this kind of connectivity through the hands of individuals and leave out state actors. Now Europe, we missed the first and the second wave, and we're now aiming for the Brussels effect with the 17 or 18 acts. I heard it was called activism, actually. This activism of the European Commission, which is a very good description of the 17 acts and directives coming out now. And of course, they all make sense. It's very, very important. And counting on this Brussels effect is also very important. But as a 500 million zone of operation, having only compliance and fines as ways of acting is basically too little. So this system is also unstable. So then we, I think 4 or 5 years ago, I was in Singapore and we discussed with Vivian Balakrishnan, who was then Minister of Smart Nation. I think he's now Minister of Foreign Affairs. This kind of system of controlling basically all the layers and infrastructure within your own state. Of course, beautiful. The nature of Singapore has this single layer of politics. But basically the idea was that we would build a device entitlement layer with a passport, which can be self-sovereign identity for machines and self-sovereign identity for people. There's a lean testing phase, and then we go through the 4 networks: the body area network, the BAN, where we have health, the local area network, the home, the smart home, where we have all the home appliances, the wide area network, where we have the car and transport, and the very wide area network, which is basically the smart city. So this is something that in my dreams I also envisage a little bit for Europe, and that is taking matters a little bit back into our own hands. How can we do this? Now, we thought about the device that can actually run through all these layers. And also, this means also, if we have a device that runs on all these layers, on the body, on the home, on the car, on the city, which we have, which is the phone, but if we have our own phone with trusted hardware, our own operating system, our own applications, because in fact we know that what Facebook and Amazon and Google are doing is pretty simple. It's search, it's friends, it's shopping. We can do that too. That's not so difficult. So we need a device that can basically run through all these layers, and that's the phone. So what I would like to see in Europe is our own phone, a 500 million zone phone, because it's quite strange that at the moment we have all these 17 acts and they regulate data, they regulate information, they regulate cloud, they regulate chips, but they don't regulate the carrier itself. So having the carrier itself, I think, is the most important thing. We can bring a lot of money back home by running the Eurostack, which is now a term that's coming up. We can have our own chips, ASML chips, coming from Holland, Netherlands, fully secured supply chain. We all heard, of course, of the pager incident. It really shows that you need to control your hardware supply chain fully. If you don't own it, if you don't own your own supply chain hardware, then basically you could run into deep trouble. In Europe now we have a wallet. This wallet is where you will store your credentials, like travel documents and all other kinds of documents. And this wallet is now an app in different phones. But this wallet should be an app in our phone, in a very trusted phone. And that's what we think is going to build a new balance between online and offline. And I think it's about a month and a half ago when Thierry Breton, our commissioner, was tweeting very triumphantly that we had one feature removed from TikTok. And I thought, if we have a commissioner of a 500 million zone that has to have some respectability, would we really would we want to be so happy that one feature is removed? Why not think about a situation in which you can implement your acts instead of going one after one and asking for compliance? Now this idea would basically also touch on the Korean government reforms, because it would ensure safety, reliability, and ethical use of AI, because we can implement our own form of AI, our own AI on these systems. It would combat fake news, because we would run applications that can detect fake news from the beginning, so we don't have to go one after one of all these apps that are out there now. I don't think we should accept the situation that is now as a given. Sometimes people think, oh, that it's the sort of like the battle is gone, is that there's nothing much to do. We have to accept sort of all these situations that we have now as a given. I don't think we should. I think we can regain some control. Reforming copyright laws, we can also implement this. Addressing digital disasters, and establishing stable telemedicine services, and even protecting the right to disconnect is something that we could bring into this fund. At the moment in Europe, we have a large issue with the mental health crisis of young people that are basically online way too much, scrolling and finding no ways of closure, and having really issues with that. I think we should think about sort of finding some way of control of these devices in which we can harness not only technical but also social and cultural values. We were all taken by surprise, but in the last 50, 75 years, and I think it's time to start renegotiating what we can do. And I think that's the last slide. Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, I think, can we have the first presentation with the questions? I think that concludes the presentations. I'll give the speaker to the other moderator to maybe have a couple of words.
Yeah, thank you. I think this session is really interesting, and then it reflects what we are facing now. For example, like 2 days ago, before INPACE, Symposium, on Sunday, I think it was on Sunday, I watched a YouTube video, and then that video actually is the scene that there is automotive driving in Tesla. Tesla was driving in automotive mode on the road, and suddenly there was a guy slipped on this road. So that the automotive driving, maybe AI, decide to turn left, where the other side of the road, there is also a car. So there was a crash. So AI decided to make a crash to save the people. So I was very impressed, but just that 1 minute later, I was thinking, is this fake one, or is this really the recording, right? So if, we don't have any trust of those AI and technologies and those things, then, there will be huge chaotic, right? We don't trust each other, we don't trust anything, right? So it will really, disrupt human life. So what we discussed today, I think that's really important point, and then I think INPACE should be, open the channel for, further discussion to discuss and then what would be our actions to make some trust, right? So I really, thank you, and then I hope you guys can continue this kind of discussion and then try to engage more people to develop, for example, like a certification of AI or whatever, right? Yep, that's my impression and then my thought. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you very much. So I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions if someone wants to make a question to the panel. If not, maybe I can give a question to the panel and you can answer. I think something like what steps can be taken to balance the innovation with ethical considerations? Or maybe how do psychological and social factors influence the effectiveness of human-AI collaboration? So let's focus on the human aspect and how we can, I don't know who wants to answer. There's a question there. Sorry. Can we take the...
Thank you. I'm an engineer, I already told that. And I'm used to have things which are, written in, if not in stone, at least in electricity. The problem with humans is that they change their mind. So when somebody requires me to design a system, I design a system with a couple of constraints up front. And then that's what it is. So I can design a system where I have the human in the loop. But the more powerful the human in the loop will be, then the more easy it will be for, if the politicians change, for a system which has a merit become a demerit. Have you considered this kind of dichotomy about sometimes we can trust machines, but humans are not necessarily a trustful element of the loop?
Okay, thank you for the questions. I'll start and then move the microphone to fellow panelists. To answer the questions, okay, going back to the questions, I always saw the human-centric AI framing as a framing principle how to govern artificial intelligence. And that's why we see the human-centric label in different regulations. And we see it also used by different stakeholders, and not only governments or the European Commission, the high-level expert group, and so on and so forth. So then as a key principle to govern, then my question is whether this principle is effective. And we have heard whether it is or not, depending on the stakeholders that uses it or operationalize it. But actually, to make it really effective, I think that it needs to achieve two things. One, that human values are actually incorporated into the design of the algorithms of the systems, and two, and this is why the human-centric framing or ideology, whatever you want to put it, is so important, is the fact that humans want to retain human agency or a form of control, meaningful control over certain machines or algorithms. So that's kind of the basic line of how I understand the human-centric approach. Now there are, from my view, two limitations. One is actually in relation to the question, is how, for instance, we can ensure that the focus on human centrism doesn't just stop at the design level, but it actually ensured in the entire life cycle some of these products and processes, especially because government approaches, values as well evolve, and also how some of these systems are operationalized and how their meaning in use changes. And here I have the example actually of the tax evasion algorithm, detection algorithm, that actually when it was operationalized, it affected a lot of human lives. And kind of the use of these technologies needs to be accounted for from the beginning, from the lab to the field, let's put it in these terms. And then the second point related to the limitations is the fact that already I see in regulations that use this principle of human-centric AI. I think they use it mostly, that's my personal view, it's not Chatham House or so on, but it's also more as an empty signifier, because we all know that already, I think, emphasis on regulation is very market-driven rather than human-centric, or prioritizing human rights and human values, because of course we have always the dichotomy between regulation versus innovation, empowering, and so on. So I think that when it comes to this principle of governing, maybe there needs to be a rethink of what we exactly mean by human centrism, when and where. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm a member of the Code of Good Practice AI group, and there's 1,000 people there. So there were 960 people online at the kickoff plenary. So I think this in itself shows that it's going to be tremendously diverse because with 1,000 people. But it also shows, I think, and that's very good, I would say, a very good point of a very good aspect of Europe these days, or that it's actually going through these lengths to accommodate 1,000 people to think about this code of practice. So I think this is not happening anywhere else in the world, and we should really cherish that. I think that's really an important factor. And then I think the only remark I have, I think, is that I'd like to think in terms of human-machine complementarity, and so to have machines do what they're good at, and to have humans do what they're good at, and to at this stage not mix the two too much.
If there is time, otherwise I'll just skip. But just very shortly, two things. I think we should get away from the notion of human-centric AI because it creates confusion. I think when you read the AI Act, it's mentioned that AI should be a tool, and I think this is way clearer than having the trustworthy human-centric. So AI is a tool that is human centricity. That's in the AI Act. So I think we need to be careful about the wording. And then a second thing I have, I do think that these frameworks contribute to trustworthy AI, but at the same time you may wonder whether it's not a contradiction. Would AI not be more trustworthy at moments when the human is not involved? I mean, this makes a point. I mean, when you're in a self-driving car or an autonomous vehicle, it's when the human, case law shows us, when the human interacts, then accidents happen. So perhaps we should really, the two terms may not be together, may not go together all together. Also, for example, when you look at the database and you ask advice, I'm quite sure we will double check with a lawyer, for example, or with someone else, but we will not trust a machine because of this human centricity. But should we not evolve towards a system linked to complementarity where we should indeed trust the system for certain things without human involvement? So I don't think they should be distinct from each other at moments.
Well, I would agree that human in the loop for the whole life cycle, all phases, we need to consider in the design phase user requirements, as we always do in any design. So user requirements need to be analyzed concretely in order to have a design that serves the humans and the sector and the use. So in the health sector, you need to have co-creation workshops with the users, with whoever will use so at the design phase, at the implementation phase, of course, you need to test. By the first testing needs to be conducted by the users of the system, and then for the piloting and the. So this is one thing for human in the loop for all phases that you always do in the engineering. It's a life cycle that we always use. User requirements. And another thing I would say that human analysis, it's a very important thing for safety, security, and analyzing threats. For example, in criminology, we analyze, or in cybersecurity, you analyze the potential adversaries, what type of profiles they may have, who are we expecting from past history, from existing incidents. We know what to expect. So profiling, and I will use persona because in Europe profiling is not even allowed at these days. So analyzing adversaries, analyzing the potential attackers is something that we do in cybersecurity in order to predict and evaluate the attack potential. Otherwise, everybody will pay a lot of money for controls. You don't want to become a military camp. You're going to take as many controls as attack potential may be for your environment. And finally, I would go to this presentation that you started with, who are the AI participants? This is very important, to analyze the participants of your system and analyze the trustworthiness level of these people, because as social scientists say, people behave based on three factors: the opportunity they have, the skills and capabilities they have, and the I'm losing skills, opportunities, and there is another factor. Intention. So we need to analyze how the AI participants or who they are. What is their trustworthiness level as persons? Analyze ensuring that they are trustworthy to be involved in the AI life cycles.
Okay, just like really super quick, because she already kind of described it, but of course the human is in the loop in the model I had depicted, in the model that IDC is using to deploy AI systems. So we have at the top, at the beginning phase, we have legal people, we have compliance. We don't have one human in the loop. We have a group of people. An organization makes an AI system for the reasons that they want to make it. Normally it's to make more money on something. But they need to have those people in the room, those humans, to set the priorities for the AI system, set all of the risk and the compliance. You need to have the product managers in there, and so these are the humans in the loop at the design phase. But there is another phase there where when AI systems are running, we put the humans back into the loop. And I mentioned it, but I think I was going really fast. It's the auditing phase. So AI systems will tend to have a phenomenon called drift, where they're actually moving away from the society is moving away from the original data set, and we need to be auditing for the data sets. That needs to happen on a continual basis. So those are humans. But normally when we talk about human in the loop, we're actually talking about the feedback mechanisms that the users give, and that's another example of where they are needed and where they are used, humans in the loop.
Okay, and with that, I think we've finished. We thank you very much for your participation in interesting views, and we thank you for being with us. And let's move to the next one.
I think we will just have 5 minutes. 5-minute break, and then we will start next session. Otherwise, we cannot finish today, okay? So just 5 minutes. And then the speakers for the next session, please come and then make sure your presentation are on the computer. And speakers, please come to the floor and sit panel desk. Next session is Chips for the Future. Francis, Ken, Georges, and Jaehyung, Misuma-sang, Ho-chun, Jun-gyu. A lot of speakers. You have 1 hour. Okay, okay. So are we all? Okay, then I will give you a floor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Francis Balestra from National Center for Scientific Research in France, from European Seoul Institute and also Grenoble Institute of Technology. I am very pleased to moderate this session with Professor Ken Ushida from University of Tokyo. We will have also today some presentation from some of our experts in the cluster 4 of INPACE dedicated to semiconductor. We have some presentation of Professor Mitsumasa Koyanagi from Tohoku University, Professor Jaehyung Kim from UNIS, Professor Tae-Young Park from Gasho University, Professor Yong-Kyu Han from Soga University, and Dr. Georgios Fabas from Tyndall National Institute in Ireland. So our cluster is dedicated to enabling technology for the chips for the future. So we need technology for artificial intelligence, for IoT, for communication network. And so we are going to discuss now the technology needed for all the electronic system and communication. So I want to start with this slide. What is the aim of our session is to discuss the challenge and possible solution for the main area of chips for the future, which are the so-called more area, more than more, beyond CMOS, novel computer architecture, heterogeneous integration and packaging, and sustainable electronics. I would like to say that all these topics are included in the digital partnership for semiconductor, with a digital partnership with Japan, South Korea, and Singapore, and also with Trade and Technology Council with India. And so we will discuss opportunity for international cooperation. We have to say also that this cooperation is very important for many purposes. For speeding up technological innovation, for avoiding duplicative research, and for strengthening value chain, because there isn't any region in the world we can manage all the semiconductor value chain, which is very complex, and we need international cooperation. And also, we can add that it's now the right time to strengthen international cooperation, which is supported by different CHIP Act and the new semiconductor strategy in many leading semiconductor countries. Just to mention that the cluster 4 so is one of the 5 clusters of INPACE, but you already know that. Now, I would like to start with this short introduction, the more challenge and possible solution. So in the more activity, we have many challenges dedicated to the transistor architecture, with so-called power, performance, area, cost challenge. We are facing memory walls, power wall, and sustainable electronics, which is sustainable manufacturing, which is becoming a very important field, taking into account energy consumption, material consumption, gases consumption, and also the life cycle analysis. We need to find solutions for sustainable electronics. Just to mention some data, we will reach very soon 1 zettabyte global data generation, which is a very huge problem. So due to many sensors, to the contribution of human, but also of machine in the future. looking at the energy consumption for machine learning, computing needs in the future, we can see that the last year, due to deep learning era, we have a doubling needs of computing effort every something like 6 months. So it is a very important domain also for the future. Looking at the worldwide energy production, if we don't do anything, we will take into account the computation needs, communication needs for energy, will reach the worldwide energy production by the middle of this century. For sure, we need some solution to reduce the energy consumption of electronic systems. What are the solutions? We have different kinds of solutions. So we have to reduce by a factor something 1,000 the energy consumption in the next decade using transistor scaling, memory, novel memory technology, disruptive computing architecture, and the so-called 3D integration with chiplet. And all these different possible challenge solutions will be presented by my colleagues this afternoon. Just some roadmap for future computer system. We need to combine novel material, new device architecture, novel interconnects, integration of photonics also, and novel computing architecture in order to continue to improve performance and at the same time reducing energy consumption. This is, for instance, the roadmap for transistor architecture, moving from different technology with different device architecture, and using silicon, a very thin film, but also using novel material like 2D material in the future, which is non-silicon, but maybe will be needed at the end of the roadmap. This is some example of memory technology. In addition to transistor architecture, we need new memory architecture to reduce power consumption, but also to have better reliability and better performance. So, for instance, this is a very important area, the so-called non-charge-based memory, which will be needed, which are resistive memory or capacity memory, which will be needed in the future for electronic systems. Another very important field is the three-dimensional integration. Up to now, we have had mainly two-dimensional introduction, and so in the future, due to the many challenges we're facing, we need this integration in the third dimension, which started already for memory some years ago. We need it for transistor in the near future. Looking now at the global integration, we have two possible integrations. The monolithic integration, which was the starting point, I would say, of microelectronics, and we can integrate in the future more than 1 billion transistors, but we'll need more and more heterogeneous integration with advanced packaging, for which, with the so-called 3D system, it could be possible to integrate more than 1 trillion transistors in the future. This is a list of possible possible solution and collaboration opportunity at the international level between Europe and Indo-Pacific. I'm not going to give you all the list, but just to mention that these are very important topics for the future, for which international collaboration will be needed to speed up technological innovation and also to find some solution for the sustainability of electronics, as I mentioned. So it's combined innovation at the material level, device architecture level, interconnect level, including transistor and memory, also the 3D integration and new equipment like INA, EV, EUV lithography, which will be needed in the future. And so we can cooperate on all these topics using different tools. What are the tools? So this is the main list of the tools we discussed with our INPACE expert in the Europe and Indo-Pacific country. We discussed this for this symposium, but also we have had some online discussion previously. We will organize a webinar for all these topics, workshop in Asia Pacific and EU, so this is one of the workshops. We already organized some workshop in Europe the last month. An important topic is also the contribution to regional and international roadmap, which is a very important also area for multilateral international cooperation. We need international roadmap for short, medium, and long term. we could develop for sure also together some R&D and innovation cooperation on topic of mutual interest. Propose position paper for future joint activity, which could be supported by the Indo-Pacific countries. Organize international summer school for training activity, exchange of researchers, and other possibility for multilateral cooperation is standardization also, for which we need many new standards for emerging technology. So thank you very much for your attention. Maybe we can keep the question for the end. We are going to move now, after the Mormu presentation, to the More Than More presentation, which will be presented by Professor Ken Ushida from University of Tokyo. Please, Ken.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Francis, thank you very much for your kind introduction. I'm Ken Uchida from University of Tokyo, and I'm actually working as the leader in More Than More technology in SDRJ. SDRJ is kind of Japanese local roadmap, which is strongly related with IRDS. Okay, let me introduce the More Than More roadmap activities in Japan. And probably, as you know, More Than More concept is firstly proposed by the researchers from EC or EU. And the concept is that, so we should add some values to LSI chip, which cannot be realized by simple scaling of transistors. Okay, so transistors can realize the RF applications and also logic application, memory applications, but sensing applications and power device applications and also energy harvesting, those key technologies or key functions cannot be realized by simple scaling. Therefore, the role of the More Than More technology is that we should add some values which cannot be realized by simple scaling of transistors. Okay, and presently, IRDS roadmap, More Than More technology were categorized into 4 groups. And one is the smart energy, and which is basically the power electronics, and flexible printable wearable electronics, and smart sensor, and energy harvesters. And in terms of the roadmap, it is important for us to mapping the technology on the single map. And this is probably the common mapping of the power devices. We have the output power in the vertical axis, and the horizontal axis we have the operating frequency. And usually gallium nitride is located at higher operating frequency regions, and silicon carbide is located in the high output power regions. And of course, we should map the silicon technology also. And still, at this moment, we do not have a technology map which includes the new wide band gap materials like gallium oxide and aluminum nitride. But in future, we should map these new wide band gap materials onto the single map. And also, as an important point is that, of course, the operating frequency and output power is quite important, but in some cases, output resistance is very important for some market applications. And also cost of the wafer is also quite important. The timing for the commercialization is mainly determined by cost or output resistance nowadays. Therefore, we should consider about what kind of vertical axis or horizontal axis should be appropriate for accurate mapping of the technologies. This is kind of wide band gap materials or smart energy applications benchmarking. And another technology is printed, flexible, and wearable electronics. And the background is that advancements in IoT and digital technologies have necessitated a wide variety of electronics technologies in living space. And the present status of flexible electronics is that And already in flexible printed electrode technology is intensifying worldwide to realize low-cost electronics that can be deployed on a variety of surfaces, including living organisms and skin. Okay? And therefore, printed flexible electronics is fascinating to apply to the surface of skins or surface of living creatures. However, the reliability of the flexible or wearable electronics is still a big issue. Therefore, in road mapping groups in Japan, we consider that important trend is that flexible printed technology should be hybridized with silicon technology with small size, because the small size silicon chips can be integrated in the flexible substrate, and information technology or high-speed information should be treated with the silicon technology, whereas the flexible and printed technology offers us the function to monitor the signals from the creatures on the surfaces. Okay, so therefore, we consider that important trends for the flexible electronics for a sensor application is we should have the fusion of flexible technology and silicon technology. Hybrid electronics could be important. And another technology is the smart sensors. Of course, smart sensors are already integrated into the cars and plays an important role for the smart cars. But those radar and also accelerometer, those kind of sensors are already commercialized, and many companies pursue based on their strategies. However, chemical sensors have not been implemented into the society. Therefore, we consider that in IRDS road mapping, we should monitor or we should track the development of smart sensor technologies. And in case of the chemical sensors, we should have some good technology drivers to drive the technology of chemical sensors. And probably the potential sensors for activity monitoring, for example, myoelectric electrocardiogram, those are quite important technology drivers. And also blood sensors and gas sensors for breast diagnosis could be next technology driver. But we should find some good technology drivers for smart sensors. And also demands from the application fields is very strong, particularly wireless and low cost. And also at the same time, we should realize the high accuracy and high durability. Those are very important demands from the application fields. But at the same time, it is quite difficult challenges for us. And major technical issue is always the accurate measurement according to the international standards. Of course, smart sensors fabricated by LSI technology could be very small and could be low energy and low cost. But we consider that the accuracy of the sensors should be very, very high. Otherwise, the sensors will not be utilized in real applications. Therefore, the major technical issues for the smart sensors should be the accurate measurement, and which should be in accordance with the international standards. And technical parameters, performance evaluation indicators could be these one, long-term stability and measurement accuracy, responsiveness. But of course, these are quite difficult to be achieved at the same time. Okay, now the final topic is the energy harvesting. But energy harvesting, these are the key contributors to the more energy harvest sections. And there are a wide variety of energy harvesters. And we have mapped the researchers in energy harvesting areas. And in Europe, there are many active research groups. And in Japan, also, we have some active research groups. And also in other technologies, we have also active researchers in worldwide, but collaboration with these researchers worldwide could be quite important for energy harvester technologies. Okay. And this is the final slide. And more than more in STRJ, we have the smart energy section, and we are technology mapping is ongoing. And flexible printable wearable electronics are also ongoing. But hybridization or fusion of flexible electronics and silicon-based electronics could be important. And this section is very similar to the smart sensors. Therefore, in future, this section could be merged with smart sensor section. And smart sensors, identification of technology driver is most important. And we are now serving the healthcare applications. And demands for the application fields are not satisfied yet. Therefore, it is quite difficult for the smart sensors. We are achieving the low cost and also low cost and low energies, but at the same time, we have to realize the demands from the application fields. That is a big challenge. And thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for this very nice overview. So after the more area, so including transistor architecture, memory architecture, the novel functionality, the more field which could be integrated in the future electronic system, we need also some long-term solution which could overcome some of the limitation of the device which have been presented up to now. And so this beyond CMOS field, the long-term field will be presented by Dr. Georgios Fagas from Tyndall National Research Institute. Please, Georgios.
Thank you, Francis, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Georgios Fagas. I'm based at Tyndall National Institute in Ireland. Tyndall actually is Ireland's research and technology organization on ICT hardware, under the auspices of University College Cork and the government. And my role at Tyndall is actually dual. For quite some time, we've been involved heavily in European road mapping activities and developing several projects. But I'm also responsible for our CMOS++ program, which is looking at emerging materials, emerging devices, and architectures for information processing that interfaces with standard CMOS, right, and goes beyond CMOS into the future. So in this context, I'm quite happy really to introduce the Beyond CMOS ideas and key aspects for international cooperation. These have been mostly based on the International Roadmap for Devices and Systems, IRDS, but also in very strong interactions through various workshops and stakeholder engagements we had in the last couple of years in Europe. So what is Beyond CMOS? Beyond CMOS, at the basic level is something that will take us from what is now considered to be conventional technology in micro nano electronics, which is the standard CMOS, and it's going to be better in terms of efficiency and performance, maybe cost and environmental perspective into the future if we add this into the overall metrics. But it also has a relation with more than Moore. That's something we didn't mention, and I hope I'll make the connections. We didn't mention that yesterday, but I hope I'll make the connections. And it is based essentially in three aspects. It's based on the emerging materials, it's based on novel devices, and it's based on novel architecture. So some examples on the materials. So we have the 2D materials paradigm, where one can have really a new type of electronic device based on reconfigurability, changing various aspects like on real time, dynamically, the threshold voltage, the polarity of the current voltage characteristics, the sub-threshold slope, and all this that are important for basic devices. But also 2D materials apply to smart sensors and also on the flexible and wearable electronics. So that's a connection with the more than more domain. I forgot to get rid of this. Multiferroics is another example of materials where they could take us into the future for where we essentially marry the ferroelectric and the ferromagnetic properties of materials to have both of them at room temperature, and this can be used for really dense memories into the future, but also they can be used in neuromorphic computing architectures, which are more energy efficient, and then would address some of the issues that Francis mentioned earlier. But in general, there is a whole zoo of materials that can help us into the future addressing the challenges of power, performance, cost, possibly cost, that's a very big question, and environmental sustainability. And these are materials that are based on macroscopic quantum phenomena that one could see emerging from the materials themselves. And yeah, you can see the 2D materials already there, but there is also transition metal oxides, topological insulators, and various types of antiferromagnetic materials. Now, going into the future of devices, we have there we're still looking for the perfect switch. We don't have the perfect switch. In fact, we operate further away from the perfect switch. The perfect switch should be, almost a step change there with the external drive. So that I can have something going from 0 to 1 with very little external perturbation. That's the most energy efficient switch. And this can be used in both logic and memory. And there are several switches on the roadmap, some related with the CMOS extension, and already mentioned by Francis. Some that take us a little bit further out, try to improve a little bit these transfer characteristics. But there are also other solutions that are based not only on traditionally manipulating the charge, but also manipulating other types of excitations, or even the spin, or other types of excitations, macroscopic excitations into in the material or in the channel itself. Then we have another paradigm of a device which takes us beyond the switch, and that is the memory store, and that has significant applications in future data storage, in neuromorphic computing, but also in more than more domain, like true random generator, and also on the cybersecurity by being able to generate what is called physical unclonable functions. Then there is another, I'll give you the slides, don't worry, okay? There is then another type of beyond CMOS technologies that they are looking at how the devices actually interact directly with the system architecture, and this is a completely different new paradigm of how we can build computing systems. And there are several such systems that are being discussed in the IRDS. One has already been mentioned, and probably we are going to hear a little bit more, which is around neuro-inspired systems, neuromorphic systems. Then we have dynamical systems, analog-based, probabilistic systems, reversibles, and a very one which is very close to neuromorphic, which has to do with digital in memory, processing near memory. But there is a completely different paradigm as well, which could allow us to solve problems not only more energy efficient, like the previous system architectures could do, but could also allow us to solve problems that we cannot currently solve. Going beyond what is possible with classical computing. And this is the quantum computing. And there are several hardware realizations, qubit realizations, based on the superconducting junctions, based on spin manipulation in semiconductors, based on ion and neutral atom manipulation using laser cooling. There is also the paradigm where we can use photons as the carriers of quantum information, and there we can also use what is called the photonic integrated circuits, and we can go one step further in terms of scalability. Now, there is still a lot of work to do on that, right? So there is no one architecture that is ahead of the other. Each one of them have their advantages and disadvantages, but that is a very, very long discussion. I don't want to go down there. But the premise of Beyond CMOS is actually that it can work on several axes. It can work on the axis of reducing the energy per operation, so that we have more energy efficient devices. It can work on improving the overall architecture by adding additional complexity in terms of going in the architecture, into non-von Neumann architectures, but also we can introduce a different kind of way of thinking where we might not use all the information, or we might start thinking about that we can do things in a more statistical manner when we actually don't need to solve the problem to infinite accuracy, and that will also address a lot on the energy efficient axis. There are many challenges and collaboration opportunities. Here I have 4 bullet points that have come out from, as I said, several workshops that we had organized within the Europe in various forums. But I think we need to work internationally on these long-term research projects. The challenges are immense, complex, and there is a lot of room at the bottom.
Thank you very much, Georgios, for this very nice overview of the Beyond CMOS field, the groundbreaking technology. So, thank you. So after we are planning the Mormon, Morzalmo, Beyond CMOS area, now we are going to develop some new computing architecture which have been presented. We're going to strengthen a little bit this part of the presentation because this architecture will be very important, for instance, in the field of AI application or other one. And so we are going to have a talk now, the next thought by Professor Kim from UNIST is going to develop the roadmap for computing architectures of quantum computing architecture, especially using photonic ICs. Please.
Thank you for the introduction. My name is Jae-young Kim from UNIST, and in previous session we heard lots about the advances and concern about the AI technology, and I think the quantum information science and technology would be another one leading the future information science. So I think that Richard Feynman was the pioneer and also the one who proposed the quantum computer we may need. So actually to simulate this kind of molecule and even for small stuff, to calculate, to simulate, to expect very precisely, we need to calculate those things at the quantum level. But for that, we may need machine operated by quantum mechanics. Oops. So for that ideas, lots of researchers developed the quantum machines, but we first needed while the classical computer developed scale up like this, but in quantum community, we first need to scale down. We need to go to the 1. So first, we need to isolate single quantum particles, and we need to find a way to manipulate, read out their state. So we did, lots of the research group did with atoms, trapped ions, a single quantum dot, optically confined using the gate. So having these isolated quantum emitters and developing the way to manipulate, read out their state, then we can go now 2. So the 2-qubit gate is essential to make any information processing. So also we need to develop the 2-qubit gate with high fidelity and long coherence time. After that, lots of multiple physical platforms did all these things, and we are trying to do scale up, not 1 or 2, but 10 or 100 qubits. So you can find several examples like the neutral atom, trapped ions, superconductors, or quantum dot, defect in crystal, and photons as well. So this is a nice thing. So all these different physical platforms doing race together. So among them, we like to do these things using the optics. So for quantum photonics, we need a source of quantum light. The quantum emitter like atoms or ions, they can provide the single photon sources. And also we may need lenses. So all these lenses systems, and we can do lots of quantum optics experiments. But eventually, we will not want to use this kind of the platform, but eventually we may want to integrate all the things in our circuits. So the photonic integrated circuits can generate a single quantum light and also can manipulate all these quantum lights. So eventually what we want to do in all integrated quantum systems, we need integrate multiple quantum light sources, and we also need manipulate these directions or polarizations or light matter interaction in a circuit. And also one important part is reading out the single photon in a circuit. To achieve these things, we need very high, there are several challenges exist all these techniques. First, we need very highly efficient single photon sources and detectors. That is because we are encoding all the information at the level of single photons. If we lose single photons, we lose everything. So we should keep the high efficiency for all the detectors. And even in the waveguide, we should not lose the single photons. And also, we need to the proper technology to integrate and interface all these different parts with high efficiencies. And also, we need to scale up not just single photon or 2 photons. We may need multiple, a few tens of single photon sources. So we need to scale up the system. Also, we need to integrate multiple detectors as well. And eventually, we may need error corrections. So eventually, we will lose single photons. So we need to find a way how to correct such single photon loss or such errors. So we need to develop some scheme or model for correcting all these errors. So in that sense, we still have lots of challenges in this field, and then so that is why we need multidisciplinary international collaborations. So like from the quantum resources, we need higher efficiency single photon sources and detectors, and we may need better algorithms and protocols for error corrections or quantum algorithms. And also we need better technologies for integration and interfacing all these small parties. And eventually we need to develop this kind of quantum systems. So including Korea, there are lots of good, excellent research group in EU. So there is a lot of chance to collaborate to each others. in particular in Korea, there are lots of good groups. In our group, UNIS, we are developing highly efficient single photon sources, and we are studying the quantum light matter interactions, which could be useful for quantum information science. And there are lots of other groups who integrate the detectors or lasers in a circuit and developing functional quantum photonic devices and quantum photonic processors. And recently, the Korean government raising lots of funds for quantum technologies, and also we started to develop the quantum fabrication centers that would provide advanced nanofabrications, the industry infrastructures which is required for quantum science and technologies. So that's it.
Thank you very much for this very good presentation about quantum computing architecture. So we are going to continue with novel computing architecture will be needed, as mentioned, for increasing performance or reducing power consumption in future electronic systems. So now we are going to have a presentation for neuromorphic computing by Professor Han, please, from Seoul University.
Thank you for introduction. I'm Chungkyu Han from Seoul University in Korea. I'm going to briefly summarize the roadmap, challenges, and solutions of current neuromorphic computing technology. And simply, neuromorphic computing is a technique that mimics the human brain in hardware to lower the energy consumption for AI. So the current problem of conventional von Neumann computing is a large energy consumption because of the repetitively moving data between the processor and the memory. As the data that should be processed is increasing and the hyperscale AI such as ChatGPT emerges, this kind of problem is getting more severe. Also, the paradigm shift to on-device AI, which performs the AI function in the mobile or edge devices, needs low power consumption because of the battery issue. So new computing architecture is needed for mobile and edge devices, especially for the on-device AI. Neuromorphic computing technology is a new paradigm that mimics the human brain in hardware based on the fact that the human brain consumes only 20 watts of power while it performs very complex functions. So this table compares the human brain, the software-based deep learning using conventional von Neumann computing and hardware-based neuromorphic computing. Roughly, the neuromorphic computing has a million times higher energy efficiency compared to the software-based deep learning using von Neumann architecture. So to implement the neuromorphic computing hardware, neurons and synapses in human brain should be realized in hardware. So this is the roadmap of current neuromorphic computing technology. Since the memristor has been proposed in 2008, various kinds of synaptic devices were developed based on various memory devices. And in late 2010s, the artificial neuron devices were developed, and the integration technology of neuron and synaptic devices were developed to implement the entire neuromorphic hardware. And now the technology is focused on 3D integration to maximize the integration density and to increase the computing capability. This graph shows a comparison of neuromorphic hardware with other hardware such as CPU, GPU, and ASIC, which is typically the NPU, and FPGA. So neuromorphic hardware has low energy consumption, but it has low throughput due to the small number of integrated devices and the lack of system-level studies. And also, it has low accuracy to perform recognition like image and videos because of the limited device performance and the lack of suitable learning algorithms for neuromorphic computing. So I summarized some solutions for these challenges. To solve the low throughput issue, large-scale integration with high density is promising based on the vertical stacking. So vertical RRAM or vertical NAND flash memory is a typical structures of this vertical stacking. And also, the co-integration of neuromorphic devices and CMOS interface circuits can enhance the throughput by performing the system-level studies. To increase the accuracy, various material or electrical engineering can be applied to enhance the linearity, symmetry, retention, endurance, and on-off ratio of neuromorphic devices. And also, algorithms like spike-based backpropagation learning can enhance the accuracy of neuromorphic computing. So this slide shows my own solution of these challenges, which is co-integration of CMOS-compatible neurons and neuron and synaptic devices. By mimicking the neurons and synaptic functions with a single MOSFET, it can increase the throughput by leveraging high integration density. And also, it allows the system-level studies through the co-integration with CMOS interface circuits because they are typically the MOSFETs, which are 100% compatible with CMOS technology. So this is the summary. Neuromorphic hardware can greatly reduce the energy consumption for AI, but there are some challenges such as low throughput and accuracy in current neuromorphic technology. So we need various kinds of engineering to overcome these challenges in terms of material, device circuit and system, or even in biological engineering. So worldwide collaboration between device circuit system engineers and biologists is essential to overcome the challenges of these challenges of neuromorphic hardware. Yeah, this is all of my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. Thank you about neuromorphic computing, one very interesting computing architecture for the future. Now we have seen different kind of material, device architecture, computing architecture, which we need in the future, but we need some kind of integration. And there are very promising technology for three-dimensional integration using advanced packaging, heterogeneous integration, for 3D system, for improving performance, improving power consumption, and also integration of future electronic systems. Now, this presentation will be given by Professor Koyanagi from Tohoku University, please.
Thank you, Francis. I have been deeply involved in the semiconductor technology for almost a half century. And I firstly proposed 3D integration technology using TSV around almost 30 years ago. I succeeded to fabricate the first 3D stacked image sensor and 3D stacked DRAM like HBM and the 3D stacked microprocessor around the year 2000. Okay. And at that time, I believed, okay, and eventually the majority of the IC chip will be occupied by 3D chip. Okay. So to facilitate the advent of the 3D chip era, it is very important to provide the 3D prototype 3D chip to people in the semiconductor area. And to do this, I constructed the 12-inch 3D production line in Tohoku University at the year 2013, okay, almost 10 years ago. I named this facility GINTI. GINTI stands for Global Integration Initiative. And GINTI is a kind of the consortium between the Tohoku University and the startup company, Tohoku Microtech. And the Tohoku University is responsible for the research and development. And the Tohoku Microtech is responsible for the production and business. Okay. So I'd like to briefly introduce our GINTI facility. Sorry. Yeah, quick.
Video.
The video.
Sorry. This one. You need to.
Yeah, directly. Okay.
We will now introduce you to the clean room and main equipment of Tohoku University's 3D Superchip LSI Prototype Production Fab, GINTI, which stands for Global Integration Initiative. At GINTI, we have various types of 12-inch wafer production equipment to produce 3D LSIs, such as deep silicon etcher, wafer aligner, wafer bonder, debonder, and chemical mechanical planarization machine. This is silicon deep reactive ion etching equipment. Using the Bosch process, it can create high aspect ratio, deep via holes in silicon to make through silicon biases. This is the silicon via created, which is 2 micrometer in diameter and 40 micrometer in depth. Next is a temporary wafer bonder. The main purpose of the equipment is to handle thinning silicon wafers, and it combines silicon and glass wafers using a heat-resistant adhesive. This is a bonded wafer created by bonding silicon and glass together. This is a grinder polisher. Coarse grinding, fine grinding, CMP, and final polishing are performed in chambers Z1, Z2, Z3, and Z4 respectively. This is an I-line stepper with infrared alignment function. It recognizes patterns on the reverse side of the wafers and creates fine patterns on the front side with extremely high precision. This is a wafer on the surface of which patterns are created with the IR alignment. Next one is a spattering machine for TSV. With its long throw structure, the spotter can create barrier layers and seed layers down to the bottom of deep silicon holes with high step coverage. This is a wafer debonder. It sticks a thinning silicon wafer which has temporarily bonded glass to dicing tape, peels off the glass wafer, and takes out the thin silicon wafer. This is the separated glass wafer and this is the thinning silicon wafer. Next is a wafer aligner. It is capable of aligning wafers with each other at the precision of ±1 micrometer or less. Next is a wafer bonder. It can bond and stack wafers together in a vacuum with maximum load of 6 tons. This one is a flip chip bonder for chip-to-wafer stacking. It can pick up chips one by one from the dicing tape, flip them around, align them with the target location on the wafer, and perform thermal compression bonding. Like this, it can stack a large number of chips on the wafer. Next is a self-assembly multi-chip bonder. Using the surface tension of liquid as a driving force, it can simultaneously align a large number of chips to the wafer surface with high precision of within 1 micrometer and stack them. This is a multi-chip pickup plate for picking up a large number of chips simultaneously. Here, 500 chips are being picked up all at once. In the next process, the multi-chip pickup plate, which is vacuum sucking those many chips, is carried over to a position above a supporting substrate where liquid droplets are supplied. Then it is roughly aligned, after which the vacuum on the multi-chip pickup plate is stopped, and the chips are released. As a result, as displayed here, it is capable of simultaneously aligning a large number of chips with high precision and stacking them. In addition to the equipment introduced so far, Jinti has various other types of equipment that is necessary for 3D LSI production. By producing and externally supplying various types of heterogeneous 3D LSIs using these production lines that are adaptive to 12-inch wafers, Jinti will strive to become an international R&D center for 3D LSI.
Now we are very interested in the new technology development. Focus on the research and development of new 3D integration technology to enable 3D chiplet shuttle service. And another topic is the research and development of neuro-centric sensor system. Okay. And okay. To supply the 3D chip at a very low cost to the people, researcher in university or company, and it's very effective to fabricate the 3D prototype chip using the simple CMOS chip provided by semiconductor foundry, like a shuttle service. Okay? And chip is basically cheaper than the wafer. Okay? And usually people fabricate the 3D chip in the wafer level. So but the wafer level 3D integration cost is very high. So maybe university people can ask the 3D chip in the wafer level foundry. But if we use the shuttle chip, we can very cheaply fabricate the 3D chip. Okay. So we propose to new 3D integration technology for 3D chiplet shuttle service. Okay. And based on the reconfigured wear-to-wear bonding using self-assembly. So the okay. Okay, anyway, many different kind of the chip, CMOS chip, provided by foundry. We aligned on the target where self-assembly substrate using self-assembly. Then this is any various kind of the chiplet assembled onto the substrate. Then this using the self-assembly, so the alignment accuracy is very high, around 1 micron. Okay. Then this die is transferred to the another support we have. Then this chip sent from the back side. Usually the shuttle chip is silicon thickness around 200 micrometer, something like that. But for 3D integration, we have to send the silicon substrate down to the 50 micron. We simultaneously send the silicon chip down to the 50 micron like this. Okay. After that, we form the TSV like this. All kind of this is a chip-based TSV fabrication. Then stacked. Okay. Then eventually you can very easily obtain the 3D stacked structure like this. Okay. Another our interesting topic is the neurocentric sensor system, and we integrated the 3D AI chip together with the various kind of sensor onto the silicon interposer. Of course, we need also 3D memory, and so that we are now developing such kind of neuromorphic sensor system module, and also this sensor module, we can perform the personal or local learning also. But the major global learning is implemented by the AI control system or learning accelerator. We fabricated the 3D AI chip using a chip-based 3D integration technology like this. Here, the 4 chiplets integrated onto the silicon interposer. 2 neuro chip and 2 memory chip, the 4 layer. Okay. And also the neuro chips AI sensor fusion, the very important the edge application. So AI sensor, AI and sensor fusion, the sensor chip, the output some future interaction data, okay, like this. This example is this one is the upper part of some kind of the sensor chip for image processing with future extraction output. The lower one is the voice signal recognition chip, also with a feature extraction function. Then this output is input into the AI chip, transformer-based AI chip. So the main learning is performed by the FPGA system. Then we use that transfer learning to this chip. Okay? And so this chip can manipulate the various kind of the information, like voice information, the image information. Really large multi-modal model we introduce. And when I started the 3D integration technology, at that time I recognized the 3D integration technology, really system integration technology. So I started also various kind of the project related to the silicon photonics and circuit design and system design and also the application of 3D to the bio area, like brain mass interface, something like that. The really multi-disciplinary technology necessary for 3D integration. So, as shown in this slide, we need various kind of knowledge and skill. So I understand that it is very difficult to cover all of this area in one research group. So I recognize now that it's very important to have international cooperation, and USA, of course Japan, the USA, and Asia, and especially in the EU, and through the INPACE project. So I'm expecting to have some collaboration with the EU through the INPACE. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this great presentation of this very promising technology for 3D integration we needed in many electronic systems in the future. So now we have a last presentation with for emerging semiconductor which will be applied for security application. So this presentation will be given by Professor Park, who is working with Professor Yu in Gashon University. Please.
Thank you for the kind introduction. So my name is Taeyeon Park, and I'm a research professor at Gachon University. I'm very honored to be here to participate the INPACE instead of my advisor, Professor Ho Chun-yu. So today I prepared a very short and very brief summary of the technology about the physically unclonable function devices. So the physically unclonable function, which is also called shortly in a PUB, so is some kind of hardware security device providing or possessing the random bit patterns such as these patterns. So we can use the PUB patterns for the digital security. So it should possess some uniqueness or randomness for each pattern. So we can evaluate the performance of the randomness of PUBs with the two indicators, which is called uniformity and intertiming distances. The uniformity is some kind of figure of merits possessing the ratio of the bit 0 and bit 1. And in the case of the intertiming distance, it is some kind of the factors evaluating unequal outputs for the unequal inputs of each device. So we can obtain these physically unclonable functions by using the conventional CMOS technologies. So for instance, we can use SRAM or DRAM or ring oscillators for obtain the or realize the PUB devices. But these devices, the silicon PUBs have advantages for the easy to integrate into the ICs. But there is some kind of issues because there are the silicon PUBs possess high process complexity, and we should induce the variation intentionally during the CMOS process because it's very perfect. The high quality process, so we should induce the variation intentionally. So to address these issues, we can use the emerging devices such as memlisters. So by using the random filament formation process, we can get the PUB functions with the memlister arrays, and we can also use the other some random natures, such as we can also realize the PUBs by random doping effects on the conventional silicon wafers, or we can also consider the mixing of two substances and some kind of random nature such as Brown motions. So we can utilize the random growth of the nature of organic semiconductors. All random species can be turned to the PUB devices. And there's chances for global or joint operation, cooperation. So there are issues about some POP technology. The first one, for instance, the absence of the global standards. So there are no established standards for the POP applications and limited interoperability, so hampers security system compatibility. So and there are some also chance for, so because of the rising of the AI, so there are machine learning attempts to model POP response patterns. So there are need for complex POP structures or multi-POP systems. So we can develop efficient materials or manufacturing process together to address these issues. Thank you.
Many thanks for your presentation. Maybe we have time, 5 minutes question, maybe it's okay. So if you have any questions, I have some questions for the generic question, but if you have first of all some question for this presentation of the enabling technology for the chip for the future, for all the electronic application, AI, IoT, communication system, and maybe can I take just my first slide? Yeah, because I need. I have some question.
This one?
Yeah. Thanks. The last slide. Yeah. Last now, please again. Next one. Yeah. No. It's okay. So okay. So if you don't have any questions, so I have some general question, very important for the semiconductor, for the chip of the future. Maybe I can ask my colleagues to answer one or several of these questions. So, what are the priorities for international cooperation? Is it first of all roadmapping? We need roadmap in order to develop the technology, the equipment we need for the future. R&D cooperation on a special hot topic. Training also to the skill shortage problem, so you need some international cooperation for training. Multilateral cooperation for standard. Also for the technology themselves, what are the priorities for the future technology? What are the biggest challenge for the chips of the future? And also, what are the main priorities for the sustainable electronic system? Maybe you can answer one of several of these questions. Maybe I can ask first of all Professor Alushida from Tokyo University.
Okay, thank you very much. So for the international collaborations, firstly, we need to identify the strengths of each area, right? So for example, Europe has the FDSI technologies, and we may very much interested in the collaboration with Europe by using the FDSI. Therefore, the identification of the strengths of each area should be quite important. And also, to the competitive area, like as you said, 2D materials, we need to know deeply about that. Therefore, the pre-competitive area and promising materials, I think we can have very good collaborations. But of course, in terms of the future of the chips, we need to have some applications in our mind. So
yeah,
okay,
for sure. Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Maybe can give the mic to Yorgos, please.
Maybe I just add to that. I fully agree with what you said there. We need if I go back to yesterday's discussion, inspired. We need the one key action that is coming out from here. We need to sit down together and identify the complementarities and write that in a kind of a position paper that evolves into a roadmap for selected technologies. 2D materials could be one of them. Okay, Now, I'm not going to fall into the trap and answer the second question because
as you want.
what are the priorities for future technologies? This depends on the country to country.
For
as
sure,
well,
yeah.
right? So, but I think if I look at international cooperation, I would take this as a key action.
Okay, thank you very much, Georgios. Please, I'm going to Professor Koyanagi, please.
Okay, every item is very important for international cooperation, but as I said, the future semiconductor technology, the system intelligence technology, so we need a lot of the knowledge and skill, okay, and also the very wide range of area. So that it's very difficult to cover all this area in a small group, okay, one group or one country. So the around research and development is very important for especially international cooperation in the research and development. That is the most important area.
Thank you very much. So maybe, please, if you have some comments.
Yeah, those international cooperation is really important. So, and I think the priorities for future technologies, I think all of the topics we present in today is all important, and you organized this session very well. So thank you. And I think each country has each strength in each technology. So I think this collaboration is very important. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So, another comments?
Okay, maybe I'd like to comment about what are the priorities for the sustainable electronics.
Yeah.
So, similar to the first question, I think it will be the road mapping. It will be the priorities for the sustainable electronics because in this case we should gather our some kind of willingness for some sustainable electronics or some developing some future technologies. So at this point of view, so maybe we should check or develop some roadmaps as the first.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I fully agree. So maybe I have some comments. So. Yes, road mapping, I would say it's the beginning because we need some international roadmap to strengthen our cooperation. Road mapping is a multilateral cooperation. And we have an international roadmap for device and system, for instance, which started 2 decades ago with international technology roadmap for semiconductor, but now we are looking at the system roadmap, taking into account the system performance in order to develop special technology which will be needed for the system of the future, from short, medium, and long term. And so I think we have to strengthen international roadmapping because in the current international roadmap, not all the leading semiconductor countries, I would say, are sufficiently involved. We have to strengthen our international cooperation in these international roadmap efforts, which are very important, not only to find some possible solution for future system, but also to look at especially the gaps in which we need some focus for international cooperation or to speed up technological innovation and to prepare the equipment for the future will be needed by the industry also in the future. So the road mapping is very important. For sure, developing joint R&D, so this could be done in different frameworks, but especially for bilateral cooperation with John Cole, for instance, which have been the case, which would be the case with, for instance, South Korea and Europe. Training activity, I think, is a very important topic. Skill shortage, I think most of our countries, Europe and Indo-Pacific, are facing skill shortage. Will face, for instance, in Europe, for in the semiconductor field, we will meet something like 60,000 students for the next decade. So I think we need some international cooperation with joint training also for reskilling, for attracting students, and so I think the training skill shortage also could be solved with some international cooperation. Standard for the emerging technology, for sure, is also an important field. So the priority depends on the country, but we can find some, using this kind of workshop, we can develop the matchmaking and to find some common priority for which we could develop a joint project. So that's very important. And the last topic, sustainable electronics. So now it's a little included in international roadmap, but not too much. So we are discussing about water, energy, for instance, in the IRDS roadmap, which are for sure very important, but not too much on the material, the critical material which are needed for the electronic, for future system electronics. That's also a very important topic to work on the material level for new material, for improving the performance of the system, but also for the substitution of the materials in order to find some, I would say, some material which would be needed for the long term for also sustainable electronics and sustainable business also, because the material topic is very important. It's not too much taken into account up to now in the roadmap for international cooperation. So I think we are facing many challenges for which international cooperation will be a must to speed up all these, to find some solution for the future of our society. So thank you very much. I don't know if you have any other question. Maybe not. So I would like to thank all the speakers for their great talk. And also all the attendees. So thank you very much. If there are any question, you can contact us, and the slide will be available for sure. Thank you. Sorry? Recording also, yeah.
So we will continue, no breaks, okay? Otherwise, it's difficult. Yeah, it is already. So speakers for the next session, please come to the floor. We will start right now.
Second one? That's just the opening slide.
So speakers are all here, and then we have moderator. Now we can start the session.
Thank you very much. Very welcome for this last session of today. We are 1.5 hours late, so thank you very much for staying with us. This last session is dedicated to cybersecurity, IoT, and 5G challenges, stakes, and potential solutions. My name is Adam Kopovic, and without further ado, let me introduce the speakers. I think I managed to put them in the right order now. So first, Dr. Ko will talk about the 5G research 6G research in Korea. Then Professor Aguiar will present both 5G and cybersecurity issues. And then we have Professor Lee, who will present the 5G and research in Korea. Professor Kim follows from Sejong University, and then Sung Myung Jung from KETI will present specific aspects of IoT. I'm very happy that we have so many Korean presenters, and with that, I would like to just hand over to Dr. Ko.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you. My name is Namseok Ko from E3. I'm the director of Mobile Core Research Mobile Core Network Research Section in NETRI. So, okay. So actually, I prepared lots of slides in the beginning to explain all the details about the area that I'm working on. But considering time, the time that we have today, I removed all the details, and I'll make you happy on this one. So I'll briefly introduce the current 6G R&D status in Korea. So if you have any questions on this one, then if you send an email, then I'll kindly respond to that. So 6G framework was defined in ITT. So the usage scenarios were defined. So based on 4 overarching aspects and design principles for scenarios like sustainability, connecting the unconnected, ubiquitous intelligence, security, privacy, and resilience. So based on this overarching aspect, the 5G usage scenarios were extended, like EMBB were extended to immersive communication, URLC is to HRLLC, and MTC is to massive communication. And then new usage scenarios were defined, is ubiquitous connectivity and integrated AI and communication, and integrated sensing and communication. So I wouldn't explain all the details of these usage scenarios, but based on these usage scenarios and also the capabilities defined in ITT, but for now, the numbers are not yet defined exactly. The numbers will be defined later at technical performance requirement phase, which is planned 26 February. So here's the current 6G R&D status in Korea. So we have these strategic areas. First one is advanced wireless technologies and software-centric network evolution technologies, and technologies beyond communication, energy-saving technologies, and technologies for supply chain enhancement. So based on this strategic area that we set up, we selected 11 projects on these 3 areas, like RAN, mobile core network, and wired network and system. And a little bit of details will be explained in the later slides. So for the 6G spectrum, we are approaching to a layered approach. So we are considering multiple spectrums, like from low band to high band, like sub-terahertz. But each different frequencies are for different applications. So for sub-terahertz, it is for sensing and ultra capacity, and low band this is also for extended coverage. So Korea actually proposed 2 candidate mid-band frequencies, and both of them were adopted. To support upper mid-band spectrum, we are working on extreme massive MIMO systems and also the related components. So we are working on this eMIMO and eMIMO base station components. And for radio access network and core network, cloud native approach and AI native approaches are being pursued. So, and also, basically, mobile core network is already cloud native, but in radio access network is also being, moving towards cloud native systems. So even, I guess you are familiar, I guess many of you already heard about Open RAN and also AI RAN these days. So RAN also is moving towards cloud native. And every place AI is being adopted. Even 5G, we already discussed AI, but it is being more natively supported. So based on this AI semiconductor and AI technologies, we are moving toward AI native RAN and also mobile core network. Especially in radio access network using the AI technologies, we are trying to achieve energy efficiency. So in max scheduling and also in other parts of the radio access network, AI is already being discussed. And wired network as well, we try to support ultra-high speed and capacity, or optical transmission system, and also the related component technologies are being developed. In the system area, to support, to ensure end-to-end performance assurance for diverse 6G services, we are working on the framework for end-to-end service performance assurance and also service orchestration for AI native services. And finally, this is the final slide. It is very simple, right? So we started our project from this year, April this year, and it will run until for 5 years. So after 2 years, at the end of 2026, we are going to demonstrate 360 systems based on the project research that we are working on. So we'll showcase the 47 core technologies in 11 strategic technology areas. So I guess many of you will be also invited to the Pre-60 Vision Fest event at the end of this 2026. So this is it. Thank you very much, and arigatou gozaimasu. And I didn't practice this one, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ko. Unfortunately, I think Dr. Ko's agenda doesn't permit him to stay with us until the end of the session. So if you need to leave, then.
Yeah. Also, if you have any questions on this slide, and also because as I said, I'm the director of the Mobile Core Network Research section in ETRI, so the slides that I originally prepared are mobile core network related technologies, but I didn't show anything about that. So later, if you're interested in mobile core network in 6G, then please ask any questions on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ko. I would like to hand over to Professor Aguiar.
So, can I walk? I can walk here easily. Okay, so good afternoon. I have here a couple of slides for where I'm coming from, but since we have not much time, I'm the steering board chair of something called Networld Europe, about 1,000 organizations. One of the things that we do is that we write a strategic research and innovation agenda for communications in Europe. I am also a member of a research institute, a national research institute. I'm the director of networks and services. And then I have my own research group where we do work a lot on communications, especially control and management plane. So see you less than 1 minute for saying where I'm coming from. Right. So what I'm here from this audience, I think that the whole point is that we should start by this. We are coming on this digital society. We see here some of the sessions that we had today, smart and secure cities. People talked about digital services. We'll talk a lot about sustainable mobility. So this is where we are. Everything that we are talking and discussing here is actually talking about the digital transition. That's the point. Now, this assumes that it's more advanced society, more intelligent environment, it's better for the citizen, better for the environment, society, blah, 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 blah. Okay, we can go on. You all know about this. You also know, like, for instance, my daughter, which is 31, considers myself a digital analphabet because I am not on the social media. And in fact, I never understood the TikTok, okay? So the world is changing, we know that, and conveniently we are sweeping to under the rug all the problems that we don't know how to address. Okay, and those problems are a huge amount of things, but it's like Silicon Valley, right? Move fast and break things, and then we see what happens. So, in fact, is the security aspect a problem that came here recurring at these several times? Do you really believe that a system more complex is more secure? Because if there is here a secure expert and he tells me he believes that, I will ask where he read that. Okay? We all know that the more complex the system, the harder it will be to make it secure. And we are talking now about the society. We are bringing a huge amount of technologies together. And the security of any system is as secure as the weakest link, right? So, just to make sure this picture disappeared, all right? Just make sure to grab some of the things that were here spoken. IoT, AI, and 5G. In fact, the 5G and transition to 6G is the enabler of all this. The fact that we are, I'm looking around, lots of people walking on the laptops, lots of people looking at your cell phones. Ladies and gentlemen, you assume that you can do that. What the heck? When I was the age of you, this was, miracle. Absolutely miracle. I am a dinosaur because I don't change as fast as the society. The society doesn't as fast as the technology. Sorry about this, okay? We engineers, and sorry, let me put my engineer hat, are much faster in developing technology that you are not able to use. Simply because I still use something called VI, for those of you that have the age to know what this is. And certainly, although my daughter now considers me a dinosaur, 10 years from now, she will be the dinosaur. So this is the kind of things that we have. And we talk about AI, IoT, 5G. Look, at this moment, lots of people talked about IoT in specialized domains, right? Come on. The whole value will be when everything is interconnected. That's what we are promising on 6G. And when we talk about things like, smart cities, the whole point is bring everything together. Put all the data and then mine all the data. And for mining all the data, you need, of course, the AI that at this moment is being used in specialized domains. And I've heard here a huge amount of persons saying that we need to use this in specialized domains because each one is really specific. But again, the value is in bringing everything together. And of course, who brings everything together is 5G and 6G. Frankly, there will be no other network than 6G. Forget the difference between fixed networks, local area networks, cellular networks. The ambition is one network to rule them all. I don't know where I got this sentence for one. It's one ring to rule them all. Sometimes I have, some other things. So, this is what 5G research was. I'm not going to talk about it. I saw there were lots of things about what 6G is. For those of you that are not on the known, the 6G research, the 6G standardization process is starting next year. So I try to avoid saying what it will be because it's starting. Until now, it's simply a wave that we use in terms of getting funding, of course, and of course in trying to influence what will be the future. But we are near the process when it's going to become a reality, okay? So I will avoid that. So whatever it will be, the 5 or 6G, it will be the network for everything in our society, okay? This includes from the physical to whatever level that you imagine with the amount of different multi-stakeholders that you imagine. Everything will go through this infrastructure that will reuse everything available. And then we have here the small problem of security, right? Now, in Europe, I don't need to tell you that, and I have heard from this audience that you already know that, we do have clear security mandates inside the EU. And being me an engineer, and I'm seeing here a very interesting speaker a couple of minutes ago, I mean, this is clear in the sense that there is a basic framework, right? Now, I am an engineer, which means I smile a lot on what that framework is able to do for somebody that actually, as I said in a question a couple of minutes ago, when I do things, they are done. And then you can have your opinions, but it's running code that will matter, right? So this is a problem. More than that, the whole process is inconsistent. You can have two neighboring nations taking decisions completely different in terms of cybersecurity. And of course, in Europe, we cooperate, which means that whatever kind of decision that one nation takes, it's, in some cases, something like a wishful thinking. And now we have these problems on supply chain challenges. Notice the problems of supply chain, part of it's on future intention judgment. So it's extremely security oriented. And by security, I mean, military security oriented. Now, we have the geopolitical considerations. And for those Europeans, we just need to look at our different countries and see that the politicians don't necessarily always think the same. We know what may happen in Germany or in France in a couple of months or in 1 or 2 years, and then suddenly these geopolitical considerations may change. Again, things that I design, then it's running code. It doesn't really matter if politicians change, unless you want to pay for revamping everything that is already running, okay? Now, we, in terms of technical security, are having a huge amount of problem with this, right? There are ways to address this. As diversity of chains, which may be slightly extra cost, but the whole point is that it will be very nice if we stop making security a process-dominated stuff. I know that for the human in the loop has to be there, but it's extremely complicated because we cannot guarantee the performance. And in fact, we want to have technical ways of addressing this. And this is actually part of the research we are doing for 6G. We need to have, I said that, clear and auditable regulations, but this means technically auditable, not on the opinion or a personal assessment, which is always questionable. And this should be across the whole technology chain. We already have some things for this in cloud. We don't know how to do it in AI. The security establishment for telecom exists, but at this moment is very much a matter of process as well. Then what we need to do is to actually define things like risk-based approaches. We need to find what this human in the loop means, which is actually a problem. It's very unclear, and we heard the discussion a couple of hours ago. And then we need models for what's the cost and what's the risk that we're willing to pay. Because at this moment, this is an absolutely human judgment without any care of support. Now, we need to develop those models. Those models don't exist. We need to develop things like how to quantify security. How much is enough of security? The old joke is that, of course, a secure computer is a computer inside a cellar which is not connected to the internet and has a safe bolt on the entrance. This is a secure computer. Of course, this is useless. So we need to figure out how we can quantify security. And look, this is system-level security. It's built by multiple parts. Finally, how do we do this in terms of technology design? We are starting the design of 6G. Can we do this in such a way that we cover 6G when it appears, sort of has this kind of concerns already incorporated? Again, this is part of the challenge that we have for 6G. And finally, of course, we need education and knowledge, both from the engineers, both from the population, and also for everybody that is involved in ICT technology, including understanding the trade-off between user experience, cost of security, and the technology required and the innovation required for bringing both of them in a matching level. And I think this is all I have here, conclusions, but look, in conclusion, since this is an international forum, we are very good in regulation, but our regulations are guidelines. We need to figure out how we are going to move from regulation to technology. And at this moment, developing technology, we should see if we can blend two things, okay? So that's it. If you are not involved, join Network Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rui. I would like to invite our next speaker, Professor Lee.
Thank you, Adam, for the kind introduction. My name is Lee Hyun-woo of Dankuk University in Korea, and also serving as the Vice Chairman of 60 Forum, Co-Global Collaboration, and also the Vice Chairman of a Mobile Standard Committee in Korea called TTA. Today I will talk about regarding the 5G status and lessons and experience. Actually, yesterday's session I made some speech on 6G, but today I'll focus on the 5G. 예, 다음. 예, 다음. Next. Yeah, this is the current statistics on 5G. So currently we have, the Korean population is about 52 million, and now we have 57 million mobile subscribers, slightly bigger than population. But this does not include the around 30 million devices like IoT, tablet, and wearable. So please keep in mind for these numbers. And among mobile subscribers, the currently 5G, we have 37 million that count for roughly more than 60% of the total mobile subscribers. So it means that the 5G is widely used in nationwide. Okay, next one, please. But the problem is that regarding the mobile traffic, this is mobile traffic 5G, and this is mobile traffic 4G. So at July this year, more than 85% of mobile traffic is handled by 5G. And around 29 gigabytes per month per user for 5G user. While for LTE, roughly around 7 gigabytes. So 5G consumes much traffic. But as you see in the slide, from deployment in early 19, the traffic increased rapidly. But after middle of last year, the traffic almost saturated. So what is the problem? So I will show it later. Next one, please. So regarding spectrum, the public spectrum is served by 3.7 gigahertz, while the private 5G in 4.7 and 28 gigahertz band. So different spectrum by public and private 5G. Okay, next one. In terms of coverage, population coverage more than 95%, and geographical coverage by more than 75%. But in Korea, the middle right side is usually the mountainous area. So we can say it almost completely covered by 5G network. And the average download rate is around 900 megabit per second. So very high data rate the 5G user can utilize. Okay, next one. Yeah, we started from non-standalone and now migrating to standalone gradually. But I think this is one lesson from 5G in Korea, because we hurried up to deploy the network from as early as 2019. So at the time, we don't have a choice using NSA. But nowadays, the SA is the main train. So we changed the system. So I think that was some lessons. So we should not repeat that kind of experience in the 60. So that is my view. And even though we have a nationwide coverage, next one, next way, please. Okay. For private 5G, we have separate frequency and separate small operator for private 5G. And in many areas like transportation, manufacturing, medical, etc. So currently we have 31 organizations in 59 sites. They are using the private 5G. But compared with the public 5G, this is a small scale so far. Next one. Some missing, but it's okay. So summarize in 5G, the Korea was very, very fast to deploy the network. But as you could see in the mobile traffic side, that the mobile traffic is saturating. So I think I have three reasons for that. The first one is the lack of 5G specific devices. Like I think the Apple Vision Pro is very good device to increase the traffic, but as you know, so far it's too expensive and too heavy. But I think maybe next year some cheap version, a light version will appear from Apple and Samsung together. Then this kind of new device will accelerate the usage of the traffic. And second thing is the 5G specific service. For example, Metaverse was assumed to be good, nice service, but to provide the Metaverse smoothly, we should have both device and network and application together. But at this moment, there's not yet fully prepared. That's the second thing. And the third thing is that we, at first time, we assumed that the 5G will penetrate to the vertical industry very rapidly. But the application to vertical industry like transportation, manufacturing, is frankly speaking slower than our expectation. So I think so. That is the three reasons for slow the expansion of the 5G. So if the three reasons, three factors solved smoothly, then that will be big motivation to migrate to 6G. Okay, this is my view. Thank you for attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. I would like to invite the next contributor, Professor Kim.
Hello, everyone. This is Jong-Young Kim from Sejong University. So, first of all, thank you for inviting me to speak at INPACE Symposium. I'm newcomers. Okay. So, today my presentation title is International Collaborative Research Project on 6G Security. So, actually, I'm going to introduce ongoing new project in Korea for collaboration with three countries, and USA, Korea, and Finland. So let me give you this overview of project. The title is exactly Research and International Collaboration on Trust Model-Based International Instant Response Technology in 6G off-network environment. Actually, the duration of this research is 2.5 years, starting in July 2024. And the main object of this project is as follows. Mainly, we are developing the international intrusion detection technology. And then we are establishing international collaboration with 3 countries, specific USA, Korea, Finland. And next one is, it shows there is an annual research topic. And each year we conduct several activities with this 3 countries. And last one is a consortium. In Korea, we have 5 partners, and specific at3, and KISA, KAIST, Sejong University, and Kunmin University. And actually, at3 is the leader of this project. For international partner, so we have US NIST and VTT of Finland and University of Finland. Please, next. I can handle that. Thank you. Okay. Next one, I would like to introduce our R&D technology and deliverables. Actually, we have 4 research areas. First is 6G trust model based on DLT and DPKI. Second is open security and resilience enhancement. Third one is distributed AI-based intrusion detection technology. Last one is detection and visualization of open network threat. We have limited time, so I'm not going to explain in details for each area. Okay, so for this area, we have research output expected, all of which are is software prototype product. And we have technical report and technical design and patent and standard and kind of dissemination activity and so on. And next one is I'm going to introduce global collaboration strategy. And first year, actually we have less than 6 months for first year, and maybe 4 months. So in first year, we are focusing on analyze the international standard for 6G security, and then we're going to make or establishing international collaboration system or framework or some structure. And then in second year, we're going to focus on mainly developing product and technology for security. And then we are expanding our international collaboration with more countries. And last year, we're gonna make some sharing structure. So we are sharing our result of technology, and then we can disseminating our collaboration activity. So in figure shows that in Korean team will collaborate with 6G Forum in Korea. And also, we are working with 6G flagship at the University of Oulu in Finland. And then we also looking for collaboration with VTT for demonstration, for maybe validate our technology in real network testbed environment. It looks like is 5G TN. Actually, 5G TN is provided by VTT and University of Oulu. And last one is we are focusing on collaboration with US NIST. As you know, NIST has many important and very high level standard in the America. So we are planning to make a collaboration for the international standard for 6G security as well as 6G resilience technology. Okay, for more detail. So actually this is the last slide. So I'd like to introduce global collaboration research topic. And the figure above shows that Korean team and, conduct international standardization and most of R&D product. US NIST will conduct research and standardization of 6G resilience technology as well as their cybersecurity framework update. And then also we're going to working with the zero trust architecture for security. And next one is VTT. And I expect VTT will conduct a research and 6G security demonstration provided by their 5G TN test-based environment. And last one is University of Oulu. I expect the University of Oulu will conduct in privacy-preserving AI, ML technology. Okay, so the figure below shows that the current status of ITR working part 5D activity. So it shows the capability of IMT 2030 on the left, and then it shows that working part 5D timeline for IMT 2034 on the right. So actually, I'm having participating in ITR working part 5D since 2020 to develop 6G security standards. Unfortunately, actually. It's early October. They have one meeting. There is name is 47th meeting. But unfortunately, I attended remotely. But still, I'm monitoring and I work with their committee for the 6G technology and 6G security. Okay, that is. My presentation. So I have one remark. So if you are interested in this project, please contact me and then we can discuss more and more details. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. I would like to invite our last speaker for this session and for the day. Or almost, yeah. But
good afternoon, everyone. My name is Seung-myung Jung, working for KT. KT is Korea Electronics Technology Institute, and I have no knowledge about the electronics, but this is about the IoT and AI, so this should be a really friendly topic for you. And as said, so this is the last presentation, and I was not expecting my presentation to be the last one because the session title was Cybersecurity, IoT, and 5G, or 6G. So yeah, I didn't expect that. So I will kind of make it short and not so boring for you. So IoT platform. So IoT platform is the first topic because when we talk about the IoT, there are so many aspects for the IoT device, services, platform, and our main focus was IoT platform. And there is the kind of wording like the 1M2M. 1M2M is the global standard, which is the de facto standard from all the companies and the research institutes, and it has been over 10 years. So my presentation starts with the history. So this is not the future trend, and it's more likely what we have been done for the IoT area. So this is like the kind of over 10 years kind of achievement. And there is the wording like the Mobius. Mobius is the kind of standard implementation of the 1M2M for the server and the other kind of platforms. And Mobius, as a kind of 1M2M specification implementation, it has been kind of released at the open source. And as the kind of CATI, which is the Research Institute, the non-profit organization, we really wanted to kind of make it public for all the research or even for the SMEs or the other businesses to use, because this is the standard technology. And we also use the Mobius and the 1M2M standard for different R&D projects. And yesterday, the last session, the EU funding support, the talk or the session, there was the kind of brief introduction, how many or what kind of organizations from Republic of Korea has been engaging the Horizon projects, and we were one of them. And probably the other research center in KD could have been done for the other projects, but from my perspective, our research center, we have been done like the Fiesta IoT and the Wise IoT and the Synchronicity. And the main topic that we worked with the European partners was the interoperability. And for example, the interoperability is like the system level, like the different interfaces, like the European side, NGSI, and Korean side or the global side, 1M2M. And that is the interoperability, like the base level. And on top, there is another topic like the data level interoperability. And that's why you can see some semantics in the slideshow. And yesterday, Cloud Edge IoT session, there was a really brief introduction or the discussion regarding the semantic interoperability using ontologies. And from those projects and the experiences, I think semantics is really good technology, but it is another big hurdle. And I see a really good solution to make all the life easier, which is the large language models these days, because basically what we really wanted to do with the semantics and ontology for the data interoperability is to describe the data or information as machine readable one, and they can be used by machines, and they are kind of interpreted, for example. And large language models, even we put the description in human readable ones in English or French or even in Korean. They understand, and they can produce or they can reason, they do the reasoning by themselves. So I think that is a really good topic for the new kind of projects or the collaboration. So I'm super curious about the next call of the Horizon Europe, because we are now the associate member for the Horizon Europe. So if there is any chance or the topics that we can all leverage IoT or the other technologies again with the LLM for the data level interoperability, then we are so interested. And after the kind of ordinary or traditional IoT, which focuses on the connectivity or the other kind of common functions that we use for the IoT, we add AI. That's why we call it the AIoT. If we say, okay, I'm working for different technologies in IoT domain, then that's a really old-fashioned. So we, at least in Korea or the other countries, we use AIoT, because IoT is not the only one, but based on the IoT technologies, on top we add the other technologies as a stack, like the AI. And this is one of the projects that we finished a couple of years ago. And what I want to say is, in the middle, there's the kind of radii platform. The name is radii because we use the kind of radar sensors, which can see through the boxes or something, which cannot be done by the vision sensors or our cameras. Anyways, we extend the 1M2M specifications or our kind of implementations, which is open source, to kind of support the AI kind of services. And what we mean by the AI services on top of IoT is 1M2M basically collects all the sensor data and kind of share data through all the devices and the applications. And they are the basic sources to kind of train our AI models. So there was the one kind of new feature suggested or prototyped, which is the AI training model data set from the IoT sensors. And the other one is the AI model management, like the model repository and the deployment management over the different kind of sensors in the field side. So they are the new stuff that we add in, and we have been kind of proposing those new features to the 1M2M standard. Okay, I need to kind of speed up. And from this slide, there are some applications that we use IoT and the AI. And one big topic is the drone. And of course, these days, there are so many different applications that we use drone. I don't have to name it. And we use a drone controlling system on top of the IoT like this. And there are several applications. Basically, the control is the kind of ground control system, GCS. And if you can see, so we track all the locations, or we can manipulate the drone kind of operation, and we see the real-time status of multiple drones. And of course, we can get some kind of service data. And in this case, that is the LTE signal quality for that. And like over the 70 or 60% of the land in South Korea is mountain area. So there are so many kind of areas that LTE signal is really weak. So there was the application for that with drone. And we presented this one also in ETSI like 2 years ago at the ETSI IoT Week exhibition. And we use drone, and of course we use the kind of physical drone, but we also kind of made the kind of virtual drones in the simulators, and they use the same kind of protocol for the unmanned vehicles like the MapLink. And these days we even, not this one, so in this case we use the kind of on-device AIs, like the kind of robots with the 4 wheels and the drones. They have the kind of AI models kind of running on the device itself, and they detect some kind of events like the fire or some unexpected kind of people in the secured area, something like that. So that's the kind of basic stuff, and they even kind of cooperate together to aware the situations. And this is the kind of ongoing project. And so basically we have everything that I have been kind of just describing. And on top of that, there is the kind of gesture recognition and the voice recognition. Of course, that's being done by the kind of AI, like the deep learning. And we use it kind of to manipulate all the unmanned vehicles, like the drones, which is the UAV, aerial vehicle, and the UGV on the ground, and USV on the kind of ocean surface area. And also, we have kind of different types of kind of ground control system, like the PC version or the field version. And the next one is the kind of XR version, which is basically the digital twin or metaverse version. So the operator just kind of wear the HMD, and they can just kind of see all the operations in that kind of glass. A bit different topic, because we have been kind of working on IoT over 10 years, and IoT is device-centric, but we really see the kind of opportunities to kind of look close into the data. That's why on top of IoT, we also worked on the kind of data platform. And like the European partners, we adapted the NGS-LD standard interface for this one. And this one has been also kind of released at the open source. And there was a kind of system that we made in 2020 for the COVID-19, because there was a kind of really big number of kind of new cases every day in that time frame. And we had the kind of Smart City Data Hub, which is the data platform that we already have as a prototype, and we used it because basically we really needed the kind of proven data platform, and on top of that, there is the service to track all the new cases, their routes, and something like that. And this is the last slide, and this is the ongoing project as well. So we extend or we adopt those kind of data platforms that we have for different domains, like the climate control or the environment monitoring or water resources. And in this case, this is regarding the kind of urban cooling technologies. And we don't kind of work on the urban cooling, but this is also kind of data and AI-driven approach. And we want to kind of extend our platform for the AI model kind of serving framework. That's it, and I think from the Dr. Ko's presentation, the very last thank you slide, there was one Hindi wording, and I cannot read Hindi, but what I learned before is thank you in Hindi is shukriya, right? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to the speakers?
Sara Medina from SPI Portugal. Many thanks for the great presentations. I have a question. I think can be I think for everyone. What do you see? I think it was very interesting to see projects of cooperation. So the participation already in Horizon projects, and also the cooperation with the European partners. So my question actually, it's two questions. The first one, what type of, and also to the, of course, to the two other speakers, including Rui from Portugal. So the two other questions, the question is, what do you think are the major challenges in terms of your experience of concrete project cooperation between Korea and with Europe? And the second question is, now with the new Horizon as SPI, as Korea will be associated partner, how do you see that this can benefit better the Korean organizations in your field? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. May I answer some of the question? Regarding the Korea-UK collaboration platform, I had several experiences, one from very tight coupling and the other from very loose coupling. The tight coupling means that we set up the goal, we made consortium together, we perform the project together, and we disseminate the output together, but it is very tight coupling. But recent trend is that more loosely coupled type is preferred between EU and Korea. But my experience is that some more coupling is useful or necessary. So that is my view on future trend, future direction for collaboration. And regarding your second question, from next year, the Korea will be the associate country. I do not know the details of the budget submitted to EU, but I think maybe it's a very big scale. But so far, our collaboration project is a small scale compared with that. So maybe from Korean side, we need new approach to handle a big size of budget. That is what we should prepare. Thank you.
So just briefly regarding the challenges and the benefits to work with the European partners. The challenges, I think, I don't remember specific challenges or difficulties when we were kind of doing the projects, but I think the major challenge for us is to set up the network to kind of propose as a kind of consortium. So of course, the European countries, they should have kind of stronger or closer networks together because geographically they are kind of sit together. But from Korea, which is Far East, it is not so easy, especially when you have some kind of willingness to kind of participate the Horizon project, but you don't have any experience with the partners before, then it's really, really difficult, I guess. And I think this should be the same situation for the newcomers, because even we have several kind of experiences, but we would like to kind of jump in again, but it's not so easy for us. And the benefits, and this is what I'm saying to my colleagues or the other people when we talk about the kind of collaboration with the European partners. I think the biggest benefit is the kind of getting the up-to-date kind of technical trends and some tools, because there are so many kind of good organizations in the Europe, and they really always look into the kind of future roadmap and the new technologies, and even for the kind of project implementation itself, they have kind of really good kind of software tools that they are already using. So that was a kind of one of the benefits, as I remember. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think Professor Lee summarized everything when he said that you have different models of cooperation, loosely coupled, midly uncoupled, or highly coupled. Now, the transformation into associated partners will necessarily move to very strongly coupled. That will, for one hand, raise some problems, which, as Professor Young was saying, there is a lesson of learning and establishing those relationships. But on the other hand, will simplify a lot what is the largest problem in international cooperations, which is the synchronization of different funding measures. So in Europe, we know the rules of the game. We know when the dates come. We know how the process goes. Every time we try to synchronize, we need to have this intergovernmental agreement, and the laws in different countries are different. The timings and the budgets are allocated differently. So there is always a very hard problem, at least in the industry-oriented projects. Of course, we are talking about loosely coupled, which means some universities cooperate and we have more or less overall objective. Then it's much easier because you don't have a very strict technical annex that you need to follow with this deliverable at this date. More or less 3 months is more or less 6 months is nobody will die for that. But on the industry-oriented projects, this is really a problem. And in fact, when we do have projects like that, typically there is a major common industry player. For instance, in Korea, Samsung will be a typical partner on that project in order to smooth these sometimes are cultural, sometimes are timing, sometimes are procedural aspects that need to be overcome.
There is, I think, one more question.
Yeah. Quick question, and actually perhaps for any of you, maybe particularly the professor from Portugal. If I look at the 5G standards, right, and I mean, it's probably an accurate depiction to say that large portions of the 5G standard have really not been broadly implemented yet, right? If I look at new communication modes like URLLC or MMTC or even things like network slicing, it's probably I mean, I don't know if you would agree with this, but I would say that, it doesn't seem like there are too many use cases that take advantage or even availability of these features yet. So my question really is, why are we working on 6G at this point? I mean, what's the reason are we putting the cart before the horse? Yeah.
That's a great question. You should have been on our 5G session yesterday. Now, forget 5Gs. I've tried once to talk with a couple of manufacturers and ask them, tell me which percentage of the 3GPP specifications are in your equipment. Nobody wanted to answer that, okay? So let's say that on the standardization bodies, we are very good in producing documents, and some of them, then I will almost think that it's a sort of, the law of the fittest. Some of them survive into real life, some of them are not. For those that are in this game long enough, we keep on hearing the same type of concerns, recurrently appearing every couple of years and say, but didn't we solve that 10 years ago? Yeah, but nobody's doing this and we still need to solve it now. Okay,
so let's do it again.
Let's do it again, which actually facilitates a lot because we already know a lot about it. Now, the problem with 5G is, look, we can say that 5G had 3 clear legs, as you mentioned. One is a success. The EMBB is a success. This is very clear. And it's more or less like quality of service in the internet, right? We have much more intelligent ways of doing quality of service than what we do in the internet, in the IP network. But people are not aware of it, think that the IP network is still best effort. It's not. There are some small mechanisms in place that allow it to work very well. Probably what went with the URLC and MMIoT is something similar. The EMBB was the driver, that's what people are taking, and we are able to provide some types of services which would say low quality URLC or low quality MMIoT without having to deploy, significantly change technology step. And this is where we are. We don't see the customers claiming in general for localized networks which are much cheaper. Yeah, you can have specific requirements there. For nationwide networks, we have not yet seen the customers coming and saying, we need this. And now these systems are extremely expensive, okay? And of course, the operators are not going to do the rollout until there is a customer that appears. And the customer is not asking for a service until there is an operator that says, yeah, I'm providing this service to you. So this is more or less where we are stuck. Answering your question, we are doing 6G. Because regardless of all this, and even if, from my point of view, what we are promising in 6G, maybe 50% will not come true, right? There are still things, or there are already things that we know that we can improve. One very simpler thing is we cannot keep on with the power levels that we have today with the expected traffic that everybody is ongoing. Forget the complexities. Just the simple fact that the traffic that people are doing today and the way it's increased, the way we are increasingly more resorting to more complex actions, which everybody talked about AI here, but nobody discussed the cost of AI. And it's not only the computing cost, it's you need to get data to a data center. This means you need to have a network. So all these kind of trends are leading to enormous increase on the communication needs. We cannot support it with 5G unless we want to start turning on, nuclear powers every day like the guys in AI are claiming that they are going to do, right? So there are reasons for us to move from 5G to 6G. Maybe not all of those are, maybe the reasons that are needed are not all of them that are stating.
Okay, since currently I'm participating in 3PP, so I agree with your comment that the many feature functions not implemented or delayed the implementation. That's true. But so based on that lessons now in 3PP, inside 3PP, we are discussing to make the 60 specification more simple than before. Not allowing many options. So that is lessons from 4G and 5G.
Thank you very much. I think with that, I would like to close this session, and thanks again for the speakers for their contributions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, I think this is like, look, I already presented INPACE and everything at the beginning, right? So we don't need to make this session, right? This is, you see, this is efficiency. Okay. Thank you very much. I think it was really great. What was also great is that I also realized, and we discussed this with INPACE colleagues, that how we can make a symposium next time, how we can organize around questions. I actually, looking at some question of Francis, of you, I thought, remember what we discussed, like I asked ChatGPT, what are the priority technologies? Okay, and ChatGPT answer me, and I want to have a session that when you debate this, it's kind of, do we agree? Is it really true? What are the problems? So maybe it will be a bit more, somehow, how to say? Somehow, I see time tired, yes, somehow interesting. I would be interested to see how human, and ChatGPT discuss and whether it's true or not. That will be interesting. Anyway, just a fun comment. That was great. Just one thing, okay, that I think it was very good idea of INPACE team all together when we discuss about the organization of the symposium per se as an integrative event. What means integrative? It means that usually when we participate in the conference, we work in our topics, right? In our own topics, and then we work with experts. I mean, it's great, okay, we are in our professional domains. And here we said, we want integrate topics. That's why it's called integrative event. So we want to open, to open not only to open the discussion, let's say, that other participants and also those who are in streaming, okay, listen and understand also what happens in other domains, which is a bit outside the professional domain. And that was very interesting. I mean, really, I enjoyed, a number of discussion was very exciting, okay? And I know that already some cross-disciplinary discussion are taking place. So this is great, and that's what we call integrative event, integrating all topics together. With this, I'm very happy to, first of all, to thank again Sejong University, Jae-sung, especially your team, Vice President, yes, so that was a great help, okay? To thank all participants. All those who contributed, and then we will have recording of the sessions, right? So we will have slides. I think we have contest of participants about this. If not, let us know, but normally everything is already done. And look forward for future discussion, because this is very, very inspiring for INPACE to continue and to build on all this. Because the session leaders will prepare a short report with key messages, key takeaways, and so this will be also shared. So that's, I think, very, very interesting point as well, how INPACE will build on this together with the help of course, our experts and the community. Thank you very much. Take care and have a good trip back.